And even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP100 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. जिंदगी के साथ भी, जिंदगी के बाद भी.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP 100.
Hello?
Hello. 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 Vikram, can you hear me? Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, sir, you're audible. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So,
Is my screen visible as well?
yeah, the picture again.
Okay.
Picture are okay.
So, Vikram, all okay?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. 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 So both pictures are coming. Yeah. Right.
So, I log off now, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So basically I have to look here. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP 100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP 100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. It's on high!
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP 100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP 100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their car's high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP 100, 100-octane premium petrol.
This one. Hello, hello, hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you just settle down? Please occupy your seats. Thank you. Could you just settle in? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the Sportstar's North-East Conclave. I'm KC Vijaykumar, sports editor of The Hindu, and I'm your host for the afternoon. Sportstar is a heritage brand, a magazine which most of us are extremely fond of. And I'm sure most of us in this room have a Sportstar story to say. I mean, about hunting for a special magazine, buying it and keeping it in the room, or taking a center spread and putting it on the walls. And we're very happy to be here in Northeast and to do this conclave, which will dwell upon a wide range of issues and also discuss ideas about how to boost sport in this sector. Right now, I'll call upon Ayon Sengupta, editor Sportstar, to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, Ayon.
Thanks, Vijay. I would like to welcome all of you to the first ever Sportstar NorthEast Sports Conclave. I can see athletes, coaches, and also some top sports administrators here with us today. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank all of you for your presence and also for your continued effort to take Indian sports to greater heights. A few more will join us virtually, as has been the practice in the new normal of our world, still recovering from the pandemic. 2021 has been a great year for Indian sports, as we saw the emergence of world-class sporting talents from every corner of the country. The historic medal haul at the Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics have signaled to the world India's emergence as a serious player in the world of sports. Now, we are medal and podium contenders at the world stage and not mere participants. The encouragement and support from the union government, state governments, and corporates have made this dream a reality. India's Northeast has been at the forefront of producing such champions, and 3 of the country's Olympic medal winners in 2021, Mirabai Chanu, Lovlina Borgohai, and Neelkant Sharma, hail from this region. I would like to thank all of them for making us proud, and I wish them most success in the coming years. The Northeast has produced other iconic sporting stars in different disciplines like boxing, weightlifting, football, gymnastics, athletics, and archery. Assam's very own Bhogeswar Barua, a gold medal winner in 800 meters at the 1966 Asian Games, was one of India's early champions at the world stage. Since then, boxers MC Maricom, Lovlina, Sarita Devi, Shiva Thapa, weightlifters Mirabai Chanu, Kunjarani Devi, footballers Baichung Bhutia, Renedy Singh, and many more, gymnast Deepa Karmakar, archer Torundeep Rai, Kothajit Singh, Lalrem Sai in hockey are some of the elite athletes from the region who have done the country proud at the international level. And we will hear from quite a few of them later in the day. We, however, believe the region is yet to realize its true potential as the sporting powerhouse of the country and also possibly the world. The unique topography and other local factors make it difficult to identify and nurture talent and provide the right infrastructure to budding athletes. In this first ever Sportstar NorthEast Conclave, a first of many, we would like to hear from all of you about your views and plans for the upliftment of sports. We at Sportstar have moved away from our role as dispassionate voyeurs of sports to active participants. We want to use our 40+ years of legacy to start conversations about the betterment of Indian sport, conversations that will lead to actions. In this regard, we are fortunate to later hear from the Honourable Chief Minister of Assam, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma, a sports lover himself, about his vision for sports in the region. I believe all of us together, representatives of state governments, sports administrators, coaches, former and current players, and the media can brainstorm and understand the current sporting ecosystem in this part of India throughout the course of the day. We hope this conversation will also help in further improving the system and help Northeast claim its legitimate place as the breeding ground of future champions for every sport. The Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting and Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Anurag Thakur, who is setting fitness goals for all of us every day with his impromptu spontaneous skipping tricks, volleyball and cricket games, will also address us virtually and take your questions about the Union government and the Honourable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision to make India play, or Khelo India as we call it, and also about his ministry's specific plans for the region. I'm looking forward to a fruitful day of dialogues with all of you, and I'm confident together we can make India a sporting nation to be reckoned with. Thank you so much for being here. I would also like to thank my colleagues in editorial, events, and advertising teams in The Hindu and Sportstar. Without their tireless, sleepless nights, this endeavor wouldn't have been possible. Finally, a big shout to our supporters, Indian Oil, Corporation Limited, Director of Information and Public Relations, Assam, LIC of India, and SBI. You have been long patrons of sports, and I hope we will continue to have your support. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a request. Could you just please put your phones in silent? Thanks, Zion, for opening the innings and for setting up a nice template for what is bound to be an engrossing afternoon. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is a discussion on North-East sports and infrastructure, a vital discussion. It will feature Mr. Robert Ramavia Royte, Mizoram Sports Minister, Lasing Ming Savian, President, Meghalaya Football Association and Vice President, AIFF, Abu Mehta, Associate Vice President, AFI, and Secretary General, Nagaland Olympic Association. And we are also expecting Mr. Pabitra Margarita, Member, Secretary State Advisory Board for Youth Services and Students, Assam, to also join us shortly. The discussion will be moderated by the Hindu's Calcutta correspondent, Amitabh Das Sharma, and the Hindu's Northeast correspondent, Rahul Karmakar. Please come to the stage, gentlemen. Over to you, Amitabh and Rahul.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Amitabh Das Sharma, and I have with me my colleague Rahul Karmakar. We have a very illustrious company here with ministers, entrepreneurs, and the heads of sports bodies. So we will be asking questions about to them, and we will try to look into how Northeast is and Northeast should be in terms of infrastructure. So, sir, I will start with Mr. Robert Royte, who is the sports minister of Mizoram. He's an entrepreneur, and he's also the owner of Aizawl FC Club. So, Mr. Royte, what do you think about the infrastructure of your state in respect to the infrastructure in Northeast, what it is and what it should be?
Thank you very much. At the outset, I would say that the demand supply, you see, there is still a very wide gap between the demand for and supply of sport infrastructure in the state of Mizoram. And the same may be true with other states of Northeast India also. We have to see the existence of sports infrastructures in such a manner that how high is the demand for it. So this is the point in which the point that comparison between the mainland states and states like Mizoram and other Northeast states need to be made very cautiously and properly. When I met the union ministers in the year 2000, he told me, really surprised me, that sports stadiums, football grounds are lying unused in many parts of India. So why you demand some more fields for Mizoram? But my answer to him was, in order to have chance for playing football in AstroTurf football ground, in the case of Mizoram, one has to wait for sometime 15 days, sometime, you see, more than 15 days also. Such is the demand for the infrastructure in the case of Mizoram. Well, in some mainland states, football fields are lying unutilized. So in view of the high demand and high level of participation of players and the young children in football and other sports, I should say that the gap is still very, very wide in infrastructure in the state of Mizoram.
So, Mr. Roite, Mizoram has some of the loveliest football fields in the country. But do you think Mizoram has focused too much on football and not on other sports? And this is one question. And then when you talk of infrastructure, there are so many other things that come in. Aizawl has quite a lot of good hotels. Aizawl has an airport, and the railway head is also coming up.
Yes.
But then it has a problem of terrain. So I believe the Assam Rifles would be shifting,
Yes.
right? So there's a huge area that you already have a football turf there. So the rest of this, so do you have certain things in plan?
Yes, we have a plan to establish 24 AstroTurf football ground within these 2 years. In fact, 4 have been newly completed, and the remaining 10 are already started. And others remaining, we have already got financial sanction, and others will also be started very soon. But still, we are in need of more AstroTurf football ground. Coming to the AR ground, AR football ground, it is, you see, located in the heart of the city, and it is said to be the, you see, the icon of the Mizo football, because there in the Lamwal Assam Rifle ground, long before the Indian independence, football was played under the guidance of the Britishers, and from there, footballing started in Mizoram. So we have a plan to develop this iconic Lamwal football ground after the Assam Rifle, you see, Assam Rifle is shifted to another location. You see, the new site of Assam Rifle is under completion now. And in my last visit to Delhi, that is yesterday only, I had a discussion with Home Ministry officials also for the early transfer and early shifting of the Assam Rifle. And they replied me in a very positive note. So once the Assam Rifle is shifted, a very good and state-of-the-art stadium will come up in the same location. And as I told you, we have a plan and we have a budget for 24 more football grounds spread out even in the interior and remote areas. And once all these are completed, I think Mizoram will have better results and better performance at the regional and national level, and even international level as well.
But I will come back to you again. But
regarding football, your point is very good. You see, I've been known for football, and when I became Minister of Sport, some other sports disciplines were all a little bit afraid that Mr. Robert may be concentrated on football only, and other discipline may be neglected. But that is not the case. You see, I've been, you see, trying my level best for promotion of other sports as well, not leaving football.
Hockey should be one.
Yeah, hockey should be one. And you see, we have already decided to form a task force for hockey on the initiation and on the you see, request of the Hockey Association, Hockey Federation of India. And I'm sure that big change will happen in hockey also. I would also like to tell the gathering that the under Khelo India hockey, this district center of hockey has been granted for Mizoram along with football. So you see, only 7 states have been selected for location of Khelo India district centers, and Mizoram was also selected. So we have started Khelo India district center in Konpui, Kolosip district, and Khelo India football center at Kolosip very recently. I'm sure that this support from government of India will have, you see, huge impact in the near future. So my point is, as a government and as an individual also, I've been giving due focus and due importance to all the disciplines. And you see, weightlifting also, Mizoram is doing very well. The first Indian Olympic champion is from Mizo, Jeremy Norinunga, but it is at the youth level. He is the first Indian to be the gold medalist in Youth Olympics. And the first WBC world champion in the youth sector is also a Mizo, very recently, Norinunga, and you see, in the professional football. And the first IBA champion at the intercontinental level is also a Mizo in professional boxing. I give due focus on professional boxing because I have keen interest in professional boxing because Mizos can do it, and they have already proved. As many as 9 Mizo boxers have registered under professional boxing. And tomorrow in the evening, there will be IBA title fight in Aizawl. You can view from the PPV, and that will be the second of its kind the second of title fight in the soil of Mizoram. So we are planning to join Las Vegas with Mizoram through boxing. Okay.
That's quite inspiring. I'll just move on to Mr. Abu Mehta. You are the Secretary General of Nagaland Olympic Association. You are the Associate Vice President of AFI. So the 3 Olympic medals coming to Northeast. So how does it inspire you all to go ahead with your plans of promoting sports, and how do you plan to do it?
I think the 3 medals are just the tip of the iceberg. There's enormous amount of potential, talent, that goes without saying. But coming to the main subject of infrastructure, we really have enormous amount of deficits in infrastructure. Today, sports, as we know, is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it is a professional sector. And the Northeast has tremendous amount of talent to produce champions for the country at the international level. But that potential has to be supported by infrastructure. And when we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about state-of-the-art infrastructure. The margins are very fine. You cannot compromise infrastructure with substandard infrastructure and hope to produce champions for tomorrow. The sports administrators of the country, the government of India, policy makers, policy implementers must understand that you cannot compromise on the quality of infrastructure. And when we're talking about infrastructure, we're not only talking about physical infrastructure in stadiums and fitness centers and centers of excellence or high performance academies, but we are also talking about infrastructure of human resource. Sports has to be approached as a science today. Sports engineering, sports medicine, video analysis, health and conditioning, strengthening, all these aspects must come together and form an infrastructure and an ecosystem that gives state-of-the-art modern technology to young sports persons so that they become champions tomorrow. And here, the government of India must change its policy of funding infrastructure in the Northeast. We all know that the Northeast has limited resources. There's funds crunch. So we have to understand that, and government of India must change its policy and fund sports projects in the Northeast, because sports projects are right now supported mostly by state funds or loans and external support. Government of India must change, at least in the Northeast, create quality infrastructure. Then we'll have these champions coming in every day. Without this infrastructure, without quality human resource support to these sportsmen, we're still producing Olympic and world champions. Once you give them quality, state-of-the-art infrastructure, I'm telling you, the sky's the limit. We are going to produce champions one after the other. And another important thing we need to keep in mind, I want to emphasize this, is that you see states like Nagaland, Arunachal, Manipur, we are struggling with so many aspects. And one of the biggest challenges, my friend Rahul knows, is insurgency. And sports is one area we can bring our youth to the mainstream. There are places in Nagaland, you go to the far corners of Nagaland, when Janagana is played, people don't know that they're supposed to stand. But when Dhoni hits a 6 or helicopters a 6 or Virat Kohli square cuts a 4, every kid jumps from their seat and they support the Tiranga. So here, the sports fraternity of the country, the sports administrators must understand that this is a platform to bring the Northeast, young people of the Northeast into the mainstream. This sort of approach should be taken.
We often associate the livelihood factor with sports in Northeast. So how can it help in making sports more important in the region?
You see, today, as I said, sports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. There are gainful, dozens and hundreds of.
Mr. Pavitra Margarita has come. Please.
Thanks for coming, sir. Please join us.
So as I was saying, sports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. There are dozens and hundreds of gainful careers to be made in this area. And our kids, children from the Northeast, we can't let them miss the bus. We have to give them these opportunities. For example, today, kids playing cricket for Nagaland in the BCCI matches, a Ranji Trophy match, our cricketers are getting paid 1,60,000 per match. So today, cricket is appealing to parents, to teachers across the state. These type of opportunities have to be created in other disciplines also. Nagaland has so far, unfortunately, produced just 2 Olympians. And our infrastructure is perhaps the weakest amongst all Northeastern states. But as I said earlier, there's enormous amount of potential. Once you give them the support, we are capable of producing champions, not just in 1-2 disciplines, but across the board. I mean, Mizoram is a typical example, I think. Who thought that Mizoram will produce Olympians in hockey? But once you give them the support, I'm telling you, there's no such, I don't believe in this theory that Northeastern sports persons are good in this sport, that sport. I think we can produce champions across the board.
So Mehta, just ask you one thing. Nagaland has done remarkably well with the music task force. So you have similar plans for sports? Yes.
Yeah, Rahul, I would agree with you. I think the music task force, now renamed as the Task Force on Music and Arts, is doing exceptionally well at the national and international level. In fact, only last week, I was in Mizoram interacting with the Mizoram Youth Commission, how to produce music and arts in Mizoram. I have also suggested, to the government of Nagaland to set up a task force to approach development and promotion of sports in a similar manner. I hope the people in the positions of power will understand that concept, because we have to overcome the challenges of red tape, and we have to promote sports and the mission mode and understand the ground realities. The babus and the netas in Delhi must know the problems in the far regions of the country. One model fits all will not do. That is why, as Rahul had said, I have also suggested a task force in Nagaland so that we take a local approach, we understand the local dynamics and start promoting sports.
I'll move on to Mr. Raj Singh Ming. Mr. Ming, as an entrepreneur and also the Football Federation of Meghalaya's, the boss of the Meghalaya Football Association boss. So what are the changes you have brought in? Yes, also the owner of Shillong Lajong FC. Yeah. You have put in a lot of your infrastructure in development of academies, footballers. How is it fashioned, and what are your plans about that? If you can talk to us on this aspect.
Yes. Good morning to everyone, and good afternoon rather. And yes, to answer your question, I think even in Meghalaya, there was a deficit of infrastructure as far as football was concerned. It was only in the late, basically end of 2009 when Lajong qualified. And after that, there was, when the National League and the I-League finally came into the Northeast and we had these matches that had to be played in Shillong, that, there was a kind of a consciousness towards improvement of sports infrastructure. So in that sense, we were lucky because immediately at that point of time, actually the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium till 2009, though it was in existence for about 20 years, was never really used for sports. In fact, the pitch was absolutely not in a condition to play. It was used for everything else but football or sports for that matter. So there were rock concerts, there were music concerts, there were various other congregations, political rallies, but nothing to do with sports. But luckily, once the I-League came in, in order to fulfill the criteria for participation, where infrastructure is an important point, the government immediately put a lot of onus and focus. And within a span of 2 years, there was a huge upgradation towards the stadium. Initially, they started with grass, realized that grass was not going to work. Then the artificial turf came in, the floodlights came in, and thereafter the other infrastructural upgrades. Subsequently, at that point of time, FIFA had a scheme called the Win in India with India scheme, which was basically, so the first intervention that FIFA did in Indian football was in late 2010, 9-10, when they decided that as part of the Win in India with India scheme, they brought in an outlay of about initially first phase 5 artificial grounds. And luckily, that coincided with the time when Shillong was an I-League venue. So out of the 5, 2 grounds came into the Northeast. One went to Manipur. Manipur, in accord of the fact that of the historical contribution to football, plus they were part of a FIFA goal scheme already. And Shillong was lucky to have the artificial ground. So these were the 2 first artificial grounds that came into the Northeast. And they came in actually through a FIFA funding project. And that was, I think the one that was launched in Shillong was only in 2011. And of course, subsequently, Meghalaya, as currently, has about 5 artificial grounds. There are another 2 being made, which will take it to 7. But the good news for football at this point of time, since you're asking football, I'll stick to the football infrastructure, is that there is a football-only stadium being built at Tura as well. It's a PA Sangma Stadium, and it's a football-only stadium. Yes, so that's coming up. It's being built and it should be ready by the second half of next year. Also, the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium is also being fully upgraded further. And there's a scheme to now remove the artificial turf from there and bring in natural grass. The Shillong Sports Association ground will have the artificial turf so that all the local matches, the developments will happen there. But the JN Stadium will be kept ready for, let's say, international level matches and say even an opportunity for ISL to happen, because there is a precondition that it should be in natural grounds. So there is a sanction of about 34 crores for the upgradation of Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Shillong. And in fact, works are going to start from next month. The PA Sangma is an integrated stadium where there's an indoor stadium, multi-purpose, and the football-only stadium. The entire outlay for that is about 124 crores. And besides that, there is a third stadium for football coming up in a place close between Shillong and Juwai, in a place called Wayajer. And that is also a football stadium, and with an outlay of about 30 crores. So in that sense, luckily spurred by the kind of popularity that football has, government has also taken a lot of interest, and I think in the next 2 to 3 years we will see some quite good infrastructure in terms of football infrastructure is concerned. And here, of course, I would like to add that I mentioned that the first artificial grounds came into India, or rather in the Northeast, in 2011. And prior to that, there was only one artificial turf in the entire country, which was the Chogle ground in Goa. So I'm talking about 10 years back. And in 2021, We have our sports minister here talking about 24 grounds going to be made in the next few years. And also, I'd like to add that immediately after Meghalaya and Manipur came forward with the artificial turfs, I think in the span of between 2013 and 18, Mizoram came up with 10 turfs. So that is the speed at which development has happened in the Northeast in terms of infrastructure. And also, I think Nagaland has one artificial turf and a few more coming up. So in that sense, there is some, and even Arunachal. Arunachal has also got, I think, 2 turfs that have already come up. So in the last 10 years, if you look at it from a decadal growth perspective, it has been encouraging, no doubt. Relatively, infrastructure is improving. But yes, I hope that all states will take up what our sports minister here has said. He's put a huge target, and the numbers that he's talking about are, numbers that will really take football in Mizoram even further. And as we know that in India, if Indian football has to move forward, Northeast has to contribute even more because it's a powerhouse for Indian football, and in that sense, Mizoram, Manipur, and the other northeastern states are also, big contributors. So let's hope that there is further development in that sphere.
Yes, sir. We keep hearing about northeast states coming together to share their resources more often. So is there any kind of partnership working that way, or are you looking towards any kind of this connection between the states to better the infrastructure?
Yes, I think that's a good question. I mean, there is no official partnership as of now. As far as the Northeastern Football Associations are concerned, we have a organization, for NEFDC, which is basically all the associations getting together and at least to try and work in cohesion. But the interesting thing is that luckily, thanks to, perhaps better communication, transport, there is a better understanding, at least I'll speak from the footballing perspective, amongst the different Northeastern states. For example, our sports minister here, we've known him for a long time, even before he was a sports minister, because he was also a promoter of football. And the secretary of the Mizoram Football Association, who has been the man behind the growth of football in Mizoram the last decade, is also here. So we've been integrating. Mr. Abu Mehta is also a personal friend. So in that sense, we all share ideas, we all share our thoughts, and we, trying to look towards, sharing ideas, sharing what each state is doing. And yes, but your point is a valid one. Hopefully, perhaps going forward, there should be better structures towards creating better cohesive work.
Like where focus is on football, right? What about individual sports? Because when we grew up, so we always found, because I have also bet a few times, you have this thing called tir, yes, which is legal gambling. Yes. And every villagers, they start, their sports activities with arrows, bows and arrows. So why can't Meghalaya have archers?
No, that's a valid question. So to answer your question, since I answered it very specifically in terms of what is the development happening in Meghalaya in terms of football, but also, as I mentioned, with the football stadium, there's an integrated indoor stadium, which is basically going to have all different indoor sports. So from basketball to badminton, to swimming, to about 5-6 multiple sports are also being built. And these are state-of-the-art developments. In fact, even in the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, behind the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, there's a 99 crore multi-purpose indoor hall that's coming up. So as we speak today, in Meghalaya alone, there is an outlay of over 300 crores 300 crores have been put specifically dedicated towards sporting infrastructure. Of course, a lot of this has been fueled by the fact that the national games are due to be held in Meghalaya. But even despite the COVID pandemic, I think it's good to see that all these projects have been sanctioned, and work for half of them have already started, and the remaining half are to begin in the next couple of months. So I can safely say, to answer your question, that in about 24 to 30 months from now, we will have state-of-the-art infrastructure for multiple sports. So once, as we correctly mentioned earlier, some of the co-panelists have mentioned that the fundamental for the development of any sport is actually infrastructure. Now, if you don't have the infrastructure, how do you, provide the platform for development? So that is also happening in Meghalaya. And once this infrastructure is up, I'm sure that the other sports will also get their due share. I mean, it's everyone's aware of the fact that, if you look at the case of Manipur, it's only after they hosted the national games way back in the late 90s, was 97 or 98, 90, around the late 90s, that it was in the subsequent 10 years that the medal tally of Manipur jumped, 2x, 3x. So it was due to the national games being held there. National games being held there meant infrastructure came up. And once the infrastructure was there, it was suitably utilized. And similarly, I'm sure if you look at Assam, perhaps the medal tally started also improving after the 2007 national games. So yes, in that sense, yes, infrastructure is slowly but steadily coming up as far as Meghalaya is concerned, I can say.
Sir, I'd like to put a question to you as how is Assam really looking at developing infrastructure, and what are the plans ahead for Assam?
So like our neighboring states, we are also focusing mainly in two tracks. One is to discover, to nurture the talents, and parallelly to improve the infrastructure. And I'm very glad to inform you, the recent budget, we have earmarked and sanctioned to 1,000 crore for infrastructure development of sports. And we have already, it's in the pipeline. We have already decided to started work for 52 stadia across the state, 52 stadia, 2 sport complexes, and one sports university is already working now. In 2018, we started the first sports university. So in terms of infrastructure, I'm repeating the 52 stadia and 100 open air gymnasium we are constructing. So works are going on. So for the infrastructure, we have earmarked 1,000 crore, and sports university is there, and we are giving full support to all the associations related to sports, the financial assistance and others, infrastructure or day-to-day work for their day-to-day work and activities. We have earmarked some budget. So we are focusing on the 2 lines. One is to discover, to nurture, to the talents, and parallelly the infrastructure. So our present chief minister, he himself is associated with sports for decades, and he has given stress and prime focus on infrastructure development. And we hope that in no time we will be having numbers of stadia and sports complexes. So main thing is budget. So 1,000 crore is, I think, for a state like Assam, it's a good one. And I think under the stewardship of our Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma and our Honourable Sports Minister, we are marching forward to it a good infrastructure.
I am sure that if 1,000 crore is translated into medals.
Yeah, definitely. As he has said that.
Flying very high.
And he has already said that along with our talents, we must have our infrastructure, and that's why there are 2 focus points. One is to discover and nurture the talents, and parallelly to develop the infrastructure. So 2 focus points are there, and it is marching forward, I think. Thank you.
So, Margarita, sir, when you are talking about 52 stadia, I believe most of them are in the rural areas because the real talent are from those areas, right? Because as we see earlier in the Northeast, the focus has always been very capital centric. So when we had the national games in 2007, everything was around in and around.
And for organizing an event like national games, definitely it should be city centric because of the other related things. But yes, you are right that talents are there in the rural and suburban areas. That is why almost all the stadiums are not only confined to the cities or the district headquarters. It is spread over nooks and corners of the state, especially the rural areas, the tea garden areas where our archers are there, footballers are there. We are, it's a very, we are distributing the infrastructure things in a very balanced manner to suburban areas, urban areas, as well as remote places. You're right.
Sir, my question is to everyone, like anyone can answer it and everyone should answer it. The thing is that we are looking at diverse size in terms of geographical terms, shape, size, and the population. So how do you basically, do you have any plans to like bring them together and make a kind of holistic approach to development in sports? Is there any kind of that we are looking at diverse geographical shape and size of the states and also population? Some have bigger population, some have lesser population. All the neighboring states in Northeast region. So will it be better to have them together in a different way, coordinated way, to have
no the geographical this locations or some remote places, the population? I don't think it will be a major factor to discover or to show someone's talent, because the sports authorities there, so many sports organizations are there, so many socio-cultural organizations there. Their duty is to discover the talents and to bring to the proper platform. I don't think that this geographical things and the population aspects will just do any hamper for showing someone's talent.
Yeah, so see, actually, the most important thing as far as development of sports is concerned is that we need early intervention. And when we say early intervention means we're talking about, it's actually the development of sports, human resource development in the sphere of education, and the development of sports is actually the same, the principles are the same. It requires early intervention. So you have to send a child to school at the age of 4 or 5. Similarly, if we are to grow sports in this country, we need to engage with children from the age of 4 or 5 onwards. They need to be playing physical activities. So that is essentially the most important point. And the reason why I say that is that there's a science behind that. And it's this same science that even the All India Football Federation has now lately kind of recognized. And when I say that, it means that basically human beings, to scientifically explain, from the age of 4 to 12, we produce lipid-like profile substance that coats the sensory system of the entire central nervous system. So what happens is that as human beings, as kids, we are like sponges. So our motor skills, our sensory skills, everything that we imbibe is actually from the age of 4 to 12. So it is at this critical phase that kids need to be, exposed to regular sporting activities. And that is why the All India Football Federation has come up with the concept of the baby leagues. Because it is the baby leagues, and the concept of the baby leagues is that give a platform to children to play. They don't need, it's not about winning or losing. It's just that every week, at least for an average of 30 to 35 weeks in a year, every Saturday, every Friday, whatever it is, if they can play competitive matches, that alone will help them improve their skills as well as their physicality, and help them develop. And it's only after they're 13, 14 onwards that the really talented ones are to then be picked up and taken to the academies. So that's where your question on geographical thing, it's like education. You can give your schools in the rural areas. You can't say the schools only have to be in Guwahati, no, or Assam, or Shillong, or Kohima. Schools are supposed to be everywhere. But if you're talking about an IIT, if you're talking about a center of higher excellence in terms of education, it will be centralized so that the really, really talented, the ones who are going to play for state, play for nation, go into the international levels, are then taken to the center of excellences. So what has happened in sport in India by and large, and football also in particular, is that kids have been selected at the age of 15, 16 and developed. But if you look at the history in terms of the actual development from the age of 5 to 14, no one really knows. The child has just grown on his own, and he's never had the opportunity to, play active football on a regular basis. or play any sports for that matter. So I think the really important thing here is to create a culture for sporting engagement for children from the age of 4 to 12. And once they start playing, whether it's football, if you play a baby league every day, you will improve your motor skills, you will improve your athleticism, your eye-hand coordination will improve. It doesn't necessarily mean that that child is being trained only for football. Tomorrow, the same child could be a boxer, could be a weightlifter, could be, an archer, or for that matter, let's put it, he'll be a good team player, even in any sphere in life. It could be the corporate sphere, it could be the political sphere, it could be the medical sphere. So that is something that I would perhaps personally really subscribe to. And we need to create the sporting culture. So once we create a sporting culture where we marry perhaps through the educational systems or the communities to make this a regular affair of allowing kids to play on a week-to-week basis, then we will see the real development of talent happen. And for that, at the primary level, at the lower level, it should be right. Everyone should be allowed to play even in their own backyards. That means in the villages, towns, wherever they're based. It's only after 14 that the really brighter ones will be then taken to the central centers of excellences.
Yeah, let me touch upon National Education Policy 2020 in the light of Minga's points. You see, we have a new National Education Policy 2020, wherein sports has been given due focus like other developed countries. And if I'm not mistaken, as many as 17 times the word sports is there in the policy document of the education policy, while mathematics is only 7. And you see, if you go by the spirit, the letter and spirit of the national education policy, each and every child is expected to have physical activity in a prescribed period of time. And sports is no longer a co-curricular activity. It has become a curricular activity. It is exactly like the mathematics or science. And without sports, no one can promote to higher class, like English and other compulsory subjects. And such being the case, the challenge for creation of infrastructure have become much more, because every school needs to have a sporting facility. And if all schools could not be provided, at least at the complex level, sporting facilities should be there. That is the spirit of the national education policy. As a sport minister, it would be a big burden to provide all the required infrastructure amidst, as my friend Abu Mehta has just mentioned, amidst the very, very restrained policy at the government of India level. In fact, I think I should say in this platform that Ministry of Donor and NEC are used to be the main sources of funding till 2018. But in the year 2018, the new scheme in place of NLCPR was formed and formulated, and there, unfortunately, sports was omitted from its core area, from its trust area. So also is the case with all the schemes of NEC. We are often talking about North-East, and we are talking about the potentiality of North-East for sports, and some used to say that North-East is the pride of Indian nations for sports. But the very 8 states of North-East have been debarred from funding for under NEC scheme of Ministry of Donor, and also our very own NEC scheme. It's very unfortunate, and it's a big blunder, I should say, on the part of the policymakers. And I think we should all raise up and join hands to impress upon the donor ministry. That is very much there for us, and also of the NEC and other authorities, to revise the scheme which debar creation of sports infrastructure from the scheme. And also, you see, coming back to the national education policy, it is rightly said that dirty boys after school are much better than clean boys after school. That is the spirit of national education policy, because the children are supposed to play in the school during the school hours, not after the school. Of course, they can play after the school hour also, but they are expected to play and to participate in the physical activities during school hours. Such is the case in the USA, Germany, Sweden, and all the developed countries. Since 100 years ago. So, in order to make the sports inclusive, schools may be the best, you see, venues, the best institute to start with. And there is one for philosophy that I learned from USA. I had a short training in USA some time back. And you see, they are following the geometrical theory that the larger the, in a given degree, the larger the base, the higher the vertex. That is a geometrical theory. If the base is large, in a given 45 degree, the vertex will be high. If participation for sports at the grassroots level or at the community level is, the base is vast, the vertex will certainly be high. So if we are to reach the gold medals at the Olympic levels, we need to widen our base so that vertex will be high. So here's the national education policy.
So we need to wrap up. We are running out of time. So quick word from Mr. Mehta on this aspect, and Mr. Margarita also.
Yeah, you see, as I said earlier, and as my co-panelists had also highlighted, there are two aspects. One is game development and one is infrastructure. We got to put the infrastructure in place, and we cannot compromise on the quality of infrastructure. State-of-the-art infrastructure must come. Then you talk about identifying talent through a game development program. That is the thing. And as Mr. Ming had said, we need to create an ecosystem of sports culture, which should start from the young educational system right up to veterans and elders. You should have the baby leagues, the sports leagues, the football leagues in every sports happening. Then you create an ecosystem and a sports culture where you just have a system that is on autopilot. Infrastructure, as I said earlier, is also about human resources. You must have the best human resources to groom this talent to make them champions. The Northeast, we are talking about the geographical aspect and the different aspects. I don't think we can do well in one or two disciplines. I think we can do well in all the disciplines. Today, the Northeast is giving champions in all disciplines: weightlifting, hockey, boxing, football. So once you give the support system, the much talked about, the sports bank that the Northeast is, it'll explode. As Mr. Reuter had said, Government of India must change its policy in supporting infrastructure in the Northeast. Perhaps bigger states like Assam have enough resources. You're talking about 1,000 crores for X number of stadiums across, dozens of districts. So they must support.
Let me intervene at this
Let me just finish what I'm saying. So they must support and create infrastructure in a weaker resource states like Nagaland. And then we can definitely contribute towards the mainstream. And I'm sure dozens and hundreds of champions will just come and do a nation proud and contribute towards the nation building process.
You see, to the surprise of sporting fraternity, the budget for Khelo India comes down from 3,000 crores to 9,000 crores very recently.
Yeah.
Such is the case. We are talking big, but our budget is coming down.
The two things, may I? Okay. So I don't know what's the reason behind budget curtail. Maybe because of the post-COVID scenario. In each and every heads, we have seen the curtailment of this budget. So I don't think that it does mean that something else, because post-COVID scenario, budget in each and every head is being curtailed.
And that cut was before
Yeah,
COVID.
you know it better than me. Anyways, in terms of Assam, I would like to add one thing that Assam is empowered by the integrated sports policy 2017-18. Actually, one state should have a very comprehensive and integrated sports policy. Luckily, our government has enacted one, and that covers everything from the support to the Olympic Association, to other allied associations, to budding talents, to infrastructure development, to reward to the medal winners. Each and every corners are being covered by the newly adopted sports policy 2017. So it is a power to our sports fraternity and sports world as a whole. So being a citizen of Assam, I should thank because of the comprehensive sports policy. And I don't know what are the other sources of government of India from which we can get the funds, like National Sports Development Fund is there, Khelo India Fund is there, and some other. There was a scheme, as I've heard, that one sport for one state, some specialized sports to be adopted by one state, and the specialized fund will be released by the central government. So the present modality of NEC, I don't know what's going on, but previously I was associated in the cultural wing, but we got a very good amount from the North-East Council. Although I'm new in this position of sports and youth welfare, but earlier I was associated with cultural wing of government of Assam, and I'm thankful to NEC and donor. They helped us a lot. I do hope that sports also, they will again revamp and they will energize us more. Thank you to everyone. So I joined lately and I'm sorry for that. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We had a very absorbing discussion on infrastructure, on the possibilities of growth in sports. So with that note, I will thank all our panelists, my colleague, for attending this. And we hope that things will be getting better in sports in the Northeast in future. Thank you so much.
Hello. 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 Vikram.
Thank you, gentlemen, for a truly engrossing discussion and for holding no punches, for speaking your mind, and for stating clearly that better infrastructure and better funds is the need of the hour in the Northeast India.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up, we have a virtual interaction with Mirabai Chanu, weightlifter, silver medalist from the Tokyo Olympics, and her coach, Vijay Sharma. It's a virtual conversation with our Calcutta sports correspondent, YB Sarangi. This is a new normal in the in the pandemic era where conversations happen in the digital format. Over to you, Sarangi. Our tech team is just getting Mirabai online. Ladies and gentlemen, could you just please settle down, please? Could you settle down, please? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Mirabai. We're just waiting for Mirabai to join. Just a few more minutes. Yeah, I think she's logged in. Yeah, it's fine. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Please. We can start? Yeah. Yeah, we'll start immediately. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Arangi. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Now we'll have a session with Mirabai Chanu and hopefully with a coach, Vijay Sharma, who did the country proud at the Tokyo Olympics on the opening day by winning a silver medal in weightlifting. So, we don't need to know too much. I mean, doesn't need introduction. I mean, she entered the Olympics as one of the favorites to win a medal, and after 20 years, we got a medal in weightlifting. After 2000 Sydney Olympics, where Karnam Malleswari was the first Indian to win a medal in weightlifting. Mirabai was the second Indian, and she's the first woman sportsperson to get a silver medal in an Olympics. So I think if we are connected to Mira, we can ask some questions and interact with her. Okay. या हेलो मीरा, कैसी हो?
हाय हाय सर, बढ़िया बढ़िया सर, ठीक हो?
आवाज आ रही है?
सॉरी लेटे। हाँ जी हाँ जी।
आवाज आ रही है आपको?
हाँ जी सर, आ रही है आवाज।
हाँ, अभी अभी हमें सुनाई नहीं दे रहा था, अभी आपकी आवाज भी आ रही है। तो कैसी हो? और वो
मैं ठीक हूँ सर, आप कैसे हो?
फर्स्ट क्लास। तो शुरू करते हैं। सबको तो मालूम है कि आपका जो स्ट्रगल था टोक्यो से पहले, काफी सारा बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स के थ्रू आप गुजर रही थी। तो हम वो जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि जो सबको नहीं मालूम है कि आपने जब मेडल जीता, फिर फर्स्ट टाइम जो आप अपने रूम में गई और फिर थोड़ा अपने साथ टाइम बिताया, तो वो मोमेंट कैसा था? क्या क्या कुछ आपके दिमाग में चल रहा था?
बहुत सारी सवाल, मतलब बहुत सारी कुछ सोचते हैं कि सबसे पहला ही मैंने मतलब इंडिया के लिए रिप्रेजेंट करना है मुझे, मतलब मैंने कंपटीशन सबसे पहला मेरा मेरी थी। तो बहुत सारी कुछ आती थी, क्या होने वाला है, क्या होगी इस बार, जब मैंने रियो में फेल हुआ था इसको कवर कर पाएगी या नहीं, वो बहुत सारी चीजों आती थी मन में, माइंड में। तो तब इंजुरी भी थोड़ा सा है, तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है क्या होने वाला है, ऐसा प्रेशर भी बहुत ज्यादा आई थी कि बहुत सारे लोग कि पूरा भारत की होप थी, उन्होंने मुझे मेरे ऊपर एक मेडल जरूर आएगी, ऐसा उन्होंने सब सोच के रखा है। तो उन सबको मैं कर पाऊंगी कि नहीं, ऐसा बहुत सारे सवाल आए हैं, प्रेशर भी थे बहुत ज्यादा। तो सिर्फ मैं यही सोचती हूँ कि हाँ, मैंने काफी सालों से मैंने सिर्फ इसी के लिए ही मैंने ट्रेनिंग किया है, इसी दिन को ही मैंने वेट करके आया है। तो जो भी हर दिन सर ने मुझे समझाया सिखाया, तो उसी को मैं पूरा करने के लिए मैं उसी में ही फोकस ज्यादा करती हूँ। पर प्रेशर तो बहुत ज्यादा होते हैं, सब लोग मेरे ऊपर होप किया है, तो उसको मुझे पूरा करने थे। जो सर की सपना है एक ओलंपिक में मेडल लेना, तो वो पूरा करने थी मुझे। तो बस मैं यही सोचती हूँ कि कल की दिन मुझे अच्छा से करना है, जो मैंने रोज उठा के आई थी ट्रेनिंग में, तो उसी को ही मैं अप्लाई करना है ऐसा। तो प्रेशर तो बहुत ज्यादा होते हैं सबके पास, हर प्लेयर्स के ऊपर प्रेशर तो होते ही है। तो बस मैंने यही सोचा था, मुझे अच्छा करना है कल, पूरा भारत के लिए और खुद के लिए भी और मेरा कोच के लिए भी।
नहीं, जब प्रेशर रिलीज हो गया, मेडल आ गया, फिर रूम में गई, तब अपने साथ बस एक अकेले क्या उस टाइम क्या दिमाग में चल रहा था?
वो तो बहुत सारी अच्छा अभी लगी थी, क्योंकि हमने 5 साल से हमने मेहनत किया था। तो जब मेडल लेने के बाद तो खुशी खुशी होती है, जो हमने मेहनत किया था उसको भूल के हम सेलिब्रेट करते हैं कि हमने मेहनत किया था जो इसी दिन के लिए। तो अभी मेडल, ओलंपिक में सिल्वर मेडल मिल गया है, तो बहुत ही खुशी, बहुत ही अच्छा होते है कि ऐसा हमने, हमारी जो सपना है, मेरा सपना है जो पूरा हो गया है पास। तो बहुत अच्छा हुआ और बहुत सारी कॉल्स आई मेरा पास, सबने बधाई दी, तो सुन के बहुत ही अच्छा लगती थी कि हाँ, मैंने कुछ इंडिया के लिए करके दिखाया है, तो ऐसा करके।
अभी रियो के बारे में थोड़ा याद आया, रियो कि चलो वो रियो का जो फेलियर था वो निकल गया।
जी जी जी, हाँ, ऐसा ही सोचे कि तो हाँ, रियो का जो मैंने फेल हुआ था, तो उसी से मैंने बहुत सारी कुछ सीखी है उनकी, हमने क्या क्या चेंज करना, क्या नहीं, वो सब मैंने सीखी थी रियो से। तो हाँ, जब मेडल लेने की टाइम, लेने की बात पे हाँ याद आए थे कि हाँ, मैंने रियो में भी वही सेम मतलब लिव किया हो तो मेडल थे। पर आज उसी की वजह से भी इस बार मैंने पूरा मेहनत करके मेडल भी ले पाई हूँ। तो हाँ, याद तो आते हैं, जो फेल हुआ था उसी दिन को ही याद करके आगे बढ़ते हैं।
राइट। और लाइफ कितना बदल गया है ओलंपिक मेडल लेने के बाद, आप कैसे एडजस्ट कर पाएंगे?
लाइफ लाइफ तो हाँ, ऐसा तो नहीं बोल सकती मैं पूरा बदल गई हूँ और सब, पर हाँ मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई, बहुत भारतवासी ने बहुत ही प्यार दिया है, बहुत सम्मान मिली है, तो ये मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा लगा। और पूरा भारतवासी मुझे पहचानने लगे, तो मुझे ये बहुत अच्छा लगा। पर सब पर ट्रेनिंग तो करना ही जरूरी है, तो मैं एडजस्ट कर लेती हूँ, सब कभी इंजॉय करती हूँ। मेरा ट्रेनिंग में भी मैं रेगुलर करके ये ऐसा मेंटेन कर लेती हूँ।
और एक बहुत दिलचस्प जो आया था पिक्चर की, आपने ट्रक ड्राइवर्स को जाके जो जिन्होंने आपको बच्चे जब बच्ची थी तो आपको हेल्प किया था, उनको आपने फेलिसिटेट किया, तो वो आइडिया आपको आया कैसे? और कोई कुछ आपने किया होगा किसी और के लिए ऐसा?
नहीं, ये पहले से मैं सोचा था कि मैं एक बार उन सब से मैं मिलने का मौका मिला, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा ऐसा। जब से मैंने इंटरनेशनल ऐसे बड़े कंपटीशन में जब मेडल लाना शुरू किया था, तब से मैंने ऐसा सोचा था कि एक बार मुझे जो मेरे जब से मैंने गेम शुरू किया है तब से जो जो मेरा साथ हेल्प दिया है, उन सबको मैं एक बार मिलने का ऐसा बहुत सोचा था मैंने, पर मेरे पास टाइम इतना नहीं हुई थी, मैं गेम में ही रहती थी, तो इसलिए मैं घर जाके सबको मिलने का टाइम इतना नहीं मिला। तो इस बार मुझे पूरा मौका मिल गई थी कि मैं पहले टोक्यो विलेज से ही मैंने मम्मी को, सब फैमिली को मैंने बोला था कि इस बार मुझे सबसे मिलना है। जो मैंने गेम शुरू किया था तब से उन्होंने बहुत ही ज्यादा सपोर्ट दिया है। जब से मेरा करियर बनाया है उनकी वजह से ही करियर बनाया है, अच्छा किया है। तो मुझे लगा था मैं एक बार उनसे मिल के उनसे आशीर्वाद लेती हूँ, और मैं थैंक्स भी बोलना चाहती थी उनकी। शुरू से ही उन्होंने टाइम से मेरा ट्रेनिंग को जो ड्रॉप करना, मतलब ट्रेनिंग सेंटर तक उन्होंने पहुंचाना, वो सब उनका बहुत ही सपोर्ट रहा। तो उन सबको मैं कभी नहीं भूल सकती थी, तो इसलिए मुझे ऐसा कहा था मैं एक बार उन सबसे मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ, और छोटा सा मेरी तरफ से मुझे कुछ उनसे बोलना या गिफ्ट जो भी हो तो मैं उसको करना चाहती थी। तो तब मैंने मम्मी को बोला, तो ऐसा ऐसा मुझे मिलूंगी, जब मैं आएगी तो सबको बुलाना है एक बार, पर मैं आशीर्वाद लेना है मुझे उन सबसे। इतना सपोर्ट दिया है उन्होंने, इतना टाइम से ट्रेनिंग कभी मिस नहीं करने दिया मैंने ट्रेनिंग को, तो उनकी वजह से मैंने आज यही तक पहुंच पाई हूँ। तो उन लोगों को मैं कभी नहीं भूल सकती।
बट इतने साल बाद आपने कैसे उनको खोजा, कैसे आइडेंटिफाई कैसे किया और फिर बुलाए?
वैसे हाँ, मम्मी ने बताया था कि हाँ दूर तो है वो लोग, मेरा गांव से थोड़ा सा दूर से ही लोग हैं, तो कोई मेरा भाई जो है बेस के उनको ढूंढना, और मेरा गांव की एक और भी थी, तो उन सब से बोल के हमने कहाँ कहाँ रहते हैं वो सब ढूंढ के हमको निकाले थे। उनकी कोविड की वजह से भी काफी लोग नहीं मिली, तो जो जो मिला है उन सबको किया था।
अच्छा, तो एक ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट होना वो एक रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की का भी बात होता है, तो आपके लिए एक कितना रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की बात है ये?
बहुत ज्यादा है मेरे पास रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, क्योंकि ये मेडल से ऐसा कोई कोई लोग या ऐसा होते हैं कि हाँ अभी खत्म हो गया, मैं मिल गई अभी बड़ा कंपटीशन में जाके मैं मेडल मिल गया, तो ऐसा मैं ट्रेनिंग में अब थोड़ा सा डाउन करूंगी, ऐसा मुझे नहीं होते। बहुत सारे आते हैं कि इस बार मेडल मैंने सिल्वर मिला है, तो आगे के लिए मुझे और भी ज्यादा अच्छा करना पड़ेगा, और करना भी है। वेट लिफ्टिंग को ऐसा ही बनाए अच्छे से रखना है, और भारत के लिए भी ऐसा करने का होते हैं, सोचते हैं कि और भी बड़ा करने के लिए, तो वही है मुझे इसी मेडल से आगे जाने के लिए, आगे और अच्छा करने के लिए सोचना पड़ते हैं, मतलब सोचती हूँ। तो बस वही है, एक मेडल से फिर नेक्स्ट का अच्छे से करने के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बहुत ज्यादा होते हैं। तो बस आगे आगे ऐसा एक मेडल से फिर नेक्स्ट का पावर मिलते हैं, मतलब।
आपने नेक्स्ट की बात की तो इतना सेलिब्रेशन हुआ, इतना डिस्ट्रैक्शन था ओलंपिक के बाद, तो उसके बाद कितना डिफिकल्ट था ट्रेनिंग में वापस आ पाना?
बहुत डिफिकल्ट हुई थी मेरे साथ। उनकी वेट लिफ्टिंग ऐसा चीज है, हाँ, हर गेम पे अलग अलग तो होते हैं, सबका मेहनत सब होते हैं, पर वेट लिफ्टिंग ऐसा चीज है कि एक दिन ट्रेनिंग नहीं मिस होने से हम कवर करने में बहुत मुश्किल होते हैं। तो मैंने 1 मंथ पूरा ट्रेनिंग से दूर रही, तो काफी मुश्किल हुई मुझे कवर करना, ये मसल वो सब फ्री हो गई थी पूरा। तो बहुत मुश्किल हुआ जब मैं ट्रेनिंग शुरू किया था। तो वैसे ही सबको पता है वेट लिफ्टिंग कैसा है, उनको तो डाइट में भी मसल वो सब मेंटेन करके रखना बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट होता है। तो थोड़ा मुझे भी दिक्कत हुई थी जब रेस करके फिर वापस ट्रेनिंग कम बैक करने में।
और एक चीज है कि अभी आपका नेक्स्ट टारगेट की बात आप कर रहे हैं, तो क्या क्या नेक्स्ट टारगेट्स क्या क्या हैं अभी?
अभी तो सबको पता है 2022 में कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स, एशियन गेम्स आने वाले हैं। बहुत कम टाइम है, तो अभी तो मैं पूरा फोकस कर रही हूँ एशियन गेम्स में, क्योंकि एशियन गेम्स में मेरा पहले से ही टारगेट रखी थी कि मुझे एशियन गेम्स में एक वेट लिफ्टिंग के लिए और इंडिया के लिए एक मेडल लेना चाहते थे। तो अभी के लिए मुझे एशियन गेम्स में ही फोकस हूँ।
तो आपने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप भी छोड़ दिया इस बार का, तो उसकी क्या वजह है?
हाँ, ऐसे मेरा बैक का जो इंजरी है, तो वो थोड़ा सा मुझे अभी फील होने लगे थे। तो उसके लिए मुझे लगा था कि वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप को ब्रेक करके मैं आगे जो आने वाले कंपटीशन है इसी के लिए मुझे तैयारी करना ठीक रहेगा। तो इसीलिए मैंने ये वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप को मैंने ब्रेक किया।
और मेरा और एक चीज है कि मणिपुर ने काफी सारे टॉप वुमेन वेट लिफ्टर्स दिया है देश को, और आपसे पहले भी एक जनरेशन थी, तो ये इसको एज एन ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट आप क्या सजेस्ट करते हैं कि कैसे इसको मणिपुर को और मे बी उसके आसपास जितने स्टेट्स हैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, वहां से टैलेंट कैसे पिक किया जाए और इसको आगे कैसे बढ़ाया जाए?
ये हाँ, सब बोलते हैं कि मणिपुर, हाँ, नॉर्थ ईस्ट से बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स अच्छा आते हैं। पर हाँ, पहले कभी, हाँ, वेट लिफ्टिंग में भी बहुत सारी सीनियर्स रही है। तो अपना मतलब जॉब की वजह से या फैसिलिटीज इतना नहीं अच्छा नहीं हुआ, तो इसकी वजह से भी कोई कोई लोग गेम से छोड़ देते हैं। तो वो सब अभी हाँ, पहले से तो अभी काफी अच्छा सपोर्ट मिला है। तो मुझे ये चाहते हैं कि मणिपुर में भी या नॉर्थ ईस्ट साइड में भी और भी प्लेयर्स अच्छा होने के लिए, अच्छा आने के लिए, कि अच्छा वाला हम फैसिलिटीज बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होते हैं। वैसे हर गांव में होते हैं, जब मानो मेरा गांव में भी कोई स्पोर्ट्स का फैसिलिटीज नहीं होती, तो ऐसे ही गांव में फैसिलिटी में स्टेडियम या इक्विपमेंट बहुत सारे ऐसा रखेगी, तो मुझे लगता है कि और भी ज्यादा नॉर्थ ईस्ट से अच्छा प्लेयर्स भी आएगी और इंडिया के लिए भी बहुत अच्छा भी होगी। तो वही अचीवमेंट या इक्विपमेंट फैसिलिटीज बहुत जरूरी होती है प्लेयर्स के लिए, अच्छा रहना और खाना, वो सब ट्रेनिंग सेंटर, वो सब, तो वो सब अच्छे से मिलेगी, तो जरूर और भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट से अच्छा प्लेयर्स जरूर निकल।
तो आपके मेडल लाने के बाद आपने कुछ देखा है कि आपके स्टेट में या आसपास के स्टेट्स में वेट लिफ्टिंग को लेके कोई ज्यादा एंथुसियाज्म हो और कुछ किया गया हो ये स्पोर्ट को बढ़ावा देने के लिए?
हाँ, अभी चल रहा है। मैंने भी बोला है कि मेरा गांव में भी ही एक स्टेडियम, ये स्पोर्ट्स का सेंटर एक बनाने के लिए, और जो भी हमारी मणिपुर में है पहले से और भी बढ़ाने के लिए भी मैंने बात हुई है। तो हाँ, काफी चेंज भी मिला है पहले से। तो ऐसे ही चेंज करते रहेगी तो होप और भी अच्छा होगा। तो मैं देख रहे हैं अभी थोड़ा सा, पर अभी देखते हैं और क्या होगे।
और आपको क्या लगता है कि जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन है इंडियन वेट लिफ्टिंग का, चाहे कहीं से भी हो, वो कितना अच्छा है, और हमें नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक्स में आप तो जाओगे ही गोल्ड के लिए, मुझे मालूम है। तो आपको छोड़ के और कोई है जो वहां तक पहुंच सकता है?
हाँ, अभी बहुत सारी वेट लिफ्टिंग में काफी पहले से अच्छा इम्प्रूव हुआ है। ऐसे लड़के में भी बहुत सारी इम्प्रूव हुआ है, मैंने देखा है। तो हाँ, मुझे भी लगता है कि अभी जनरेशन, मतलब यंग जनरेशन वो आ रहे वेट लिफ्टिंग में, यूथ जूनियर बच्चे काफी अच्छा हो रहे हैं। तो मुझे भी लगता है कि नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक तक तो जरूर हमारी वेट लिफ्टिंग के लिए भी हम पूरा होप कर रहे हैं कि एक दो तीन लड़की और दो तीन, हम मैक्सिमम 4-5 हम प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए हम पूरा होप रखा है। तो शायद हम अच्छा से सब करेंगे तो और हम पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं। काफी अभी प्लेयर्स भी बहुत अच्छा है, तो हम और भी मेहनत करेंगे।
ओके। और लेकिन इसके साथ और एक क्वेश्चन भी आता है कि वेट लिफ्टिंग अभी थ्रेट है कि ओलंपिक में जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव इशू की वजह से ओलंपिक में ना रहे हैं। तो एज एन एथलीट आपको कितना ये दुख देता है कि ऐसा सिचुएशन आया है और अनसर्टेनिटी है, तो आप क्या चाहते हो?
इसका बारे में मुझे इतना आइडिया तो नहीं है। हाँ, यही तो कहूंगी कि हाँ, ओलंपिक में ना रहे तो अच्छा तो नहीं होगी। सब प्लेयर्स को सोचते कि एक बार ओलंपिक में पार्टिसिपेट करना, ये बहुत सबको पसंद होते हैं, सबको होप सपना होते हैं, तो दुख तो लगेगी। पर मुझे अभी तक ये पता नहीं क्या होने वाला है, क्या होगी। तो देखते हैं आगे आगे क्या होगी।
तो पर्सनली एज एन आइकॉन मैं ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि आपकी आगे की क्या सोच है? लाइक आप जब खत्म कर लेंगे अपना करियर, तो क्या उससे पहले आपने कुछ सोचा है कि कुछ आपको ट्रेनिंग में, मतलब कोचिंग कराएंगी या कुछ अपना एकेडमी खोलेंगी, या क्या करना है?
हाँ हाँ, वो तो मैं भी जब मैंने ट्रेनिंग से छोड़ने के बाद ट्रेनिंग गेम्स को, हाँ, जो भी मैंने सीखा है, जो भी मैंने मतलब पता है वेट लिफ्टिंग के बारे में, और वो सब मुझे भी, हाँ, जरूर प्लेयर्स को मैं ट्रेन करूंगी, जरूर सिखाऊंगी। जो भी मैंने सीखा है, पता है, उसको जरूर मैं प्लेयर्स को सिखाना चाहती हूँ। और हाँ, मुझे भी मुझे भी लगते हैं कि हाँ, एकेडमीज एक रख के सारे प्लेयर्स को सिखाने के लिए मुझे भी, मेरा भी सपना है, मैं करूंगी भी। तो बस जो भी मैंने सीखा है उसको पूरा मैं ट्रेन करूंगी।
और मेरा ये लास्ट सवाल है, इसके बाद कुछ ऑडियंस क्वेश्चंस लेंगे। तो डोपिंग एक ऐसा इशू है जो सिर्फ इंडिया में नहीं बल्कि वर्ल्ड वाइड बड़ा थ्रेट है वेट लिफ्टिंग के लिए, और बड़ा खराब नाम ला रहा है। तो आप जो यंग लिफ्टर्स हैं उनके लिए आपका क्या मैसेज है?
हाँ, मैं यही बोलना चाहती हूँ कि जो भी आने वाले यंग प्लेयर्स है, तो सिर्फ मेहनत बहुत ज्यादा होते हैं। मेहनत, एक प्लेयर्स, एक चैंपियन, एक बड़ा सा प्लेटफॉर्म में पार्टिसिपेट कर जाने के लिए, तो सबसे करना चाहिए मेहनत और डिसिप्लिन और सेक्रीफाइस। ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है एक प्लेयर्स अच्छा प्लेयर्स होने के लिए। तो मुझे यही बोलते हैं, कहीं पर भी, कहीं स्टेट्स का भी जो भी स्पोर्ट्स कोई भी स्पोर्ट्स का जो प्लेयर्स यंग जो भी चाहती है तो उसमें जाके अच्छे से ट्रेनिंग कीजिए और भारत की नाम को और ऊपर करते रहिए। तो बस मेहनत ज्यादा कीजिए प्लीज।
और उसका मतलब आप ये बोल रहे हैं कि शॉर्टकट राइट वे नहीं है, आपको मेहनत
नहीं।
करके लंबा खींचना पड़ेगा सक्सेसफुल होने के लिए।
सक्सेसफुल होने के
ओके, तो अभी ऑडियंस में से कोई क्वेश्चन अगर पूछना चाहे तो हम ऑडियंस क्वेश्चन कोई?
Amitabh, can you just someone give a mic to him? Locally.
हेलो,
Yes, sir.
आवाज आ रहा है?
Yeah, sure.
या मुझे एक ही सवाल पूछना है कि जब आप आने के बाद तो पिज्जा वाला फोटो इतना छपा पूरा इंडिया में, वर्ल्ड में, और आप तो चीटिंग कर दिया आपका शेड्यूल से, तो अभी कभी कभी बीच में आपको मन करता है पिज्जा खाने के लिए, चुपचाप से खाते हैं क्या आप पिज्जा?
Audio.
आप अनम्यूट।
हाँ, जब से मैं ट्रेनिंग कंपटीशन से खत्म होके आई हूँ इंडिया, तब से मैं पिज्जा ही खा रही हूँ। तो कोई भी फ्रेंड्स या कोई भी आते हैं फैमिली की तो पिज्जा ही लेके आते हैं। तो अभी मैं ट्रेनिंग शुरू हो गया तो मैं इस सबको थोड़ा सा दूर फिर पहले जैसा ही मैं मेंटेन करना शुरू किया है। तो हाँ, 20-20 में सिटिंग डे होते हैं। तो मैंने सर के साथ जब खाते तो मैं सर को भी बोल के या सर के साथ मैं खाती हूँ। ऐसा होना भी चाहिए मंथ में 1 बार या 2 बार। तो चीट डे तो रखना है। क्योंकि जो मन को पसंद चीज है वो खाने के बाद ऐसा होता है ना, अच्छा लगता है। तो चीट डे मैं कभी कभी रखती हूँ, तो मैं खाती हूँ मंथ में 1 बार या 2 बार।
थोड़ा सा और एक इंस्पायरिंग वीडियो मैंने सोशल मीडिया पे सबने देखा था, तो आपने भी देखा होगा। एक छोटी सी बच्ची वो टीवी के सामने एक छोटा सा
हाँ।
तो वो उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, आपका क्या रिएक्शन?
हाँ, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा उनको देख के। सबसे मैं उनको शायद मैंने इंडिया जब से वापस आए थे उसी दिन ही मैंने देखा था, कोई मुझे शेयर किया था। तो मुझे वो देख के इतना अच्छा हुआ, इतना मतलब ऐसा लगा था कि हाँ, कोई वेट लिफ्टिंग पहले इतना लोग नहीं जानते थे, तो अभी यार सबको जाने लगी है, सबको पसंद होने लगी है। और खास लड़कियां को सब मना करती थी कि लड़की वेट लिफ्टिंग में नहीं जा सकती, नहीं कर सकती। तो वो वीडियो से भी बहुत सारी मोटिवेशन और सबको भी मैसेज दिया है कि सब कुछ कर सकते हैं हम लड़की। तो इतना छोटे से लड़की ने इतना मतलब बच्चे तो है पर इनका दिमाग या कर रही है क्या क्या करना है वो सब ना बड़ी जैसा उन्होंने समझ के किया था। तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा उनको देख के, पर मुझे भी बहुत पसंद आया था वो बच्चे को। तो बस वही सबको मैसेज भी दिया, हाँ लड़की कर सकते हैं। और इतना सारे लोग वेट लिफ्टिंग को भी पसंद किया है, तो हमारे लिए तो और मेरे लिए तो बहुत बड़ी बात है।
हेलो मीराबाई
जी।
आपका जो सक्सेस है ये तो पूरा इंडिया सेलिब्रेट कर रहा है, बहुत अच्छी बात है, बहुत बड़ा आपने अचीवमेंट किया है। लेकिन आपको क्या लगता है ये सक्सेस नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए कैसे स्पेशल है? ये तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट कॉन्क्लेव है, तो आपको क्या लगता है
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है नॉर्थ ईस्ट या ऐसा कोई भी नहीं है। हम ट्रेनिंग और गेम करते हैं भारत के लिए, तो पूरा इंडिया के लिए। तो मैं ऐसा कभी सोचते भी नहीं हूँ मैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट का हूँ, ये मैं मणिपुर के हूँ, जो भी काम है मैं मणिपुर की करूंगी, ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं है। हाँ, स्पेशल यही होगा कि पूरा भारत की लड़की लोग का जो गेम में इतना नहीं होती, तो उन सब के लिए तो बिल्कुल स्पेशल या कोई मैसेज ऐसा बिल्कुल हो सकते हैं कि हम लड़की कर सकते हैं, ओलंपिक में जाके मेडल ले सकते हैं। तो ये जरूर मैं सबको बताना चाहती हूँ, हम कर सकते हैं। पर नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए हाँ, पहले से भी अच्छा प्लेयर्स आते हैं, होते हैं, तो और भी आया तो इंडिया के लिए भी अच्छा है। और कहीं कहीं स्टेट, दूसरा स्टेट में भी और भी लड़कियां ऐसा होना चाहिए, मतलब करना चाहिए।
मीराबाई चानू, मैं अरुणाचल के है। मेरा एक आपसे सवाल है। सारा देश में यहाँ 200 यानी कि 272 डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो आइडेंटिफाइड ड्रग एफेक्टेड डिस्ट्रिक्ट लोग है इंडिया में, उसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट का सारा स्टेट इफेक्ट है ड्रग में। खास करके आपका मणिपुर में 8 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, अरुणाचल में 8 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है और असम में 8 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, यानी कि सारा नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्टेट में पूरा इफेक्टेड है। तो यूथ लोग उसमें ड्रग्स में जा रहे हैं, तो आप उनके लिए, नॉर्थ ईस्ट यूथ के लिए आप एज ए स्पोर्ट्स और इंटरनेशनल स्पोर्ट्स जो स्टेज में आ चुका है, आपका क्या मैसेज है इन यूथ लोग को?
हाँ, मैंने भी काफी सुना है ये ड्रग्स में यंग जनरेशन पास बॉयज में भी काफी ज्यादा है। अभी शायद लड़कियां में भी बहुत ज्यादा किया है, ड्रग्स में ज्यादा देख सब कुछ हुआ है। तो वो वो एग्जैक्ट मुझे इतना तो पता नहीं थी कैसा उन्होंने ड्रग लेना शुरू किया, वो सब तो पता नहीं। पर ये हमारी लाइफ को ये सब मतलब खत्म नहीं होना चाहिए ऐसा। हाँ, एंजॉय तो सबको करते हैं, तो पर ये ड्रग्स लेके एंजॉय करना ये तो बहुत ही गलत बात है। तो उससे अच्छा आपको जो भी पसंद है, कहीं पर भी जाने का, किसी में भी जाने का, स्पोर्ट्स के अलावा भी बहुत सारे कुछ होते हैं करने के लिए, सीखने के लिए। तो उन सब उधर ही जाके ऐसे ही घर का या अपना गांव के नाम और बढ़ने के लिए ऐसा कोशिश किया हो तो और भी अच्छा होगा। तो अभी जो भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट का या कोई भी असम या मिजोरम कोई भी जो ड्रग्स ले रही है, तो उसको प्लीज मेरी तरफ से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि आज से सबको सोच के, फैमिली के लिए और अपना गांव के लिए सोच के आप और भी नया जो भी पहले कर चुके हैं तो अभी चेंज कर सकते हैं। बहुत टाइम है आप लोग के पास, तो चेंज करके फिर नया अपना लाइफ को शुरू करने के लिए कोशिश कीजिए, तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। और सबको भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट कभी अपना फैमिली, अपना गांव के भी, तो प्लीज मैं रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ सबको, प्लीज नया लाइफ से शुरू करने के लिए कोशिश जरूर कीजिए। कोशिश जो भी करेगी सक्सेस होते ही है, कोशिश ना करेगी तो कभी सक्सेस नहीं होती। तो प्लीज कोशिश करने के लिए कीजिए। तो बस मैं यही बोलना चाहती हूँ।
The last question.
Mirabai, I'm Manjusha, I'm an ex international badminton player और मेरा सपना था कि मैं ओलंपिक्स जाऊँ और मेडल जीतूँ, और वो पूरा नहीं हुआ, बहुत सारों का पूरा नहीं हुआ। बट आई एम नॉट गिविंग यू अ क्वेश्चन, आई एम जस्ट सेइंग दैट वी आर सो प्राउड ऑफ यू। आपने हम सबका सपना पूरा किया, आप गए, उठाया वो वेट और 2 मिनट में मेडल लेके आए। इट लुक सो इजी एंड इट मस्ट हैव बीन सो डिफिकल्ट एंड वी आर सो वेरी मच प्राउड ऑफ यू। थैंक यू एंड ऑल द बेस्ट।
Thank you so much.
One last question, the gentleman there.
मीराबाई, आपको याद होगा गुवाहाटी में जब साउथ एशियन गेम्स हुआ था, तो आपने जब गोल्ड जीता, आपके सामने में था कुंजू रानी देवी
जी,
सीनियर है हम लोग से, वुमेन है। तो हमने बोला था दीदी यू गिव सम कमेंट अबाउट मीराबाई। तब उन्होंने बोला था हाँ ये तो एक दिन ओलंपिक से गोल्ड लेके आएगा, हाँ ऐसा बोला था। हाउ इंस्पायर्ड शी फॉर योर डेवलपमेंट? कैसा आपको?
हाँ, कुंजू रानी, मैं पहले से ही कुंजू रानी मैम को ही देख के मैंने पसंद किया था, वेट लिफ्टिंग इंस्पायर हुई थी मैं। कुंजू रानी मैम मणिपुर के लिए बहुत बड़ा प्लेयर्स है, तो हम भी ऐसा लगता है कि हाँ मैडम जैसा बनना चाहती हूँ। तो उसी से हम भी शुरू किया मैडम को। फिर कैंप में आने के बाद मैडम के साथ हमने ट्रेनिंग किया, तो और भी ऐसा अच्छा मतलब फील हुई थी कि हाँ मुझे भी इंडिया के लिए और प्राउड खुद के लिए भी मैं कुछ करना चाहती हूँ। तो ऐसे ही हुआ। तो मैडम का बहुत अच्छा रिलेशन हुई थी, बहुत सारी कुछ सीखा मैडम से, बहुत सारी अच्छा समझाया मैडम ने भी। तो उनके ही हमने देखी है ट्रेनिंग सब कुछ, तो उनसे ही हमने बहुत सारे कुछ सीखा है। तो बस वही हमने अप्लाई जो भी मैडम ने पहले से ही सीख के आया, जो किया सिखाया हमने अप्लाई किया, उनकी बात माना। तो बस एक दिन ऐसा हम भी बोलते थे कि मैम हम भी एक बार ओलंपिक में भी जरूर पार्टिसिपेट करके मैं इंडिया के लिए जरूर एक नाम, इंडिया के नाम को और वेट लिफ्टिंग की नाम को मैं ऊपर करना चाहती हूँ। तो बस मेरा वो सबकी आशीर्वाद से बस आज ऐसा सबके सामने में ऐसे ही खड़े पाई।
I can't deny a question to the Sportstar editor. Ayan, your turn.
Thank you, Vijay. Mirabai, I mean, I'll first like to echo what Manjusha said. We are very proud of you. Thank you so much for making so many of us happy that day.
Thank you.
मेरा एक ही क्वेश्चन है, यूनियन गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट या स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर के लिए कोई मैसेज है तुमसे, और कोई सपोर्ट चाहिए हम लोग उन लोगों से?
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा काम किया है हमारे इंडियन गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट बहुत प्यार दिया है मुझे, बहुत सपोर्ट दिया है हमारी ऐसे ही नाम बोले हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी इतना प्लेयर्स के लिए इतना सोचते हैं, इतना प्यार करते हैं। तो उससे बड़ा हमारा कोई वो नहीं है, इतना बड़ा मोमेंट नहीं है। तो मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ सर को और हमारी गवर्नमेंट को, हमारे स्टेट का सीएम सर बहुत प्यार दिया है मुझे भी, और कोई भी कमी नहीं देती प्लेयर्स की। तो मैं उन सबको थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, बस यही।
एक सवाल, लास्ट सवाल, if you don't mind, ये जो पेरिस अभी आने वाला है, वहां तक पहुंचने के लिए आपको लगता है कुछ और चाहिए आपको, कुछ भी किसी भी सरकार से जो अभी तक मिला, मिला अच्छा मिला, आपने भी कहा
जी,
वहां तक पहुंचने के लिए कोई भी लगता है कि हाँ ये होता तो बहुत अच्छा होता?
हाँ, अभी तक का जो भी मैं चाहती थी वो सब मिला है, पर ऐसे ही हर प्लेयर्स में या हर जो भी ओलंपिक में जो सिर्फ वो ही नहीं सोचना चाहिए, वो जो आने वाला जनरेशन के लिए भी और जो अभी ओलंपिक में जाने वाले उन सब का भी ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहे, और जो भी हम मांगे वो सब देते रहेगी। तो जरूर हम मतलब कभी कभी हम ऐसा लगता है कि हाँ बाहर जाके ट्रेनिंग करने में हम थोड़ा सा परफॉर्मेंस अप होगी और अच्छा रहेगी, माइंड सब कुछ ठीक होते हैं वो सब। तो उसी टाइम में सपोर्ट तो किया है, तो अभी भी किया है, तो अभी आगे भी ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहेगी। तो जरूर पेरिस में ज्यादा से ज्यादा प्लेयर्स पार्टिसिपेट भी करेगी और भी अच्छा होगी। तो अभी तक के लिए सब ठीक है, सब अच्छा है मेरे लिए। तो ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहिए।
तो ये सेशन के लिए टाइम हो चुका है। तो मीरा भाई, थैंक यू सो मच, आपने इतना टाइम दिया हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्पोर्ट्स कॉन्क्लेव के लिए, और हम उम्मीद करते हैं और प्रे करते हैं कि आप बहुत सारे मेडल्स इंडिया के लिए जीते इन फ्यूचर इयर्स। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच सबको।
A lovely conversation, and we've had enough food for thought in the last couple of hours, and unfortunately Mirabai also spoke about pizzas and stuff, and I think she's kind of increased her hunger. Ladies and gentlemen, time to break for lunch. We have a half-an-hour break, and after that we'll congregate again here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mirabai.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP 100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP 100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP 100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP 100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP 100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their car's high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP 100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP 100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP 100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP 100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP 100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their car's high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP 100, 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions, and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP 100.
My journey of insurance and investments began at the same time when I invested in LIC SEEP. In this fast-moving world, SEEP can balance your funds with security and growth. SEEP will take care of the ups and downs of the market and will give you fruitful results so that you enjoy the ride. And when SEEP is with you, you can soar high.
LIC's unit-linked insurance plan SEEP offers savings and protection so that you can soar high in your life. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is
coaches, and administrators congregate at Guwahati for the first ever Sportstar NorthEast Sports Conclave. Sports is an
Ion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the post-lunch session. We have a small ceremony right now here. We actually missed out doing that in the first session. Can I call these four gentlemen to the dais, please? Robert Ramavia Royte, Mizoram Sports Minister. Pabitra Margarita, Member Secretary State Advisory Board for Youth Students, Assam. I'm not sure whether he's here. Larsing Ming Savyan, President, Meghalaya Football Association, Vice President, AFF. Abu Mehta, Associate Vice President, AFI. I request Sportstar editor Ayan Sengupta to join them on the dais. The token of our appreciation. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, we have a virtual address for the Honourable Assam Chief Minister, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma. There's a backstory to this. I mean, he was trying hard, the Honourable CM was trying hard to be here, but he was stuck on work in Delhi, and with the kind of congestion that's happening at the Guwahati airport in terms of poor visibility in the mornings, I mean, the flight didn't happen, he couldn't turn up, yet gracefully he's done a recording for us. He's gone out of his way. Thank you, Dada, for that. I request my tech team to air the video.
Welcome to Assam. I am happy to see so many sports heroes, coaches, and administrators congregate at Guwahati for the first ever Sportstar NorthEast Sports Complex. Sports is an integral part of life in this region of the country. We take our sports seriously, and the northeast of the country has continuously produced national and international champions in sports like boxing, weightlifting, athletes, football, and hockey. MC Maricom, Baishung Bhutia, Hima Das, Lovlina Borgohai, Shiva Thapa, Mirabai Chanu have all done the region and the nation proud with their achievement at the world stage. I would like to recall the heroic run of Assam's very own Shri Arjun Bhogeswar Barua, who defied all odds to win the gold medal in the men's 800 meter at the Asian Games in Bangkok in 1966. Every year, on his birthday, September 3rd, Assam celebrates the Obviously Sports Day. my government and I plan to ensure that this sports day grows more from strength to strength and become an example of celebration of sports in the country. Recently, we have decided to amend the sports policy and ensure a definite percentage of government job reserved for the sports person under the sports quota. Under the new state sports policy, our government will give Class 1 government job to the Olympics, Asian Games and World Champion medalists. Apart from this, our government has announced to give government job to the athletes who win any medal in national games. On the occasion of Shri Bhogeswar Barua's 85th birthday, earlier this year, we had held the first sports pension award ceremony and we are providing now regular sports pension to 99 sports person. A one-time financial assistance was also given to 153 sports person and winners in Olympic, Asian Games, Commonwealth Games and National Games. I want to assure Lovlina, who is present here today, and other young sports person that I and my government will always be behind them, supporting and guiding them in every step. We have also sanctioned rupees 1,000 crore for further development of sports infrastructure in this financial year. The highest ever allocation for the state and work has already started in many projects. A world-class stadium is coming up at the outskirts of Guwahati, where we had Chandrapur Thermal Power Project. We also build up 2 sports complexes in Dibrugarh and Lakhimpur, and 52 stadiums being at several remote locations across the state to take up sports every corner of the state. We are also building 100 open-air gymnasiums across the state and will organize regular village Olympics at the Gao Panchayat, blocks and district level. I thank Sportstar for starting this dialogue about the sports in the Northeast, and I hope this is the first of many. Unfortunately, I am unable to be there in person as I had to travel to Delhi. I wish all you the very best. Thank you.
Inspiring words from the CM. Thank you, sir. We move on to the next session. A very pertinent question at that. What needs to be done to make Northeast the sports hub of India? The Hindu's Amitabh Sharma from Calcutta will anchor the show, and Baichung Bhutia will join us virtually. Along with him, we have Kotajit Singh, India hockey player, Manjusha Kanwar, BGM Sports, Indian Oil, and Jayanta Talukdar, Olympic archer. Gentlemen and lady, onto the stage. Could you have mics for all the participants?
Good afternoon, everyone. Baichung, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. We have a very illustrious assortment of sports persons who have done a lot for India and also for the region. And we are going to discuss what is needed to be done to make Northeast the sports hub of the country. So going on with that, we have Mr. Baichung Bhutia, the former India captain, the icon of football. The more said, we cannot tell about him in a few words. He is what football is to India. Baichung Bhutia is one of the biggest icons we have seen. Then we have Mr. Jayant Talukdar, an Olympian, and Kotharjit Singh, Olympian and a big sports person from Manipur. And we have Manjusha Kanwar, who is the DGM Sports of Indian Oil. And she also is a former India badminton player. So going ahead with what we have been discussing, that is what needs to be done to make sports, Northeast the sports hub of India. Baichung, you have been associated with sport, with football as a player, then as an administrator. You have played many roles. So what do you think about this subject of making Northeast the sports hub of India?
I think looking at sports from Northeast, we've got a lot of sports person that's gone on to do very, very well in international, tournaments or international level as well. But if you look at the amount of sports person that has come out from Northeast till today, I see around 90% of the sports person have come out on their own hard work without any kind of organization support, government support, or a club in terms of football, or a club kind of academy. So every player, I think, coming out of Northeast is been a self-made sports person. So I think it's time for us to invest on sports person rather than only invest in infrastructure. I was hearing about Honourable CM. I think it's a great, he's building a lot of stadiums and doing a lot for the sports. But I think it's come just not Northeast, I think entire India. It's time that we invest on sports person. We only tend to invest in sports person once they achieve greatness on their own. When you start playing for Olympics, for India in Olympics, or when you start making it big on the national level, then people start recognizing you. Then you have few, I think, companies coming and supporting you, or government giving you. But we don't have any setup in India in all the sports, including football as well, that we have a great support system for good young players to guide them, train them, and invest in them to become great sports person or great footballers. So that is where I think Northeast will have to invest in sports person, not just in sports infrastructure.
Jayanto, I will go to you. What Baichung just said, do you agree with that?
Yes, I totally agree with him. I think it is very important that the athlete should get proper training as well. Infrastructure it's one thing, but then after that, we need proper training, proper equipments. Like in archery, it's a equipment-based game, and the bow we use, it's about 2.5 lakhs, and arrows are different. So I think it's very important that we should have a proper training for athletes and a planning. Like now, the high performance center is also available in some place in India, but in Northeast we don't have any. So it's in archery. Like when I started archery, people used to ask me, what sports do you play? I say archery. They don't even know what is archery. Then I used to say tirandazi, or in Assamese language. But now most of the people, they know archery, and even parents, they are very much interested. They are asking me, is there any training center in Guwahati where we can send our kids for training? But unfortunately, we still don't have any archery academy or archery training center in Guwahati right now. So I think it is very important for in any sports, the infrastructure is important, but then the training, the equipment support, coaches, a proper team is very important.
Kothajit, we would like to hear your views on how the sport should be approached so that Northeast grows bigger as a sports center.
हेलो मेरे ख्याल से सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट तो वही है, जैसे ग्रासरूट लेवल पे काम करना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि ग्रासरूट लेवल पे काफ़ी अच्छा काम करेगा तो आने वाला जैसे ओलंपिक्स पे और काफ़ी एशियन गेम्स, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम, एनी गेम का ग्रासरूट लेवल पे काम करेगा तो काफ़ी और अच्छा प्लेयर निकल सकता है नॉर्थ ईस्ट से। तो इम्पोर्टेंट है जो भी स्पोर्ट्स है, जैसे फुटबॉल, हॉकी, एनी स्पोर्ट्स, तो ग्रासरूट लेवल पे हम लोग काम करेगा तो इसके लिए डिटेल्स पे बात करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। जैसे फंक्शन हो गया, थोड़ा बहुत बात करके ख़त्म हो गया, वो नहीं, एकदम करना है तो डिटेल्स पे बात करके करना करेगा तो और आने वाला फ्यूचर में काफ़ी और प्लेयर आएगा नॉर्थ ईस्ट से मेरे ख्याल से।
Manjusha, you've been as a player, you have a good idea of how things happen, and now in an administrative role, what do you think about this aspect of making Northeast a sports hub of India?
I think Northeast, and we've seen it in the last Olympics, Northeast is, has given us the Olympic champions. Women of Northeast are doing extremely well. So for me, that is, a big pride for me to see that. But there's a huge gap of disconnect that we see, that we still feel that a lot needs to be done to bring out the talent from the district level, the villages, and that's where we see the power of sports. I think more than, of course, infrastructure, we heard from our authorities that we need to build world-class infrastructure in Northeast, but infrastructure itself cannot give you champions. It's the structure more than the infrastructure. A structure and a road plan has to be developed where you can tap in the youngsters right from the periphery and the rural sides. Maybe the new concept of sports schools, if that can be a solution, where they integrate education and sports and allow a child to play a lot of sports like archery and badminton, table tennis, all the Olympic sports apart from football, and try to pick up the talent and bring them to the city. Now that only the government has to find a way and do a correct roadmap. And then after that, of course, the role of corporates and other private players will come in to give them scholarships and jobs and all that. But initial tapping of how are you going to bring a connect from the villages and districts, how are you going to get that talent, how are you going to, what sort of coaching and infrastructure are you going to give them, and also equipment. And also, Kothajit, I've heard his stories, and if you listen to how easily he tells his days of struggle for coming from Manipur, right, for a camp in Delhi, it's tremendous. I mean, they're traveling and then, by bus and by road, then by air. So that all, I think, has to be taken care of now. If there is a player in Manipur or in Nagaland or in Mizoram, I think their authorities should identify, if you're the best in the state, you should be given some air travel so that you don't waste so much of time in travel. I think that is a huge aspect. When I was playing, we had a lot of badminton tournaments all in the south, and we had very talented players coming from the Northeast. But the travel was for so long. It took them 7 days to reach Chennai, where we would have our national championship, and going back in 7 days. So going by that, many people would leave the sport because even though you're good, if you do not have the basic resources of coming out from your state and coming to the rest of India. So I think that is one area which the government can support their state players by, saying that, okay, if you're good in the state, We will give you this air travel so that you are able to participate in all tournaments all over India, and that's how they will come up. And also, apart from, we saw a lot spoken on football, and I think they're doing tremendously well in Northeast. But I would really like to see them do well in the Olympic sports, archery, badminton, table tennis, individual sports, where I feel they have huge talent, huge talent. Hockey, so more hockey stadiums all over. It's good because there's a lot of potential. And I think in the coming years, we're going to see Northeast as a huge sports hub.
Bachung, I would like to go back to you. You yourself were a product of Sai system before you were picked up by East Bengal Scouts. So your journey has been fabulous as a sports person, the way you came up the ranks and then led India. So keeping that in mind, do you think the system that Manjusha was talking about is not in place, or there are some things that need to be done to get it corrected or get the balance right?
I think what Manjusha spoke is very, very correct, because I think the structure has to be put in place. Now, I can speak only about football because I know the sport, I played, and I have the experience of running a football club, plus also working with federation to state association as well. Now, if I can give you an example, today, the biggest league in football is the Indian Super League, ISL. And if you look at the ISL, the numbers today, we've got highest number of players playing in ISL today is from Manipur, 40 plus. The second is from, I think, Bengal. But the third state with highest number of players playing in ISL is from Mizoram. Then we've got Assam on the 5th or 6th. If you look at the number of players playing in ISL from Northeast is large, huge. How are these players coming? These players are all coming through either clubs in Northeast, either through village community program, but there's nothing as such from state association or the state government financing any of the state community or the clubs and helping the players grow. Because Northeast, obviously, football is very, very popular. All the kids play that, and you've got a lot of support system within the village as well, community. There are a lot of coaching centers in every village in Manipur, Mizoram. There are club structures, so the players are willing to come out. So I think that support system has to come for other sports also for Northeast. Even in football, I think it's all coming down through just individual organization or individual people. That support system and the structure is not in place. And today, why do you see a lot of Northeastern players playing football? Because obviously when you play I-League and ISL, there's a good salary package which you get playing domestically, playing for clubs. And it's unfortunate that other sports in India, apart from cricket, other sports, at least from Northeast, a lot of sports persons don't get that kind of financial benefit, which is very, very important you need to get. Today, the reality is a Northeastern ISL footballer is going to earn more money than Mary Kom playing the sport. I'm not talking of the sponsorship and other deals, but while playing any sport, today, just by playing that particular sport, whatever sport the person is playing, the ISL footballer would be earning much more than Mary Kom being a world boxing champion. So, which is very, very unfair. I think that is where other sports persons has to also be, benefited through, because at the end, everybody looks into his good future by playing sports for yourself and for your country. And if that does not happen, then it becomes very, very unfair. And today, again, we compare with cricket. If you give an example of today's Sikkim Cricket Association gets 15 to 20 crore in 1 year. Sikkim Football Association has never seen 10 crores from the time it's become, Sikkim has become part of India in 1975. Last 50 years, they've never seen 10 crores till today. So it's very, very unfair in that terms. Though obviously you can't obviously cricket deserve that because they have that money. But somewhere down the line, I think we need to get right structure. We need to invest in sports person from the young age to get them trained, including what a man just spoke about. Basic small thing for even traveling. Today, sports person, you have to travel. Today, Sikkim women's team went to play in Kerala just 2 days ago. From Sikkim to Kerala to go and play, imagine and you don't get flight fares. Boys team, if they have to travel like that. So it becomes very, very difficult. And you train in some very cold conditions in Sikkim, which is a winter season right now for us here in Sikkim. You go to Kerala, which is 40 degree. We are here in 10, 15 degree. And then you travel all the way. This time they were a bit lucky that, they got some money to fly from some government, I think CM finance. But how much do you finance? You're going to give one-time flight fare as a CM of Sikkim is giving it for the girls team. But there are a lot of other teams under 14, under 16, under 17, under 19, senior team. How can you finance all the time flight fare? One time the girls have been lucky that Kerala, they got flight fare. But I think if you get the system in place, that is more important than giving one-time flight fare to go to Kerala and come back, and giving them little pocket money does not really work. I think the state governments, the sports departments will have to get the structure right to make sure they support. And when they support and help, they support the players, which are the most important factor and the most important thing in sports development, just not in Northeast, but India as well.
I'll go to Jayanto with that thing, with continuing with what Baichung said. The economics or the support or the funding that a sports person receives from the state government or from the institutions, do you think that that can be improved, or what is the way ahead? Do you say?
I think it's need to be improved. The improvement when I started, it was 0. Now it's maybe about 5%. I think other than cricket, other sports are not, that the federation are not very strong, even in archery also. So there are many archers or other athletes, they never get proper support, especially like everyone says, yes, financial, yeah, and like traveling. Some athletes, they don't even get proper kit to participate in any competition. So that's what I think it's have to, the improvement is needed in these areas. And also like Vaichung just said, the federation fund, like cricket and other federation, like in archery and other discipline also. Not just government, I think private company, private sector should also take some sports, and they should start supporting them, because it's very important. Because this gives players confidence, and also we believe that someone is behind us, and they're supporting us. So all we have to do is perform, and we can do hard work, and that is very important. And like in I went to Jamshedpur in Tata Archery Academy in 2000, and because when I started, I didn't get any support here, so I went there. My brother he also started archery in '98. He was training here. He joined Sports Authority of India, and I joined Tata Archery Academy. I got all the facilities which I needed to improve myself, but at the same time, he didn't get any. So I think after 4 or 5 years, he stopped playing, and he struggled a lot. And not just him, there are many archers who, because of proper support, because they are not getting any support, they stop playing. So I think that should not happen. There are many, talented athletes in Northeast. They need is support, proper, backup, like a proper planning for them. Whether it's training side or any medical side, all kind of support they needed. So I think it's very important that I heard from like 3-4 years back, like the Northeast will become sports hub or Assam will become sports hub. I think now it's time to start, not just saying that we'll make our state or our Northeast sports hub. I think it's time to start, because I feel you don't have to tell anyone that will make Northeast or Assam sports hub. Everyone can see. You just need to give proper support or funding to improve our athletes, and the result will, tell everyone that yes, this is Northeast, and the athletes from Northeast are are very good and they are capable of winning Olympic medal.
कोथाजीत, आपको क्या लगता है ये जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है कि जब एक प्लेयर स्टार बन जाता है तब उसको सपोर्ट मिलता है, उसके पहले नहीं मिलता है, तो इसको कैसे ठीक किया जा सकता है?
एक तो गवर्नमेंट भी काफी सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जब हम लोग मैं घर पहले मणिपुर में था तब हम लोग नेशनल वगैरह खेलने जाते थे, तो काफी फिर बस पे गुवाहाटी तक आता था, फिर बाद में ट्रेन में जाते थे, तो जैसे वहाँ नेशनल की जगह पहुंचते पहुंचते हम लोग का एनर्जी लेवल एकदम लो हो जाता, परफॉर्मेंस फुल नहीं दे पाता था, तो वो भी फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम तो है। और उसके बाद अभी भी नेशनल वगैरह खेलने जाता है लड़के लोग, तो मेरे को देखने को मिलते हैं वो लोग खुद के पैसे से फ्लाइट में जाते हैं, फिर वापस आने के टाइम में ट्रेन में, वो फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम तो है। लेकिन बच्चे लोग का इम्प्रूवमेंट करना है तो स्कूल कॉलेज में फोकस भी करना पड़ेगा। स्कूल कॉलेज में जैसे यूएस में भी हॉकी प्लेयर लोग को जैसे कॉलेज या स्कूल में परसेंटेज कम लेता है पैसा, तो उस टाइप का भी थोड़ा स्कीम करना पड़ेगा और प्लेयर निकलेगा, तो स्कूल कॉलेज में भी ज़्यादा फोकस करना पड़ेगा मेरे ख्याल से फाइनेंशियल। और जैसे वो लोग यूनिवर्सिटी पे एडमिशन लेता है तो परसेंटेज कम लेता है, तो उस टाइप का भी स्कूल कॉलेज भी फोकस चाहिए, क्योंकि उसमें काफ़ी यूथ बच्चे लोग काफ़ी है। तो बाहर का जितने भी हम लोग ने यूरोप पे कई बाहर पे देखा, तो स्कूल कॉलेज में भी काफ़ी वो लोग काम करते हैं, इसलिए ओलंपिक में मेडल लाते हैं वो लोग, तो वो भी हम लोग एक सीख सकते हैं वो लोग से।
I would go back to Baichung again. Baichung, in a previous discussion we had on infrastructure in Northeast, Mr. Robert Royte, the sports minister of Mizoram, stressed on the fact that this sports is become a part of the curriculum in the schools. Do you think that this is a good step ahead?
See, I think when you speak of sports infrastructure, in a country like India, where we're trying to still produce world champions and great athletes, I think, as I've been saying from the from the time we started this conference, I think we've got to invest in sports. For me, it's not about building stadium; it's about building football grounds. And I keep saying it. I'm in the panel with Sports Authority of India governing body as well. Even here in Sikkim, I've been telling the government, just build football grounds, don't build stadiums. Today, I look at giving an example of Sikkim, Khelo India. There is, some 40-50,000 crores sanctioned to build stadiums and build, what all kind of things. There's that. We don't need that. We need people, we need the governments to build grounds. Let the kids come and play. You don't invest in the stands and then where VIP comes to speak, the parking has to be good. It's all about just building grounds. And when you build grounds, give them a good quality grounds for them to play. Let it be in open area, in middle of the jungle or anywhere, even in the street, in middle of the street. If there's a small futsal or a tennis court, just build those things. Here we are only looking at today, if you look at the sports department, I don't know of a lot of other states in Northeast, but even if you look at Sikkim, look at their budget is all about building, building, building. And one of the biggest example was few years ago, we have only one stadium, Paljas Stadium, which is in Gangtok. 15-20 years ago, they invested in building the stadium and they brought in great grass from, they invested crores of money to bring grass from Australia. And they built a wonderful stadium with grass brought from Australia. Once they put that thing, then what they had to do was they had to maintain it. So they had to shut down the stadium. Imagine shutting one only stadium ground, which is available for all the kids to play. They had to shut down, and they realized that lots of the younger generation now, apart from playing sports, were getting to a lot of anti-social activities because they had no energy to spend on the ground, but they were doing other things. So the government decided to open the stadium, get rid of the grass, which they, spend quite a lot, and then put again artificial turf. So when you spend on stadiums as well, if you look at the example of today's biggest stadiums in India, JN Stadium to Indira Gandhi Stadium, crores of money has been spent. It's locked. No, kids can't go and play. If you want to play, only the Olympians, that too special passes has to be made. But anybody wants to play with spending thousands and thousands of crores on stadiums, it's just locked. So what is the point if you build so much of infrastructure and you don't let the sports people play, then what is the point? I would rather just say build on grounds, let archery, have some archery areas, give them a good equipment, right equipment. For hockey, give them some artificial turf where they can compete. No, you don't need to build stadiums. It's about building grounds. And playing area where they can come and play. So I think that is where, if you look into all the sports in entire Northeast states, all the sports department budgets, nothing on the players or developing players or sending them training or developing coaches education, nothing. All is about building. And at the end, they'll build great, and they'll lock the stadium, keep it locked for no sports person to go and play. What is the use?
Right. Rightly said. And I would go to Manjusha. This brings up the question of youth development, grassroots development. So as you are representing one of the biggest institutions who support grassroots development and youth development, what do you think it needs to be done when it comes to Northeast?
Of course, like I'm from Indian Oil, and everything, as a player who took up badminton, I could play badminton because I got a job with Indian Oil. Without that, after my parents, Indian Oil was my everything. Without that, I don't think I could have played for this long and now working. I think the same Kothajit, he joined as a scholar in Indian Oil. From scholarship, he went on to recruitment. So that becomes like our life, and without which our parents or anybody could not, have allowed us to play the sport because it is an expensive sport. Of course, in the Northeast, we do have scholarships, and they're given to children who come and play up to a certain ranking. And I hope that we continue along with other organizations, public and private. I think we also have a huge role to play in developing sports persons. Just like what Bachin said, that, develop sports persons. Of course, infrastructure, like he said, we have, they're doing that. They have budgets for it. But it's the sports people that we have to invest in. And Indian Oil has been doing it. And I hope, I'm proud to say that, we've played a major role. And we hope to do so in the coming years. And I hope that private bodies also come in, because we do need all the support. If Northeast has to grow and become a sports hub, we do need, just like what Bachin said, we do need grounds, we need stadiums, small stadiums. We need more small stadiums than instead of one big stadium. So that will connect, it's like community living. You need every community, every center needs small infrastructure, one indoor stadium, one ground, one swimming pool, where, it is accessible for that community. And we need those small pockets of sports centers, a lot of those smaller centers instead of one huge center. I think that is the way to connect and to get everyone to play sport, one, and get in more coaches, get in our sports people to come in, to give back, to help, and also to get in, get in our sports people also in administration of sports. I'm not saying that give them the food, but get their views, hear them out, because that's the only way that they can tell with their experience of how to grow. So we need sports people in every field. And I think if Northeast can do that, like we hear Bachin and Mary Com are also giving back in terms of, their voice is being heard by their state. So I think that will make a huge difference, because they know what is needed, and they can give the right advice to the state. I know it is a long, for it to materialize, but that's the way forward. So we look forward to that, and I hope that more public and private corporations also come in to back sports persons of Northeast.
Thank you. कोथाजीत, आपको क्या लगता है कि ये जो स्टेडियम्स वगैरह है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, वो एडिक्वेट है? आप अपने बारे में बताइए कि हॉकी जब आप खेलते थे तो वो आप कैसे उभर के आए, वो क्या क्या आपको कठिनाई या डिफिकल्टीज फेस करना पड़ा?
सबसे पहले तो मणिपुर में या नॉर्थ ईस्ट में ग्राउंड कम है काफी। जैसे हम लोग बाहर यूरोप पे जाते हैं तो एक क्लब पे 16 फील्ड रहता है हॉकी ग्राउंड, कम से कम 4-5 तो रहता ही रहता है। तो नंबर ऑफ द फील्ड बहुत जरूरी है, मतलब लगाना बहुत जरूरी है, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे लगना चाहिए। और अच्छा कोच भी जरूरी है। तो सबसे मेन तो हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे एक एक दो ट्रक पे लगना जरूरी है, क्योंकि तभी जैसे यूरोप पे इसलिए वो लोग मेडल लाता है क्योंकि वो बहुत काम करते हैं वहाँ पे। हर खाली जगह पे वो लोग स्टॉर्टअप लगाता है, चाहे खेलो या ना खेलो वो लोग रखता है सब। तो सबको मेहनत करने का टाइमिंग अपने हिसाब से सब करता है। तो अपने नॉर्थ ईस्ट पे क्या है, सुबह 2 घंटा 1 घंटा खुलेगा, फिर शाम को खोलेगा नहीं खुलेगा, मतलब वो भी एक हार्डवर्क करने वाला जैसे प्लेयर को तो अंदर,
मतलब प्लेयर को इजीली एक्सेस नहीं मिलता।
हाँ नहीं मिलता। तो एकदम फ्रीडम होना चाहिए, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे ग्राउंड होना चाहिए, अच्छा कोच होना चाहिए, तो वो सब भी काफी जरूरी है लगाना।
अच्छा, Jayanto, your views on this factor that grassroots development is more needed than the kind of infrastructure we are creating in Northeast?
Yes, grassroots level is it's I think it's more important, and also development of coaches, like Baichung said, athletes development. It's also very important. Like maybe we have ground, we have equipments, but we need a coach who can train archers, because basic is very important in any game. The basic technique is very important. So I think the development of coaches also is very important. Maybe there are very few good coaches we have in India, but we need more. The only way we can get more coaches is by developing junior coaches. So there are many senior archers athletes who already stopped playing. They can start coaching, and then the government should also focus on them, develop their skills. That way we can get like many coaches, and one coaches can train many athletes. So that is very important. And here I have seen many archers who are training without coaches. That is also wrong, because technique is very important. Because when they start competing, when they finish sub junior level or junior level, when they start senior level, it is very important that the archers would have a proper technique. Then only they can compete with senior archers. So I think basic is very important. So grassroots level, we have to focus on grassroots level, their basic training, how they can train skill wise, technique wise, mental side also. It's also very important. So I think more important, other than this, everything is it's important, and the diet is also very important, because in sports, like there are many athletes who can run, but if they are not getting proper diet, they won't be able to give their 100% in training and also in competition. So I think this it's the one athlete, the person who wins in a medal in Olympic, it's not just his or her achievement. It's the whole team. It's coach, support staff, medical team, psychologists, everyone, even the groundsmen who keep the grounds ready for athletes. So I think it's better, focusing on grassroots level. Make small, like everyone said, make small ground, but give the proper support to the athlete and the coaches so that they can train hard and they can improve themselves.
Okay, Bajung, I'll come back to you once again. There is a feeling that we don't have enough icons in sports to motivate the junior sports person. Now that there are 3 medals, Olympic medals coming to Northeast, do you think that scenario will change?
No, I think Northeast has always been a big sporting region in India for a lot of sports person to come. So I think the scenario has always been great for sports in Northeast. And yes, with 3 medals coming in Olympics, it's obviously going to boost and really motivate. But at the end, I think we need to have the right structure, which is obviously the structure that goes down at the end. The investment, whatever is there in that structure, goes down to the sports person. And that is, I keep again repeating, it's again, as any company, if you see corporate companies today, the most successful corporate companies invest on human resources. So I think for sports to grow and sports to do well in India, you've got to invest in sports person. And if you get the right structure, through that structure, the investment, whatever is being done through sports, goes to the sports person. That is either through training, coaching, education, everything, or that all comes down to it. And that really helps a young athlete or a footballer to grow and become a good, good footballer, or a good athlete to go and represent and win medals for a country. So yes, I think Northeast, I've always felt that it's always been a sporting region, and I'm sure it will continue to be. But I feel that Northeast can do much more compared to rest of compared to other states, because I think that passion and love for sports is genuinely there in Northeast. So I think it's just the right kind of support system and structure. We will have more champions, world champions from Northeast in years to come.
Do you subscribe to his views, Manjusha, that the corporate or the institutional help to the right persons in the right manner is more necessary?
Absolutely, absolutely. It is there. It is there. I think it should just now be a little more concentrated, maybe in the Northeast. And like I was discussing with my senior colleague, she said, "देखो कम field किया Olympics में, लेकिन gold लेके आए. मतलब we got the medals." So it's talent is huge over here. I think in the coming future, if everything is in the right place, a little more. We'll have a lot more players, and a lot of those players will get jobs by the companies that are promoting sports. So we'll have a lot of Northeast players doing well.
Okay. और कोथाजीत, आपको इसके बारे में और कुछ कहना है कि ये जो सपोर्ट सिस्टम जो चल रहा है उसमें बदलाव कैसे आएगा और उसको और भी कैसे ठीक किया जा सकता है?
काफी सालों से सुन के आ रहा है, जैसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में स्पोर्ट्स अच्छा है करके काफी सालों से सुन के आ रहा है, तो उसी हिसाब से तो जैसे एक्शन जो है मेरे ख्याल से स्लो है लग रहा है, तो इस टाइम ज्यादा नॉर्थ ईस्ट अच्छा है ये वो है बोलने से अच्छा एक्शन पे काम करना चाहिए जल्दी, क्योंकि काफी सालों से सुन के आ रहा है मैं खुद, तो अभी एक्शन लेने के तुरंत लेना चाहिए, एक्शन काफी फास्ट होना चाहिए, क्योंकि ओलंपिक में अदर कंट्री भी काफी वो लोग तो काफी फास्ट है, तो हम लोग यहाँ पे स्लो करेगा तो अदर कंट्री तो आगे निकल जाएगा, तो जितना एक्शन जल्दी लेगा अपना कंट्री के लिए या नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए अच्छा रहेगा.
अच्छा जयंत, the crux of this discussion is the lack of facilities for sports persons when they are young. So they are at the grassroots level, we are not getting enough grounds, enough facilities, enough backup, enough coaches. So what according to you is the right point where this could be addressed, from where you can start off saying that, okay, from this is the stage where we start and this is the way we go about?
I think it's better to start when the kids are studying in school. Like any other subject, I think sports should be also a subject. And in archery, I don't know about other game, but in archery, it's better when the archers they are 12 years old or 13 years old, because in that age they understand properly, because archery is a very technical game. Power is also important, but technique is also very important. So different, if you see different discipline have their different is groups age criteria, but in archery it's 12 to 13 years is must. Like in academies, we have criteria for athlete who are 13 years old or 14 years old. We select them, then we teach them basic technique. But what I felt is before when I joined, they used to take fresh boys to start archery, but now those who are playing, those who are already playing archery, they select them. But the problem is they're learning from someone else. Their basic is not that strong. Then we have to work on them from the beginning. It takes more time. So I think the basic, the training is very important. That's why I already said that the development of coaches is very important for beginner archers. And it's just about the age. The archers and it's not actually archers. I think it's parents. They should involve more because their support is more important. Nowadays, I have seen like the Khelo India program. There's top scheme. There are many, but for the beginners, the parents, they have to support their kids to achieve at least a state level or district level performance. Then the state government can support them, and then the central government scheme, Khelo India scheme, is also there. So I think it's right time for the parents to allow their children to play sports, not just studies.
Okay, thank you so much for your views. Baichung, we have heard about giving playing grounds to the young players, to encourage them to play the game, to bring them to sports. There has always been the talk about drugs in at the society level, which is taking kids away from sports. So, what do you have what is your view on that, and how it should be tackled?
I think the only way to tackle drugs is, I think, through sports. And I think we've seen in many, many countries, the experiment, what they've done is, I think, only through sports, they've been able to bring a lot of young generation to a good, healthier lifestyle from going to antisocial. So yes, Northeast, we had or does also have right now drug issue. But I feel that it's much better than what we used to hear maybe 20, 30 years ago, the drug problem in the Northeast. So I think especially with football clubs growing here, the I-League, ISL coming in, a lot of at least the boys are all getting into playing football and other sports like archery, hockey as well. So, I think it's good to see, in fact, a lot of young generation a sports person, not just football, but other sports doing very well. In fact, the gold medalists for Olympics were all from not from football, from boxing and weightlifting. And we had hockey girls, 2-3 of them from Northeast, place like Mizoram, we had a hockey player representing India. And place like Manipur, who obviously had a history of men's hockey players playing for India. But it's something which we don't see many young generation playing hockey in the Northeast. But some of them biggest example are our heroes sitting here, representing the country and going on to win for Olympics for the country. So yes, drug is a big issue, but sports is the only way to get them through. And that is where I think for a lot of the sports departments, sports ministry in the Northeast, they need to get the only way to challenge and get the society and the younger generation to right direction is invest into sports. And it's just not into drugs, but also into health. I think if you invest into sports, you're also investing into health because it prevents you. So prevention is better than cure. So if you encourage people to stay fit and healthy through sports, you will have less investment in health sector because you don't have to really invest so much into health if your citizen of your state is living healthy. So yes, I think sports is the only way to tackle those issues.
Very nicely said. Please stay back for some more minutes. We will take questions from the audience, and I open the floor for questions from the audience.
Pass the mic, please.
Please identify yourself and ask the question.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi, Bachung. I am Bamang Thakur from Arunachal. I am Secretary of Arunachal Olympic Association. And nice to meet you. I really agree with the concern which you have raised that there is no support from the state government as well as the association to the athletics for participation of national, international, and coaching development, whatever. So this is not a denial, it is a fact. So I agree with his point. Having said this, it is also a matter of fact that other than Assam, the most of the states does not have its state-owned resources. Take the case of Arunachal or Mizoram, Manipur, whatever, all the states except Assam. Entire budget is completely different from the central. So there is a challenge. That is why we don't get any support. Like Assam to do well in there, you could see by LIC here. But in Assam, like Nagaland, Manipur, other states, you won't get like this. In fact, as for the, if you see gross state domestic product, I think if they notice that Sikkim is the richest, per capita income is 3.17 lakh. I don't know how it is data through. But as you said, there is a completely disconnect from the stakeholders. And it is also a fact that when you use sport does not do a discussion conclave, but in general, sport does not have a regional and jurisdiction. So it's connect from the national policy approach. So my point is that the Kelo India is there and the SAI is there. And Kelo India has 12 verticals, especially for sports, promoting sports and undefined talent. My question to you, do you think North-East, like Assam noticed that sports infrastructure or maybe ground, maybe technical staff, coach, that aspect also even sport, state department, government is not supporting us. Even we have an infrastructure also, but there is no utilization. North-East funded infrastructures are there with regards to Arunachal, but there is no utilization because there is no technical coach and all. So having seen this experience, don't you think that central government come up in a prompt to address these challenges, especially the North-East for development, grassroots development sports? This is one. Number two, do you see the Kelo India is really benefiting for development sports? I don't see this Kelo India is going to be benefiting because the 12 verticals are there. They are completely overlapping kind of schemes. So how do you see all this Kelo India now? Thank you.
Can I come in?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, please.
Sorry, I couldn't because of the net issue. I couldn't hear major part of the question, but I think somewhere I did hear. Number one was the central government doing something to the Northeast states. I think sports is a state subject, so I don't see central government directly. I don't know how they can do it, but they give the budget to the state sports department, and through that it has to come through different association. And I can understand, I think representing either in or a state association. Today, state association or state Olympic committee does not have any money in the Northeast because the government does not really fund. And I feel that sports department in every Northeast should be funding a lot of state associations and the Olympic Committee for training and participation of the sports person in different tournaments. I'll give you an example of Sikkim again. You know, the Sikkim, I'm in Sikkim Football Association. Today, Sikkim Football Association is one of the biggest association in Sikkim. We don't get funding from state sports department at all, zero funding. We don't get any money from All India Football Federation. Despite that, we have huge trouble running a Sikkim league, which itself is a big cost. Apart from running a Sikkim league, we have state teams, under 13 girls, boys, under 17 girls, boys, senior boys, men's, women's team to send out of Sikkim to participate in different major state level tournaments. And it comes with a cost. And then, as you said, like Arunachal, Sikkim also don't have the resources. We've been doing the league on our own with all the difficulties. So that is where I think the state government should come and finance a lot of the state associations and Olympic Committee for training, participation and all that. And I spoke earlier as well. You know, today our men and women team, football team went to participate. Women team went to Kerala. For us, minimum for a state football association, Sikkim Football Association, what we could do was 10-day coaching camp in a nice warmer place in, say, a place like Siliguri or somewhere else we could give them so that they're prepared with the climate, plus train them properly and send. But there's no resources, no money for us to do that. So that becomes a big, big challenge. So that's where the sports department comes in to help and support. I think those are the kind of budget I think every state in Northeast should have some kind of budget to give it to state associations to do leagues, to train them for whatever tournament they go, and the players are benefited through the right structure. That is where we don't have that. It's all about even Khelo India to sports department. You see they are spending 10 lakh rupees to make one ground in North District to make Nala. You're making drain in that ground. You're just wasting it. You're spending another 20 lakh to make stand in the hillside in one of the district in West. When are you going to train the players? When are you going to give them good grounds? When you give them good, at least give them a good one artificial or an indoor stadium or some good nice basketball court to go and play. And we're investing in the wrong things of making drainage system, one nala in one ground in West District, one stand, hillside stand in North District. I think it all goes down the drain. And biggest problem what I and it's not a criticism as well. Even the women's team went, our CM gave them flight fare and some pocket money. But what should be the government of Sikkim doing that? They should be financing the State Football Association and tell them have a 10-day camp, have them nicely trained and give them together nice trained good coach to go and play, rather than giving flight fare one time is not enough. But the structure itself is not right. So giving airfare to Kerala and back one time and giving pocket money does not help. You need to be getting a structure in your system right and supporting the state association. So these are the kind of things I think the government should understand and see that they look into long-term solution, but just not give them 1 lakh rupees or flight fare. It's not the solution.
Hi, Manjusha. Oyon here. I had a question for you. I think we have been on the sidelines of the conclave. We have spoken about sports schools. Indian Oil obviously sponsors a lot of sports school in the region. What do you think should be the correct approach? I mean, in terms of both education as well as sports, do you think there needs to be a unified model of sports school, which all the states, not just in Northeast, but across the countries need to follow?
Definitely. There was a particular sports school which I was working with, which was done in by the Arunachal Pradesh government in Itanagar by a company called Sports Seed, and that's how I got introduced to the concept of a sports school, whereby they have sports and education integrated. So it's sort of a grooming school where you first play and then you do education, and it goes hand in hand. And I felt for a country like India, including Northeast, we need to have these sports schools aligned in every village. in every village, because that is where you see the strength of a girl and boy, you know, to play sport is picked up. We've always spoken about it, that how our tribal belt or how our girls and boys from the rural side have the innate strength and stamina, but they do not have the support structure. And I think these sports schools, maybe they call them Gurukul in some places, whereby they can provide education and sports. And then, you know, from that becomes like a small connect. From there you pick up, and then they can be chosen for your district team, and then hence the state team. So I think what I've seen and what I've learned, I think that is really one of the answers to connect right from rural up to the city, is to have sports schools in rural areas where you give education and sports, and you give them good teachers. Like that's what we all are saying, that it's, you know, it's the structure. So only a sports school cannot do it. You need to have good teachers for education and teaching, you know, the basics of sport, so that they can identify and teach them the skill. You need to have good physical teachers. So it's like a ecosystem. We can't just do one thing. We can't, like what Bachin keeps saying, we can't just do it one time. So a nice platform where sports schools are done, cities get good grounds, then state you get better grounds, and at the national level, of course, you will get world-class infrastructure. So I think that's the only way to connect. I hope that was okay.
Thank you, Manjusha. I have a question for Kotajit, and this is for hockey. I mean, obviously, all of us were very thrilled when India won the bronze medal after first hockey medal after 1980. But when we look at AstroTurf grounds where you played, where international hockey is played these days, and when you compare, I think across India, there are probably about 52 AstroTurf grounds, and Belgium, which won the gold, has 81. And look at the size of India and look at the size of Belgium. I want to know in Northeast, because I am not aware, is there any AstroTurf ground in Northeast of India where you have played? And how challenging is it for players to graduate from playing in gravel or grass and then move to AstroTurf?
ग्रास और उसका टर्फ का तो काफी डिफरेंस है, क्योंकि ग्रास में तो अनफिट प्लेयर भी खड़े खड़े खेल सकते हैं, और स्टो टर्फ में तो बैन होके भी खेलना पड़ता है, और बॉल भी काफी फास्ट होता है, तो रनिंग में भी काफी डिफरेंस है, क्योंकि पानी लगाता है और टर्फ पे पैर अंदर तक जाता है। ग्रास में तो अनफिट प्लेयर और फिट प्लेयर ज्यादा अंतर नहीं है, तो काफी डिफरेंस है टर्फ और ग्रास में।
लेकिन ये नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कोई एस्ट्रोटर्फ है? ये जो मणिपुर में, मिजोरम में और या गुवाहाटी में एस्ट्रोटर्फ ग्राउंड है, तुम खेले हो उधर?
हाँ खेला है, मणिपुर का तो खेला है मैं, 2 है, एक साई का है, एक स्टेट का है, तो वहाँ खेला है, और एक असम का भी मैं खेला है गुवाहाटी पे। अभी तो ब्लू टर्फ चेंज हो गया, वो भी काफी अच्छा है, लेकिन नंबर बहुत कम है नॉर्थ ईस्ट पे स्टोर टर्फ, और लगाना चाहिए, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में लगाना चाहिए।
Any more questions?
I don't think.
Yeah.
No, raise hand.
Locally, sir. Yeah.
This is for Kotajit. आपको लगता है कि जैसे मणिपुर से इतना सारा हॉकी प्लेयर्स आ रहे हैं, मान लीजिए सिक्किम है, सिक्किम से बाइचुंग भूतिया तो रोल मॉडल है, तो सिक्किम कैन अडॉप्ट फुटबॉल टू प्रमोट, ऐसे ही मणिपुर गवर्नमेंट या स्टेट हॉकी को एक अपना अडॉप्ट कर ले एज अ स्टेट स्पोर्ट और सपोर्ट करे तो फर्क पड़ेगा?
काफी फर्क पड़ेगा, लेकिन अभी वहाँ पे 26 ऐसा स्टार्टअप के लिए बात हुआ है, शायद प्रोसेस है अभी, काम शायद बात हो, डिस्कशन हो गया है, अभी कहाँ तक प्रोसेस पहुंच गया वो तो पता नहीं, हम लोग नहीं था, तो अभी पेपर में आया था 26 स्टार्टअप 5 साइड का लगेगा, तो काफी हेल्प हो जाएगा, वो लग गया तो।
I think the question answer session is done with. I'd now it's turn to thank everyone, Baichung Bhutia, Kothajit Singh, Jayant Talukdar, and Manjusha for being for joining us and helping us find out some solution in how to make sports more widely accepted in Northeast, making Northeast a sports hub. Thank you so much, Baichung. Thanks again. And thanks for being with us. I will thank everyone in the panel for joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I request the panelists to stay on stage. There's a certain perspective that comes from playing at the highest level, and the perspective is very obvious the last 30 to 40 minutes. And I will request Ayon to come over. Amitabh, to do the honors. Lady first. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the felicitation of Mr. Bhogeswar Barua, the first Assamese to win Asian Games gold in 1966, 800 meters. And he's not here in person because he's indisposed. And on his behalf, Rajiv Prakash Barua, retired administrative officer, member, Foreigners Tribunal, and President, Assam Cocoa Association, receive. And the honoring will be done by Shri Sanjeev Pranay Singh, Executive Director and Refinery Head, Guwahati Refinery, Indian Oil. I want to come over. Yeah. It will be wonderful if you can hear from Mr. Barua. He's online. Can you have AV, please? No? He's not online? Thank you. Can you pass the mic to Ayon, please?
As the Honourable Chief Minister said, Mr. Barua is 85, and as you know, when you're 85, it's a little difficult to probably grasp the latest technology. So we are facing a challenge to get him on Zoom. He unfortunately broke his leg, and that's why he's not here today. My senior colleague in Guwahati, he is traveling next week to meet him and hand over the books and the felicitation certificate to him. Now I will ask Mr. Shardi, who is the regional director of SAI Guwahati. I think he has got a flight to catch as well. So if he could come up and say a few words about what the SAI is doing here and what their plans are for the future.
Welcome, sir.
Would you like to speak from the lectern or? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Satish K. Sarhadi, Regional Director and CEO for the National Sports of Excellence, Sports Authority of India, Guwahati. Sports Authority of India is working for the development of sports in the northeastern states, bringing and upgrading the sports and the sports infrastructure in the northeastern countries. SAI office in Guwahati is looking after 4 states of Northeast, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, and we have established 7 sports training centers here in Assam. 1 center we have in Meghalaya, 1 National Center of Excellence we have in Itanagar, and 4 centers in Assam. Kokrajhar is one of the best and biggest center we have in sports training center. The government of India is trying its best to develop sports here in northeastern state. Although I have been posted just 7-8 months before, but I have been working with Sports Authority India for the last 30 years. What I found, the sports interest is there, dedication is there, but due to certain cultural lag, due to the environment, due to the geographical reasons, due to the trouble in the northeastern states, the sports is not coming out well. We have received Olympians, 2020 Olympics. The first girl, Lovlina, she has done her best. Chanu, she has done her best. Miss Mary Com, she has done her best. But the talent here in Northeast is much more available. But why don't the talent is coming out? That is all what I found during my tenure, that there's a lack of facilities in creation of the infrastructures. Government of India has started Khelo India program and giving lot of funds for development of Khelo India districts, Khelo India states, and giving funds for creation of the sports infrastructure. But what I found is because of the lack of maybe on the part of administration or such kind of land is given by the states for creation of sports, that land is of no use. Then first that land is to be created, best land is to be given to the creation of sports, because sports they consider to be in the last. So land also, whatever is available which is of no use is being given. Then we have to go for the testing of that land. Then testing of land is also not good when we create the infrastructure on that land and that infrastructure is not maintained properly. There are agencies who are working here for the construction. Then there are regional, state level differences, So if we send one contractor, the good agency contractor to the another state in Northeast, so you have to take a permit. There are a lot of problems in sending the contractors. And if we are using the same agency, same CPWD or the government agencies, the contractors are only from the states only. Suppose the contractor is from Shillong and he is constructing and the CPWD is taking over the contract of that sports infrastructure to be created. The technology is not being used which is required now. So my request to the state government of Assam and to the northeastern state is that whenever you go for the projects of creating any sports infrastructure and demand funds from the central government, we should see that we should allow the best international level contractors to come and construct the things. I have visited, we have a center in Shillong, beautiful building has been created, but then again there's a problem of land retaining walls. No interest has been taken for the retention of the walls so that our buildings can be safe. There cannot be a seepage, leakage, nothing of any sort. These are the things which are of long use for the sports persons. Once the infrastructure is created, so we have to go for the maintenance of that. Now, it is also required that the international standard Olympian level infrastructure should be created in the Northeast. If you really want to make Northeast a real hub for sports, no doubt there is a land available, there is a environment available, there are a lot of facilities available, a lot of things are available here in the Northeast. But we have to think of, our vision has to go for international level, and we don't have to go for these state level troubles with each other. Sports Authority of India has really created one high performance center here in Guwahati. That is one of the best center in Guwahati, where we have started high performance center, and we are naming that high performance center to be Lovlina High Performance Center. We have established physiotherapy center, we have established anthropometry center, we have established the physiology center, physiotherapy, doctors are there, lab assistants are there, masseurs are there, and all machines which are required for the strengthening and conditioning, we have installed here in regional center Guwahati, which is looking after all the 4 states also, and any athletes require any sports injury treatment or anything, so the athlete is being brought to this Guwahati center. We are also having tie-up with the good hospitals. Our all athletes are insured under the medical insurance, and the athletes who are staying here in the hostels, they are given the 5-star kind of food. We have a chef who is a very expert chef. We have assistant chef. We have nutritionists. They look after the management, weight management also. That how to maintain the weight. Earlier, what we used to do is like बच्चा जो है वो खाना खा करके अपना weight बढ़ा रहा था. He is increasing his weight by eating lot of chicken, lot of things. Now, if he want to decrease the weight, he doesn't eat chicken, nothing, he takes only water. Now, the nutritionists regularly are checking them how to maintain the weight so that there should not be any kind of weakness to the athlete, and he should be able to perform at the competition level. So there are so many things the Sports Authority of India is now doing. A lot of funding is coming from Government of India for the development of sports in northeastern states. So it is the we people that we have to stop all these cultural lags and cultural differences. We have to come together and to say good to sports, and we have to say welcome to sports in the Northeast, and don't allow any other means because of these troubles which are going on here in Northeast. I think these things we should stop, and we should go for the development of sports. With these words, I'm really thankful for the organizers who have invited me here and to be here in this function. Thank you very much, everyone. Any question, anybody want to speak, I'm here to reply.
सर आदि जी आप खड़ा है, हम भी खड़ा हो गया, because पिछले more than 25 years I am in sports journalism. This is not my credibility. My question is there. आप तो रोहतक में रहा, नोएडा में रहा, वहाँ का सेंटर बढ़िया बन गया. भास्कर भाट हमको बोलता है कभी कभी फोन पर, लेकिन ये बहुत खेद का बात है कि ये सेंटर आप आने का पहले इसका कुछ गेम जैसे आर्चरी बंद कर दिया, बैडमिंटन बंद कर दिया, उसके बाद टेनिस भी बंद कर दिया, फुटबॉल बंद कर दिया, अभी एथलेटिक्स भी बंद कर दिया, और आप बोल रहे हैं कि ये हाई परफॉर्मेंस सेंटर है. वेट लिफ्टिंग भी बंद कर दिया. अभी देखिए हमारा एक लड़की उदालगुड़ी से, बहुत रिमोट डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, सपना पिया बेसबुरुआ, वो 3 कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में पार्टिसिपेट किया था. पहला में सिल्वर, नेक्स्ट में सिल्वर, उसके बाद गोल्ड. जब कोविड आया, अनकॉल्ड सिचुएशन हो गया, बस वो खत्म हो गया. हम लोग कुछ मीडिया लोग जो लोकल है, हम लोग लिखा है, बहुत खेद का बात है. हम आई इन्फॉर्म टू द previous director also about this situation. She is from a very remote area. I am telling you, you may inquire. आपका सेंटर का था और आप ही का सेंटर का जो वेट लिफ्टिंग कोच था अजीत बोस्यो, नाम भी बोल दिया, उसको ले गया हरियाणा ना कहा में, पूरा सेंटर बंद हो गया। अभी वेट लिफ्टिंग का कोई गेम, कोई प्रोबेबिलिटी बॉयज या गर्ल्स है तो प्रैक्टिस हमारा ये देखिए जयंत तालुकदार आपके सामने है, आप पूछ के देखिए कि एक गुवाहाटी सेंटर से वो निकला था, उसका बाद आया शिबो थापा, उसका बाद आया लवलीना, ये सब यही में प्रैक्टिस करता था। ठीक है, उसका बाद अभी देखिए आप लोग ऑफिस में बैठा रहता है, कुछ गार्ड है सिक्योरिटी, प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी बाहर में बैठा रहता है, कोविड के डर का मारे में से तो पूरा हॉस्टल बंद है और जो भी था खेल कूद वो भी बंद हो गया। तो अभी सब बाकी हम बोल रहे इसीलिए कि हमको दुख लगता है कि साई सेंटर में बाइचुंग भी है कि मेंबर बोला है, अभी भी बहुत आदमी बैठा है साई के लिए। कुछ साल पहले जब राज्यवर्धन सिंह राठौर था सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर, वो तो बोला ही था साई को बंद कर देना चाहिए, है कि नहीं। बाद में उसको उनको हटा दिया गया, उसके बाद आए किरेन रिजिजू, उन्होंने बाकी काम किया कि हमको पता नहीं है, अब खिलवाड़ से बहुत अच्छा है, साई का लोगो चेंज कर दिया, है कि नहीं। हाँ, वो बड़ा करके चेंज कर दिया वेबिनार करके, बाकी कुछ काम हुआ नहीं, लेकिन हम लोग का सेंटर का 6 गेम बंद हो गया, ये बहुत दुख का बात है।
मैं इसके लिए आपको ये बोलना चाहूंगा कि these are the policies of the central government, because of this the logo and name has been changed. And regarding the shifting of a weightlifting and archery and other disciplines, the government of India is now giving more preference to the Olympian disciplines. So whatever the Olympian disciplines are there, so we are working on that. And for the indigenous games, we are going to have in the district and the state levels, say like kabaddi and other sports are there, which are not at the Olympic level. So the going and the talent which is available in that area at the level of Olympics, and the government of India is trying that we should develop talent in that area only, and we should develop the infrastructure and facilities there. And again, I like to say that weightlifting shifting from Guwahati is only the reason that we have already developed a beautiful hall and the infrastructure in Salalgaon in Lakhimpur. And then Lakhimpur, we have 5 stations of weightlifting, and it's going to start, I think, middle of December now. Thank you. And thank you so much. Thank you.
जहां तक मुझे खबर है, there is a program called Come and Play in Sai, Sports Authority of India, one of the specific plan over there. तो उसको बंद कर दिया गया है। Come and Play जो था वो गांव से लड़का लड़के आके यहाँ पे खेल सकता था, वो प्रोग्राम बंद कर दिया है। आप लोग अभी सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस खोल रहे हैं जहाँ पे जो ग्रास रूट लेवल्स का प्लेयर्स है वो आ नहीं सकता है, तो ये क्या क्यों बंद कर दिया गया, इससे क्या लाभ होगा, क्या नुकसान होगा?
No, Come and Play is a game where our local athletes and those who are beginners, they can come and join us. It is only because of the COVID and SOP reasons this Come and Play has been stopped for time being. The moment this SOP will come from the state government and other like from the central government also, we'll start this, because we are not allowing age more than 60 years and age below than the 18 years to come. Because every day we have to follow the SOP for the COVID reasons, and after that we'll start it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next session is a live session with Honourable Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting and Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Anurag Thakur, who is himself a former cricketer and a sportsman. He will join us digitally, and in conversation with him will be Mr. Vijay Lokpalli and Ayon Sengupta. Can I ask Ayon and Vijay Lokpalli to come onto the stage, please? Yeah, he's coming, he's coming. Ah, Dinesh, where is this, sir? Sit there. You can see them? You can see them? Over to you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Vikram, has he? Okay.
Just a few minutes before the minister logs in.
So, Vijay sir, as we wait for Anurag to join, so have you seen him as a cricketer? Did you ever see him play?
Yeah, it's off. The mic is off.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yes, most of the journalists in the north would have seen him play because he was a very enthusiastic youngster. He would come down to play in Delhi also, not just in Himachal, because the infrastructure there wasn't good, and they would play a lot of games in Jalandhar and Chandigarh, of course. So he's been a sports-minded person right from the beginning.
And have you ever had the chance to ask him? Well, I think we.
Is here?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Union Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, Information and Broadcasting, Shri Anurag Thakur with us. Shri Thakur, thank you for being with us today. I thank you on behalf of Sportstar and the Hindu Group for taking time out of your busy schedule and be with us to address the first ever Sportstar NorthEast Sports Conclave. I with me have my senior colleague and a very dear friend of yours, I think Vijay Lokpalli as well.
Good evening, Anurag ji. It's been a pleasure to have you here, and thank you very much for sparing time because I know you've been genuinely busy. Thank you once again.
Uh, uh, Anurag ji, we are unable to hear you. I think you have to unmute yourself. So we request him to unmute.
You'll have to unmute.
No, you're not audible, sir. I think we are sending a request for you to unmute. You just have to press that.
Vijay ji, am I audible now?
Yeah, you are. You're audible now.
Vijay ji, can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Picture थोड़ा आपको शो करना पड़ेगा.
थोड़ा और नजदीक आना पड़ेगा. Is it fine?
फोन को सीधा करना पड़ेगा. You are flipped. Perfect.
Fine, fine, fine.
You know, I was unable to reach my office, so I got late. So this is a temporary arrangement we have to do just to connect with you.
Thank you so much for taking the effort to be with us today.
Sorry about this, about the change and all. So, good evening, Mr. Sen Gupta and Mr. Vijay Lokpalli, all the sports persons present during the event, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to deliver the keynote address at the first ever Sportstar NorthEast Conclave. And I apologize for not being there in Guwahati in person. Although I promise to join you in your future editions of this conclave, the fact that we have, we are having a sports conclave for the Northeast in itself speaks a lot about the progress of Northeastern states in sports. The fire which was ignited in 2012 by none other than my colleague in the parliament, MC Maricom, who has been a legend in the Indian sports and has inspired countless players all across the nation. It is a testament to the emergence of sports excellence in the Northeastern states. And out of the 6 individual medals won by India at the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, 2 of them were won by our daughters of the Northeast, Mirabai Chanu and Lovlina Borgohai. Apart from being the Olympic medalist, all these 3 champions have one more thing in common. All of them have been awarded the India's highest sporting honor, Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna. They have put Northeast on the, not only on the Indian map, but on the global map with their performances at the national and at the international level. We also saw several other athletes from the Northeastern states representing India at the Tokyo Olympics. Tarundeep Rai, as I remember, in archery, and Shushila in the judo, as well as 3 hockey starlets, whether it was Shushila or Nilakanta Sharma or Lalremas Siame. they all represented, I mean, that is another achievement of the Northeast as far as I see. And since we are talking about the Olympics, I would just say that this was the Olympic of many firsts for India. A total of 128 athletes qualified to represent India in 18 sports disciplines, which is the highest ever. And for the first time ever, a fencer qualified for the Olympics. A female sailor qualified for the Olympics. 2 swimmers qualified for the Olympics by achieving the age qualification standard. And when we come to Paralympics, our achievements are historic in truest sense. Since making our first appearance at the Paralympics in 1968, India has won around 12 medals till 2016. And we know drastically improved in the last 4 years. If you look at the tally now, if we last time in 2012, the total contingent member was 19. And this time, we won 19 medals at the Tokyo Paralympics. So sports have been a priority for Prime Minister Modi. And after our performance in 2016, which we all know at the Rio, a dedicated Mission Olympic cell was set up to focus on the excellence at the Olympics. Then the Target Olympic Podium scheme was started in 2016, wherein all sorts of support, out-of-pocket allowance, boarding, lodging, traveling, and all that has been taken care or provided by the central government to our athletes. An outlay of more than 90 crore rupees has been made under the top scheme to support our athletes. If you look at the Mirabai Chanu example, the daughter of Manipur, in the pre-Olympics training camp in USA, it is not only for her, but also along with her, her coach, support staff was cleared within 6 hours under the top scheme, and to beat the impending travel ban at an approximate cost of, say, about 80 to 85 lakh rupees. So similarly, for our golden boy Neeraj Chopra, international training in Sweden, along with the competition in Portugal, was facilitated. And the entire stint was funded by the government of India. And it wasn't an easy time. It was a COVID-19 pandemic time. To train them in India or overseas wasn't easy. For holistic sporting development across age groups, we need a robust sporting infrastructure in all cities and districts in the country. Firstly, we are in the process of setting up an infrastructure dashboard wherein we will have all the information pertaining to the sporting infrastructure in each district of this country. So we are trying to do that. Many states have provided the details. Now, geo-tagging of the sporting infrastructure will allow the governments to spend judiciously and do targeted projects in areas which are underserved. Through this dashboard, each and every citizen will be able to, which supporting facilities are available in their districts. We are also establishing 1,000 Khelo India centers in partnership with the state governments across the country to ensure the availability of the grassroots level sporting infrastructure across the country. And each Khelo India center will be entrusted with one sports discipline. We are also revamping the existing sporting facilities in the states, which will be known as the Khelo India Sports Center of Excellence. And these Khelo India Sports Center of Excellence aim to provide athletes with world-class specialized training. The centers will also have high-performance managers to ensure the quality of sports science input and performance management. Each state, and I will go a step further, each district must adopt one sport and try to excel in that. So each state should pick up at least, or maximum, each state should pick up 3 sports which are the focus areas for them. And each district should pick up one sport where they should focus on those on that game. So we are seeing here in the Northeast that a lot of youngsters are taking up boxing as a sport, and we have seen the results, not only in the national championships but also in the world championships, but at the highest stage itself, Olympics. Depending on the sports that are being followed in a specific state, that specific state of sporting infrastructure, for example, multi-purpose indoor halls, synthetic athletic tracks, etc., can be built. And as far as the coaching and competitions are concerned, we as a nation can't achieve the highest supporting excellence without the required coaches. So if you have seen that these days we are holding the interviews for appointing the coaches with the Sports Authority of India. We'll be hiring more than 400 coaches in the next 1 month. So we need to train the trainers, coach the coaches, and that is why we have established the National Center for National Center for Sports Coaching at NIS Patiala to enhance sports coaching education in the country and also to create a comprehensive coaching development framework of the country. So NCSC would aim to meet the demand for high performance sports coaches and implementation of long-term athlete development plan. We need to put up a framework in place wherein we hire reputed foreign coaches in our centers. We must attach few young Indian coaches with them so that they can also learn from the foreign coaches or the Indian senior coaches. And in the future, they can serve in every nook and corner of this country at the highest level, from district to the national or to the international level. And I'm sure that in the coming years, we will eventually move towards a system wherein the Indian coaches will be more than capable of providing a world-class training and coaching to our athletes. I would also like to touch upon another important component, which is the competitions. Where during my playing days, I still remember, it is the exposure what we get in the club matches or other matches which we used to get coming from Punjab to play in Delhi, Chennai or in Mumbai. So these are still not available for other sports. So I think we need to create more competition so that they have more exposure, they can get more, actual competition exposure. So from the grassroots level to the international level, participating in the competition helps our athletes. We need to move on from coaching camps to competitions. Coaching is fine. As I've seen many batsmen, they were doing very well in the nets. But when they used to come for the competitions, it wasn't easy for them. They looked a great talent in the nets, but in the middle, they were unable to perform. So our players have to be mentally tough. At the same time, they have to have the exposure as far as the competitions are concerned. So at times we have seen our athletes falter at the last stage of an event, and it may be due to lack of experience. But if that athlete has participated with competitors at the state level, district level, national levels, it gives them a lot of exposure. And he may be able to perform better, as we have seen with the case of none other than Neeraj Chopra. He has shared it with many on many platforms. So that is why we have come up with the Khelo India Youth Games and the Khelo India University Games, wherein thousands of young sports persons from across the country participate in over 20 sporting events. Just yesterday, Vijayji, you might have noticed, and I also I came to know that in the shooting national championship held at Patiala, Khelo India Youth Games champion Darshana Rathore beat the top-ranked woman skeet shooter to win her national skeet title. This feat is personally to me, it means a lot, and it affirms that we are heading in the right direction. Before the pandemic, the third edition of Khelo India Youth Games were conducted at Guwahati, where you are present today, wherein about 6,130 athletes participated in the event. And in the February 2022, we'll be hosting the fourth edition in Panchkula, Haryana. We are also hosting the second edition of Khelo India University Games, and it is going to be held in the month of March in Bangalore. I know that many of athletes participating in these games will soon represent India at the highest level, and they will all make us proud. So I won't take more time. Let me just say that soon we are going to announce the Mission Olympic Cell for the 2024 Paris Olympics, and the work has already begun for the same. You will be hearing about it in the next 2 days. We launched the Central Athlete Injury Management System for streamlining the sports medicine and rehabilitation support given to the athletes. We have improved our focus on nutrition, sports science professionals, psychologists, biomechanists, sports performance analysis to better the performances at the Olympics. We have high hopes from our athletes for the 2024 Olympics, and we require the full support of the state government support federations, which is the National Sports Federations, the corporate sector and the NGOs, the state associations. So I look forward from all these stakeholders to come forward, shortlist their priority games, start academies, start holding competitions, hire more coaches, and we all can come together, and as a team India, we can do well in the 2024 Olympics. On that note, I thank the organizers for hosting a North-East Conclave and inviting me there. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Yeah, thank you, Anurag ji. I know your love for sports, and would you spell out something if you have any vision for sports in Northeast? Because from my experience, I can tell you it's going to be the biggest sports hub in the years to come. There's amazing talent, and if you can just spell out something, if you have for sports lovers and sportsmen and coaches in Northeast.
See, the sports person from the Northeast have actually showcased that they have the talent, and they are mentally strong along with the physical fitness, and they're physically strong as well. They have performed at the national and at the international level. All we can do is to provide better infrastructure for them. And we have approved close to 59 projects to the tune of say 425 crore rupees. It will cost about 425 crore rupees. Alone, Arunachal Pradesh got about 20 projects, which will cost us close to 150 crore rupees. Assam, there are 7 projects, which will cost us close to 45 crore rupees. And if I remember correctly, Manipur, I think 8, then Meghalaya 6, 7. On these lines, everyone got 6 to 7 projects sanctioned to the tune of 40 to 80 crore rupees. So this clearly showcases that we are building the infrastructure at the state level and at the district level. Also, the only national sports university which will come up in India is at Manipur. It will cost us close to 600 crore rupees, and Prime Minister himself has laid the foundation stone. It is not only the Northeastern players who have brought laurels for the country, but at the same time, the central government has tried to build infrastructure in the Northeast to have more champions from this region.
Anurag ji, it's very heartening to know that the union government has multiple plans for sports infrastructure development in Northeast. Earlier, we heard from Baichung, we heard from Kota ji, then we heard from a whole host of players. And I think they wanted to say, while it's lovely that the state governments, union governments are building stadiums, building sports schools across the region, but they think that more grounds needs to be there. It's not about having a stadium with where you have galleries for people to sit and watch, but just grounds where kids can come up and play. Does the union government have any plans of actually creating more just sports ground across the region?
If you look at what I've done in Himachal Pradesh as a Himachal Pradesh Cricket Association president, it is only one Dharamshala cricket stadium which is of the international standard. Rest all the cricket grounds, 5 to 6 I built, are just the full-fledged cricket grounds along with the pavilion block, which costed not more than 4 to 5 crore rupees. A full-fledged cricket ground with a capacity of 3,000 people sitting in that area with the dressing rooms and all that. I'm replicating that kind of model at a lower cost. For example, not in every sector you require the high roof. For the mat games, you can live with the 5-meter height, and you can have the smaller areas where you can play judo, taekwondo, wrestling, kabaddi, table tennis, or boxing, and these kind of games where you just need to take away the mats and bring the table tennis table there or something else. You can fix the different timings for that. And I agree, and we are working on that. The sketches are almost ready. These will be made available in the future so that at the block level and at the district level, we have these kind of infrastructure where more and more players can come and play. But before that, we want to know from every state what does exist in those states. And trust me, I'm after their life for the last 2 months to get that data. Neither with the center nor with the state government. They didn't have the data with them. I pushed these states and I got data of 21 states so far. And I'm hopeful in next 7-10 days, I'll be able to take the rest of the data from them and then can do the geotagging so that even if you're sitting in this hall and if you want to travel anywhere in Guwahati, you should know in which area, what infrastructure exists. So any sports person or any citizen of this country, if they're traveling to any nook and corner of this country, in next 6 months, they may be in a position to know that the city they're traveling to, what infrastructure exists there, and we can give them the telephone numbers in future. They can connect with them. They can book a time and they can go and train there. This never happened in the past. This is going to happen in the next 6 months.
That's a wonderful idea because we are often accused, governments and sports associations are often accused of having this world-class infrastructure and stadiums and then locking it up only for events and not allowing sports-loving people to use it. It's wonderful to know that you have a vision of having these geotagged facilities where ordinary citizens can also go and play. I think there are a lot of people in the audience also. They have a few questions, but I think before that, Vijay sir had a question for him as well.
No, I just wanted to inform you, Anurag, that Baichung Bhutia was talking about travel. I mean, you just mentioned about travel arrangements. Is it possible sometime in the future, although sports is a state subject, can the central government provide subsidized air travel for state teams going to participate in national championship from the Northeast? Because they spend almost a week, a team from say going from Sikkim to Kerala, they would spend a week in reaching the place and another week coming back. So can this be a possibility in the near future?
Two things I think on this. One, we already have subsidized rail fare for the sports persons. But as you rightly mentioned, it takes more time for the hill states, especially the northeastern states, to reach out to the other parts of the country. We can have a look at it. We can have a look at increasing the budgets for the states. But also at the same time, the state should also come forward. You know, ultimately the sports is a state subject. The state associations and the national sports federations should also raise resources. The people who are sitting on those chairs for number of years, they should contribute and, you know, have more revenue for the game. That is why they are there as administrators. They have a role to play.
Yeah, I understand.
When we talk about the Northeast, we also see that, especially in boxing, you said a lot of young kids in Northeast are picking up boxing. We have Mary Combs Academy, which is doing very good work. Now, Sarita's Academy is also coming up. Do you think the union government is going to work in collaboration with these former sports persons to use their expertise to further reach out to encourage youngsters to take up those particular sports?
Yes, we can. And I personally want the former players to go back and contribute, give back to the game. The best they could do is to create more champions like them in the future. And whatever is required will be in a position to help them. We did that in the past to many players. They created their infrastructure with the help of the National Sports Development Fund. From Usha to others, to Anju Babu George, to many others who have created, even our former badminton players, Gopi and all, Prakash Padukone, they all got benefited out of these schemes of the central government. They created infrastructure, and even if they have the quality players with them, we pay them for them to train them in their academies, and will continue doing so.
Do we have any questions from the audience before we carry on? Please identify yourself as well.
Good evening, sir. My name is Barua. I'm a former international badminton player from Assam, and also I work as general manager of a national oil company, that's Oil India Limited. So I've been associated with the sports promotion, sports administration for last almost 20 years in different forums. My only suggestion to you, please enforce the national sports code on all the sports bodies across the nation and also in all the states. If we do it today, in another 5 to 6 years now onwards, you will see a total transformation. Because you know the reason, the most of the national sports federations are not fully adhering to the national sports code. Also, the same thing needs to be translated to the state also. So this is my only request. One more question.
I take it as a suggestion.
Yeah, Anurag, one more question before we.
Yeah.
Go ahead. The questions.
Sir, I am from Arunachal. I am Arunachal Olympic Association Secretary General. Sir, I have seen there is no uniformity approach from the stakeholder in identifying the athletes. Why I'm saying, like for example, I am basically from badminton. Because basically badminton, there is a BI calendar and a BWF calendar. So we have to, player have to play that. And the other side, Khelo India also have their own objective, own program. So there is a, likewise in other discipline also in the country, there is no uniform approach in identifying, in telling hand. And so I think there is a something, don't you look it as a something lacking on this aspect? Thank you.
Yes, I think you raised a very relevant point. If we see globally, they have the charts prepared, the calendar prepared for the next couple of years. We can do the reverse calculations as well. For example, if we have the Asian Games scheduled and the Commonwealth Games scheduled in 2022, the associations and federations should have done the reverse calculation and, release the calendar at least 10 months in advance. The last 1.5 years could have been a year of a lot of challenges because of COVID-19 pandemic. But for future, we'll try and ensure and we'll speak to the national sports federations to release their 1 year calendar in advance. So that will help the athletes also and the organizations, associations also to prepare and book the venues well in advance, and it will help the players to plan their participation.
Thank you, Anurag ji. Also, I think a lot of athletes expressed that while the government is creating a lot of hard infrastructure in terms of grounds, as well as gymnasiums and all that, India also needs to focus on soft infrastructure of coaches, of physical trainers, sports dietitians, nutritionists and all of that. I mean, I know, for example, Sai has recently asked for application for all of these posts. But do you think there are enough qualified sports professionals in this country to fill this post that you have advertised for?
See, as I said in my speech also, that we have already started working in that direction. You might have seen the change in the food which is being given to our athletes in various camps. And also at the same time, the National Center for the Sports Science that is being established. We are starting that as well. The appointments are being made. And biomechanics to others also, we are working on that side. We have also hired the CEO tops and the deputy CEO for the tops as well, high performance director also. And along with that, a large number of physios, trainer, coaches, and now the nutritions and all the other supporting staff will be hired as per the requirement. And we have given permission in the past and paid for that as well.
Anurag, my last question before we wind up. You have been very, supportive as far as Sportstar is concerned. I remember 500 test match as BCCI president. You had joined us in the celebrations. And I'm sorry, I'm bringing in cricket here. When you were there were a lot of professional steps which were taken by the BCCI to make it very, very accountable. So what can you do as a sports minister to bring in this kind of professionalism from the stakeholders in various states, federations, especially at the junior level? Can you force them to be more accountable so that we can look forward to a good sporting future?
Rather than force the federation or associations, I would like to work with a friendly approach, just to handhold where they need the central government help. Also at the same time, make them realize if they perform, they do well, our sports can do well. Ultimately, it is the national sports federations and the state associations who have to pick players at the national and at the state level, and also to organize events. I can create infrastructure, I can give them coaches, I can give them funds, but at the same time, they have to be impartial, they have to be honest, and they have to have a professional approach to take the sports on the greater higher. That is very, very important. Till the time they don't change or they don't improve, the central government alone with the top scheme or the other Khelo India schemes won't be enough. It is the entire mindset we have to change. We have to behave like that. We have to build more champions here, and we have to be a medal winning nations among the top 20 nations in the coming future, and slowly and gradually we should come up to the top 10 nations in the world. And it has to be a long-term plan. It can't happen overnight. It takes at least 10 to 12 years to create players, to build organizations. And I've seen with a lot of involvement of the outsiders, there is a, rather than the graph going up, it has come down. So I think they also need to evaluate with the kind of decision made in the past, whether that has helped the Indian sports or it has put a big question mark whether we will have enough administrators in the system or not.
And I know we won 7 medals at the Tokyo Olympics, where this is a very personal question, where you did it match your estimate as the sports minister, or you had expected a few more?
I think we expected it to be in the double digit, and few areas where I think we could not do well. We expected a good number of medals from the shooting, rifle shooting. At the same time, my expectation from the wrestling and boxing was on the high side. So I think these 3 areas we could have done better. But still, I think there's a learning in that. And I'm sure with the help of the national sports federations, corporates, and the state governments, we will be in a position to do better in the future. We still have 3 years to go for the next Olympics. So I think we need to really work hard, because in certain sectors, after one big player goes away, we don't see many coming up. That's a challenge I see in many sports.
So do you have a number in mind for Paris that you are aiming for?
I think that is the job of the media to look at.
And then I would like to know that you have got a very, very busy schedule, but how do you still keep your fitness level so up? I mean, we see you skipping, playing volleyball. I mean, where do you find the time to go to the gym and stay fit?
I did skipping after I think 25 years. I didn't do anything post my cricket days. And even the volleyball I played in my school days when I was in class 9th and 10th. But I was surprised to see when I played, I could do reasonably well. Even by wearing a suit, I mean, that wasn't a bad thing to do.
That was wonderful. I don't think many of our athletes would be able to do what you did. And I think you are hiding from us. I mean, you must be like every day at the start of the day or in the evening, you find some time to exercise.
No, I start working at 8:30 in the morning. I finish close to 1:30, 1:15 at night. And Vijayji knows it better. My engagements throughout the day, meeting people, working, office meetings and all that, that keeps me busy. But for others, I would like to say that however busy you are, take 30 minutes off for your physical fitness. Fitness ka dose, आधा घंटा रोज.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And also please download the Fit India mobile app, Fit India mobile app, because that will help you to engage with others, involve others, and keep yourself fit, set targets and try to achieve that.
So Anurag ji, for good old time's sake, I will download the app and challenge you within next 1 month.
Look forward, Vijayji. At least I'll be involved too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anurag ji, for your time. It was lovely hearing from you. I think all the young athletes here would be inspired by the positive message that you have sent across. And I think the administrators and the state government representatives here too will also be enthused by the plans and vision that your government and the Honourable Prime Minister have for the region. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a remarkably candid session from the Union Sports Minister. Moving on, we have the boxing bronze medalist from the Tokyo Games, Lovlina Borgohai. Can you have a round of applause for her, please? May I invite Lovlina to the stage? Yeah. And Shri Sanjeev Pranay Singh, Executive Director and Refinery Head, Guwahati Refinery, Indian Oil, on the stage, please, to honor her. Yeah, team. Okay, the entire team. And the sports team of Indian Oil. Thank you, sir. Lovlina can stay on the stage, please. Yeah, can stay. May I call Bhai Sarangi and Mr. Vijay Lokapalli to the stage, please. Yeah, we're going to coach also. May I have a coach Padamboro on the stage? One more chair. One more chair. Can I have some mics, please? Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello. Good evening. Another Tokyo Olympic medalist here with us. Now she's present here physically. We did Mirabai Chanu. She was connected through the internet, and now like Lovlina doesn't need any introduction. Like, so the second Indian woman boxer after Mary Kom to win an Olympic medal, and that became more significant because we didn't win any medal in boxing in Rio Olympics. So and interestingly, both the women boxers who have won medals in Olympics are from Northeast. So this is also very special. So we have the opportunity to speak to Lovlina as well as the coach who spotted her and trained her at an early age. So Mr. Padamboro. So we'll start with asking Lovlina since it's the session about meet the Olympic champion, so we'll ask Lovlina about her journey to Tokyo Olympic medal. So Lovlina, काफी सारा हर्डल्स था जो टोक्यो ओलंपिक के लिए आप ट्रेनिंग कर रही थी, तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए. बेसिकली जो कोविड रिलेटेड आपका ट्रेनिंग ब्रेक हुआ, फिर उसके बाद आपने किया वो कैसे ओवरकम किया?
हाँ सर, बहुत
वैसे कि ये ओलंपिक सबके लिए ही बहुत अलग गए हैं, क्योंकि कोविड के वजह से सब कुछ चेंज हो चुके थे। पहले तो पोस्टपोन हो गया था ओलंपिक, तो पहली बार ऐसा हुआ था कि ओलंपिक कैंसिल भी होने का मतलब बात चल रहा था। तो पहली बात मुझे बहुत ज्यादा डर लग रहे थे कि अगर ओलंपिक नहीं होगा तो फिर कैसे होगा, क्योंकि मैं इतने सालों का जो सपना था मेरा, तो उसको पूरा करना ही था। और ये ओलंपिक मतलब मैंने सोचा था कि मैं जीत के आऊंगी और मेडल लेके आऊंगी। और जो ये पूरा जर्नी था, जब मैंने बॉक्सिंग स्टार्ट किया तब से ही मेरा सपना बस यही रहा था कि मैं ओलंपिक में जाऊं और मेडल जीत के लाऊं। और लेकिन जब इतना पास आ गया, क्वालिफाई हो गई थी मैं, उसके बाद कोविड के वजह से सब कुछ लॉकडाउन हो गया। और मतलब तब से सोचा था कि क्वालिफाई होने के बाद कैसा ट्रेनिंग चलेगा, एकदम ओलंपिक का तैयारी कैसे होगा, बहुत अच्छे से होगा, ऐसा ही सोचते हैं सभी। फिर लॉकडाउन के वजह से पूरा 6 महीना मुझे मतलब घर में बैठना पड़ा। 2020 के मार्च में क्वालिफाई किया मैंने, उसके बाद 6 महीना घर में एकदम लॉकडाउन के वजह से। और घर में जैसे कि गांव में है तो फिर वहाँ पे कोई सेंटर वगैरह भी नहीं था, और ट्रेनिंग के लिए बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल होता था, क्योंकि मतलब जो हमारा रनिंग के लिए गांव का रास्ते में तो हम चल सकते हैं, लेकिन वो रास्ता भी सही नहीं था रनिंग वगैरह के लिए, तो बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल होता था। जो मैं घर का इक्विपमेंट होता था उससे ही मैं थोड़ा बहुत ट्रेनिंग कर लेता था। और बाद में मुझे स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया से भी मतलब इक्विपमेंट भेजा गया। उसके बीच में मेरा मम्मी का तबीयत मतलब खराब होने लगा, उनको किडनी का प्रॉब्लम था और ये प्रॉब्लम चल रहा था। और उसी बीच हमारा 6 महीना खत्म हुआ, फिर लॉकडाउन धीरे धीरे खोलने लगा और कैंप हम लोगों का मतलब शुरू हुआ। और उसी कैंप में ज्वाइन करने के लिए मैं जब गई थी, उसी बीच में मुझे कोविड पॉजिटिव आ गया। और हमारा टीम इटली जाने वाले थे, और वो पहला जो ओलंपिक के लिए तब 4 या 5 महीना था। और उसी बीच मेरा जो पहला टूर था वो मतलब मैंने कैंसिल हो गया मेरा। और वहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग था, 2 महीने का ट्रेनिंग था, वो ट्रेनिंग भी मैंने मिस किया और पहला मेरा कंपटीशन भी मिस किया। और उसके बाद कोविड के वजह से मैं खुद इतना वीक हो गई थी और कहाँ से स्टार्ट करूँ समझ में नहीं आ रहा था। ये हुआ, उसके बाद मेरा मम्मी का किडनी का ऑपरेशन भी हो गया, ये सब भी टेंशन चल रहा था। फिर मैं कोविड ठीक हुई और कैंप ज्वाइन किया। तो कैंप ज्वाइन करने के बाद हमारा जो पूरा नेशनल कैंप का सभी को मतलब कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गया, और मैं बच गई क्योंकि मुझे पहले हो चुका था। और जब टीम सब पॉजिटिव हो गए, फिर से घर भेज दिया। तब मतलब 2 महीना या 3 महीना ही था ओलंपिक के। तो देखा जाए तो पूरा साल का जो ओलंपिक का ट्रेनिंग था लास्ट के,
उसी बीच आपने क्या किया वो भी बताइए।
हाँ, वो मतलब खत्म ही हो गया। जो मेरा ट्रेनिंग अच्छे से करना था वो रह गया। और जो 3 महीना था लास्ट का, तब मैंने घर नहीं आई, दिल्ली में ही मैंने एक्स्ट्रा से ट्रेनिंग करना शुरू कर दिया स्ट्रेंथ कंडीशनिंग के ऊपर।
होटल रूम में रह के?
हाँ, होटल में रह गई। तो दिल्ली भी तो सेकंड स्टेज चल रहा था, तभी दिल्ली में बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम चल रहा था। और वो मैंने स्टार्ट किया, फिर एक महीना वहां पे रहा। उसके बाद हम लोगों को पुणे में लेके गया। पुणे में तब ASI में, आर्मी इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंडिया में लेके गया, और वहां पे ट्रेनिंग शुरू हुआ। और तब मुझे वो मतलब लड़कों के साथ फाइट करने के लिए मिल रहा था, क्योंकि लड़की कोई नहीं था, मेरी दीदी और मैं ही था, हम दोनों का ही कैंप चल रहा था, और वहां पे लड़कों के साथ फाइट करते थे हम। तो 1 महीना थोड़ा सा ट्रेनिंग अच्छा गया, लेकिन उसके बीच मुझे बहुत सारे इंजरी होने लगे थे, क्योंकि ये पूरा साल अच्छे से ट्रेनिंग नहीं हो रहा था और एकदम से हाई इंटेंसिटी ट्रेनिंग करने लग गए थे। और उसके बीच मेरा पैरों का भी फ्रैक्चर हो गया लास्ट, और 1 महीने ही था बस। तो मुझे उसमें भी डर लग रहा था, कि सोच रही थी कि कैसे ओलंपिक में मैं खड़ा रह पाऊंगी। जो कि पहले तो सोच रही थी ट्रेनिंग के बारे में, अभी इंजरी के बारे में बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रेस होता था, क्योंकि जो इतना पास आके अभी ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है, वो प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है। लेकिन कभी ऐसा नहीं सोचा कि नहीं होगा, जैसे भी हो करना ही है। मुझे इंजरी का ज्यादा डर नहीं था, तब भी सोच रहा था कि ओलंपिक होगा कि नहीं होगा। कि ओलंपिक का होगा नहीं होगा, बहुत बात चल रहा था। फिर लास्ट में मैंने जो मेरा फ्रैक्चर था उसको मैंने प्लास्टर करके रखना था, लेकिन मैंने प्लास्टर नहीं किया। मैंने डिसीजन लिया क्योंकि एक दिन का ट्रेनिंग भी मिस से मेरा बहुत लॉस हो सकता है, और मैंने ट्रेनिंग वैसे ही किया। दो तीन दिन तो मैंने बैठ कर भी ट्रेनिंग किया है, सिर्फ अपर बॉडी का। फिर धीरे धीरे चलने लगी मैं, वॉकिंग में भी प्रॉब्लम होता था। फिर लास्ट में 1 महीने में थोड़ा सा मतलब फिजियोस वगैरह देख दुख के फिर लास्ट में मैं ओलंपिक तक खेल पाई। और अगर ये पूरा साल का मतलब अच्छे से मुझे ट्रेनिंग मिलता तो फिर मुझे लगता है कि मैं 100% गोल्ड मेडल ला सकती थी। लेकिन बहुत अच्छा प्रिपरेशन नहीं हुआ। जो मेरा सपना था वो पूरा नहीं हुआ क्योंकि मुझे गोल्ड चाहिए था ओलंपिक में। लेकिन अभी मेरे पास टाइम भी है, और अभी मुझे पता भी है कि मैं कैसे ट्रेनिंग करना है। तो नेक्स्ट का पेरिस का मुझे बहुत ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस है।
एग्जैक्टली वही मैं अभी बोलने वाला था कि ये जब बहुत ज्यादा लोगों को मालूम नहीं है कि आपका जो फ्रैक्चर हुआ था वो उसको प्लास्टर में डालना था, मतलब कास्ट में डालना था, बट वो कैसे आपने मैनेज किया, क्योंकि वो तो फ्रैक्चर है।
हाँ, लेकिन मैं उस टाइम पे बस ऐसा मतलब सोचती थी कि अभी जो भी हो जाए, चाहे मेरा हाथ टूटे या पैर ही क्यों ना टूटे, मुझे तो बस करना ही है, खेलना ही है और जीतना ही है। तो उस टाइम पे पैरों का सोचने का टाइम ही नहीं होता था, बस कैसे मतलब ट्रेनिंग मिस नहीं हो और मैं कैसे खेल पाऊं और जीतूं, बस इतना ही था।
अच्छा, इतना सारा जो ऑब्स्टेकल्स आया उसके वजह से आपका जो जब भी आप इंश्योर कर लिया कि सेमीफाइनल है पहुंच गई और मेडल इंश्योर हो गया, तो वो मोमेंट कितना ज्यादा स्वीट हो गया आपके लिए?
हाँ, बहुत ज्यादा वो मोमेंट अच्छा था। क्योंकि बहुत मतलब अभी तक मैंने ओलंपिक से पहले जितना भी कंपटीशन खेला था, हमेशा मैं इतना रिएक्ट नहीं करती थी कोई भी फाइट में कि हाथ बस उठाया और नॉर्मली आ गया, बस ऐसे ही रहते थे। लेकिन हमेशा सोचती थी कि हार भी जाती थी कि सोचती थी कि ओलंपिक है, ओलंपिक में खुद को प्रूव करना है। तो वो मोमेंट बहुत ही स्पेशल था, और खुद के लिए भी वो बहुत मुझे प्रूव करना था, क्योंकि जिस लड़की के साथ मैंने 4 बार हार चुकी थी उसके साथ भी था, और मुझे खुद को प्रूव करना था, और वो मेडल बाउट भी था। तो बहुत ही ज्यादा स्पेशल था वो मोमेंट।
अभी तो आप जैसे अभी रॉक स्टार की तरह हर जगह जाती है, वो कवर पेजेस में फोटो आ रही है, फोटो शूट हो रहा है, तो ये नया लाइफ कैसे लग रहा है?
नया लाइफ नहीं बोल सकती हूँ। मैं तो जैसी थी वैसी ही हूँ। बस अभी जैसे कि मैं एक मेडल जीत लिया तो मतलब देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी बात है, तो लोग बहुत ज्यादा एक्सपेक्ट करता है और सब देखना चाहते हैं। तो मैं सोचती हूँ कि मेरा ज्यादा फोकस मेरा गेम में ही रहना चाहिए, और ये सब तो होते रहेंगे। ऐसा भी नहीं है कि मैं अपना लाइफ जीऊँ भी नहीं। मैं सब कुछ मेंटेन करके चलना है मुझे, और जो मेरा सपना है उसको पहले रख के बाकी सबको बस मैनेज करना है।
तो वो पहले वाला लाइफ ज्यादा अच्छा लगता था, या अभी इतना सारा अटेंशन मिल रहा है, सेलिब्रिटी स्टेटस है, वो ज्यादा अच्छा है?
दोनों ही अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन कभी कभी स्पेस चाहिए होता है तो नहीं होता है, तो कभी खराब लगता है, लेकिन कभी कभी अच्छा भी लगता है कि लोग इतना प्यार दे रहे हैं। तो
अच्छा, एक ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट है, उसका स्टेटस हमारे कंट्री में बहुत ज्यादा है, और उसके साथ काफी सारे रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज भी आती हैं। तो आपके लिए वो सब क्या है, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का मीनिंग क्या है?
हाँ, वैसे कि इंडिया में ओलंपिक मेडल बहुत ज्यादा कम है, इसीलिए बहुत ज्यादा लोग सोचते हैं कि बहुत ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट दिया जाता है। और
ये जो उसके साथ जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आती है एक ओलंपिक मेडल।
हाँ, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का, हाँ, जैसे कि मैं रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो है ही, बाउट के ओवर एक्सपेक्टेशन बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाता है। जैसे कि अभी जो नया मेरा कंपटीशन आएगा, लोगों का एक्सपेक्टेशन बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगा, उसमें से स्ट्रेस तो आएगा। लेकिन मैं सोचती हूँ कि इतना ज्यादा स्ट्रेस नहीं लेना है मुझे, क्योंकि हम अगर कोई भी चीज बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रेस से करते हैं तो फिर वो कभी अच्छा नहीं होता है। तो माइंड को फ्री रख के, रिलैक्स रह के ही हमेशा करना चाहिए।
या आपसे नहीं पूछूंगा, मुझे कोच साहब से पूछना है कि ये लवलीना तो सबको मालूम है, सबने देखा क्या करती है। अभी जैसे सारंगी ने बोला सेलिब्रिटी है,
मेडल लेके आई है। पर थोड़ा हमको बताएंगे, आप जब पहली बार इसको देखे थे, ये आपके पास आई या आपने इसको स्पॉट किया, और कैसे इसको ट्रेन किया, क्या देखा आपने कि ये कि आगे जाके चैंपियन बन सकती है?
ये 2012 का बात है। तो 3 टाइप्स का टैलेंट हंटिंग था। तो हम लोग का डायरेक्टर ने बोला था, तो एक काम करना, तुम हम लोग का साई के लिए भी लड़का लड़की ढूंढ लेना। तो 2012 में हम लोग एक साई का टीम बोरपठार में गया था, बोरपठार में सोरपठार में गया था। तो उस टाइम में 3 टाइप्स का जितना भी था सिलेक्शन कर लिया। उसके बाद लवलीना आया, तो मैंने उसका सर्टिफिकेट ये सब देखा, तो ये मुआ थाई का था और किक बॉक्सिंग था। तो मैंने बोला तुम इधर आओ। तो मैंने बॉक्सिंग का 3-4 टेस्ट ले लिया। तो टेस्ट लेके देखा तो अरे इसको तो जल्दी बॉक्सर बना सकते हैं। तो इसलिए हम सोनू पठार में उसको बोला, चलो तुम साई में बॉक्सिंग के लिए जाना है। तब से ये गुवाहाटी साई में है।
लवलीना, वो ट्रेनिंग शेड्यूल बताएंगे कि कितना टफ था, कितना डांट पड़ता था, या कभी प्यार भी करते थे क्योंकि कोच है?
सर हमेशा जरा तो प्यार ही करते थे, हमेशा प्यार से ही ट्रेनिंग के लिए बोलते थे, ऐसे रूड कोच के जैसा नहीं थे सर। जब मैं मुआठाई में मुझे सिलेक्ट किया, मुआठाई से थी मैं, और सर ने मुझे पहली बार देखा और फिर गुवाहाटी साई के लिए मुझे सिलेक्ट किया। फिर मतलब मैं घर में ही थी, थोड़ा प्रोसेस चलता है, उसके बाद ही बुलाते हैं हॉस्टल में। उसके बीच ही नेशनल शुरू हो रहा था, तो मुझे किसी ने देखा नहीं था, बस मैं वहीं पे बस थोड़ा बहुत सर ने देखा था। और जो पदम सर ने ही मतलब पहला जो नेशनल मैंने खेला, जो मुझे देखा भी नहीं था, बस सर ने वहीं पे थोड़ा बहुत देखा था, जो मुझे बॉक्सिंग अच्छे से आता भी नहीं था। और जो हमारे फेडरेशन के सर है, हेमंत सर, लोगों ने सभी ने मिलकर मुझे सिलेक्ट किया, तो बिना देखे ही सिलेक्ट किया कि मैं नेशनल के लिए, नहीं तो ट्रायल होता था। और जब मैं सब जूनियर थी, मेरे वेट कैटेगरी में कोई थे भी नहीं, लेकिन सर लोगों को मेरे ऊपर विश्वास था कि मैं अच्छा कर पाऊंगी, तो मुझे सिलेक्ट किया और वो नेशनल में खेलने गया। जो मुआठाई का 1-2 पंच था, वही पंच से मैंने पहला नेशनल खेला और मैं गोल्ड मेडल लेके आई। तो सर को मेरे पे बहुत ज्यादा विश्वास था पहले से ही, जो कि मुझे अपना पंच वंच भी तब अच्छे से नहीं आता था, लेकिन सर को लगता था कि मैं बहुत अच्छा कर सकती हूँ, तभी उन्होंने मुझे सिलेक्ट किया और नेशनल तक भेजा।
तो एक चीज बता देना, फिर सारंगी पूछेंगे कि ऐसा क्या उन्होंने बताया जो अभी भी याद है, जो आपको बहुत उससे फायदा हुआ?
सर अपरकट सिखाते हैं। वो अपरकट पहले पहले तो होता नहीं था, लेकिन वो बहुत अभी भी मैं यूज करती हूँ और उससे मुझे बहुत ज्यादा फायदा हुआ। और सर बहुत ज्यादा मतलब फ्री रखते हैं प्लेयर्स को, जैसे कि बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रेस नहीं देते हैं। ट्रेनिंग के टाइम ट्रेनिंग होते हैं, लेकिन बाकी टाइम हम लोगों को फ्री भी छोड़ देते हैं। और जैसे कि हम खुश होके अगर कोई भी ट्रेनिंग करते हैं तो फिर बहुत अच्छा होता है। और ट्रेनिंग के बीच में सर जैसे कि कभी कभी पूरा हफ्ता सिर्फ ट्रेनिंग ही नहीं, सिर्फ दूसरा गेम्स भी खिलाते हैं। नहीं तो जब हम कैंप में रहते हैं तो सिर्फ हम लोग का दूसरा गेम खेलना होता है, चिल्ला चिल्ला के नहीं मिलता है, लेकिन सर हमें मतलब जाओ गेम खेलो।
उधम साहब, मुझे एक चीज पूछना है। आपने लवलीना को तैयार किया, आपने सोम बहादुर पुन को तैयार किया जो कि कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट है, आपने जमुना बोरो को तैयार किया, तो उसको छोड़ के भी काफी सारे बॉक्सर्स आसाम में से निकले हैं, स्पेशली वुमेन बॉक्सर्स, भाग्यवती काचारी, अनामिका, देन पिलाओ बसुमातारी। बट ये ऐसा क्यों है कि इधर जो जितने टैलेंट है वो और ज्यादा नहीं निकल रहे हैं, और बहुत कम जो ऊपर के लेवल में जाके जो शाइन कर रहे हैं, उसका क्या वजह है?
भाग्यवती कसारी, फाइलो, मीनू बसुमती, ये सब कुकड़ादर साई से आया था। तो जब से रेलवे में भर्ती हुआ तब से मैं ज्यादा टाइम ये गुवाहाटी साई में प्रैक्टिस कर ले जाता था, क्योंकि हम वहाँ पे रहता था तो उन लोग को भी ट्रेनिंग देता था। तो अभी भी ये फाइलू बसुमातारी, मीनू बसुमातारी और भाग्यवती कचारी, अभी भी मैं होप करता हूँ वो लोग ओलंपिक कोई तो कोई जरूर खेलेगा।
मेरा पूछना ये है कि और भी काफी सारे बॉक्सर्स आ सकते हैं असम से, क्योंकि टैलेंट है इधर, तो उसका क्या वजह है कि आ नहीं पा रहे हैं, बहुत लिमिटेड आ रहे हैं, या फिर उसको और आने चाहिए, उसका क्या वजह है?
उसका वजह ये है, जो साई में भर्ती हो गया उन लोग के ठीक से ये ट्रेनिंग कर पाता है, क्योंकि दूसरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कोच भी नहीं है, इक्विपमेंट भी नहीं है, तो इसलिए इतना ऊपर नहीं आ रहा है। अगर मैक्सिमम साई हो जाएगा, मैक्सिमम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में साई हो जाएगा, तो कोच के अंदर रहने से असम का ये बॉक्सर और ऊपर आएगा।
तो लवलीना, फिर आप अभी ये बताइए कि वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप तो पीछे चला गया, तो अभी जैसे आपको कितना डिफिकल्ट हुआ ओलंपिक के बाद जो ब्रेक था उससे वापस आके ट्रेनिंग में ये करना, और फिर एक बड़ा इवेंट के लिए मेंटली अपने आप को तैयार करना?
मुश्किल तो नहीं बोल सकती हूँ। हाँ, वो टाइम बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल था जब मैं ओलंपिक में मेडल जीत के आई, और बहुत लोग बहुत ज्यादा मिलना चाहते थे, और बहुत ज्यादा उससे कि इतने सारे लोगों से मिलना और बात करना वो पॉसिबल नहीं था, और लोग बहुत ज्यादा चाहते थे, और उनको टाइम देना भी जरूरी था उस टाइम पे। लेकिन वैसे वैसे देख के ट्रेवल करके इधर से उधर जा के मेरा ट्रेनिंग बहुत ज्यादा मतलब नहीं कर पा रही थी। और कोई भी हम अगर मतलब ट्रेनिंग के गैप रखते हैं 15 दिन से ज्यादा कभी गैप नहीं रखना चाहिए, जिससे बॉडी में बहुत ज्यादा इफेक्ट पड़ता है, हमें फिर से जीरो से स्टार्ट करना पड़ता है। तो उस टाइम पे मेरा 30 डेज से ऊपर हो गया था। घर में आते पता ही नहीं चल रहा था कि रोज कैसे चले जा रहे थे, लोग सुबह से शाम तक मतलब घर में रहते थे, और मैं ट्रेनिंग नहीं कर पा रही थी। तो उसी के बीच मतलब मुझे जैसे कि ट्रेनिंग में मैं आसाम से चुपचाप ही चली गई, जैसे हुआ कि किसी को मैंने बताया नहीं कि बीच में ही मैं भाग गई और ट्रेनिंग शुरू किया। और ट्रेनिंग में मुझे इतना ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि जाके ही एकदम बहुत ज्यादा हाई इंटेंसिटी ट्रेनिंग नहीं किया मैंने, धीरे धीरे से स्टार्ट किया। पहले बॉडी को एडजस्ट किया, वैसे पानी में पहले मैंने ट्रेनिंग किया, वैसे वैसे मैंने ट्रेनिंग स्टार्ट किया, और धीरे धीरे से उसके साथ एडजस्ट हो गया, तो इतना ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं हुआ। फिर और एक अभी जैसे कि वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप होने वाले थे दिसंबर में, उसकी तैयारी मैं कर रही थी, और लेकिन वो पोस्टपोन्ड हो गया। तो लेकिन मुझे अच्छा टाइम मिला कि मैं अपने ऊपर काम कर पाई, थोड़ा मैं अपना स्ट्रेंथ के ऊपर काम कर पाई, तो बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं हुआ मेरे लिए।
अभी आपका नेक्स्ट टारगेट्स क्या है? लाइक आपने बोला कि वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप है, तो और नेक्स्ट ईयर तो पूरा भरा पड़ा है कैलेंडर, तो टारगेट्स?
अभी तो वैसे मैंने बोला ही है कि हर प्लेयर का सपना तो ओलंपिक में गोल्ड जीतना ही होता है, तो मेरा जो सपना है अभी पूरा नहीं हुआ है, गोल्ड ही है। लेकिन हम कोई भी चीज एक मतलब छोटे छोटे स्टेप को पार करके ही हमें मिलते हैं। तो उससे पहले मुझे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप है, एशियन गेम्स और कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स मेजर कंपटीशन है, तो उसमें मुझे अच्छा करना है। और अभी जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप है और कॉमनवेल्थ और एशियन गेम्स तो दोनों एक साथ होने वाले हैं, तो इसमें मुझे अपने आप को चेक करने का मौका मिलेगा कि मैं कहाँ तक पहुंची हूँ और मुझे और कितना करना है। और लेकिन मेरा टारगेट गोल्ड ही रहेगा, लेकिन मेरे लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटी होगा कि मैं अपने आप को देख पाऊंगी कि मैं कहाँ तक पहुंची हूँ और मैं और मुझे कितना करना है।
पदम सर, मैं यहाँ पे पूछना चाहूंगा कि आपको क्या लगता है कि कितना टैलेंट है, कितना पोटेंशियल है लवलीना में, वो कहाँ तक जा सकती है?
लवलीना का तो टैलेंट ठीक ही है। अभी मैं आशा करता हूँ नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक में फिर से पार्टिसिपेट करेगा और मेडल लेगा।
और लवलीना इंडियन बॉक्सिंग में, वुमेन्स बॉक्सिंग में कंपटीशन काफी बढ़ रहा है। हरियाणा, नॉर्थ ईस्ट काफी बढ़ रहा है। तो इवन आपके वेट में जैसे कोई अच्छा स्पारिंग पार्टनर नहीं था, लेकिन अब अभी आ रहे हैं। तो ये इंडियन बॉक्सिंग के लिए कितना अच्छा है?
बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा है। वैसे अभी कंपटीशन अच्छा हो रहा है और बहुत सारी प्लेयर्स आ रहे हैं। जैसे कि इस बार नेशनल में भी बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर्स आ रहे थे, नया बॉक्सर निकल के आ रहे थे। तो वुमेन बॉक्सिंग का फ्यूचर बहुत ज्यादा ब्राइट है और आने वाले जो पेरिस ओलंपिक होगा तो मुझे लगता है कि मेडल और भी ज्यादा बढ़ेगा और हमारा वुमेन बॉक्सर का फ्यूचर ब्राइट है।
लवलीना, मेरा साइड से लास्ट क्वेश्चन। आपको तो पेरेंट्स का सपोर्ट मिला, लेकिन आज भी बहुत सारे लड़कियां हैं जिनको पेरेंट्स खेलने नहीं देते हैं, स्पेशली बॉक्सिंग। यहाँ पे डर लगता है कि चेहरा बिगड़ जाएगा, चोट लग जाएगा। तो आप उनको क्या मैसेज देंगे वो पेरेंट्स को कि लड़कियों को एनकरेज करना चाहिए खेलने के लिए, नॉट जस्ट बॉक्सिंग, एनी अदर स्पोर्ट?
पहली बात तो कि अभी भी वैसे थोड़ा बहुत चेंजेस आ रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी भी बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स है कि लड़कियों को स्पोर्ट्स में आने के लिए मना करते हैं। लेकिन मैं सभी पेरेंट्स को रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि अपने लड़कियों को खेलने देना चाहिए। जैसे कि हम अगर स्पोर्ट्स में देते हैं तो स्पोर्ट्स में बहुत ज्यादा फायदा होता है। कोई भी चाहे स्पोर्ट्स खेल के कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाता है और डर हट जाता है मन से, और जिससे हमें जो पढ़ाई में भी हो या कोई भी लाइन में हो बहुत अच्छा कर सकता है अगर स्पोर्ट्स में आए तो। और स्पोर्ट्स में भी अभी बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा फ्यूचर है और अपना करियर बना सकता है। तो इसमें डरने की बात नहीं होना चाहिए और ऐसा सोचना चाहिए कि खुद की बेटी बहुत कुछ कर सकती है, लड़की नहीं कर सकती ये नहीं, लड़की बहुत कुछ कर सकती है, सब कर सकती है, लड़कों के बराबर होता है। और अभी प्रूफ करके दिखा रहे हैं लड़की इतना, तो पेरेंट्स को भी सपोर्ट करना चाहिए अपनी बच्ची पर और उनको आगे बढ़ने देना चाहिए।
थैंक यू।
लवलीना, आप तो आइकन बनी गई हो और आगे भी हम आशा करते हैं कि और भी मेडल लेकर आओगी देश के लिए और काफी सारे यंगस्टर्स को इंस्पायर करोगी। हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्पोर्ट्स कॉन्क्लेव के लिए स्पोर्ट्सस्टार का आपने इतना टाइम दिया, इसलिए थैंक यू सो मच। पदम सर, आपको भी थैंक यू सो मच, आपने टाइम निकाला, इतना टफ डे था आज आपका। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, we're running a really tight schedule. Just two questions from the audience and then we'll wind it up. Just two questions. Anyone? Mike. Anyone? Yeah, sorry, that's a question. Yes.
एक क्वेश्चन है लवलीना से। कांग्रेचुलेशन लवलीना।
थैंक यू दीदी।
आप अभी ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट बन गया, आने वाला भी आप बहुत यंग है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का एक निशान है बॉक्सिंग में, तो आप बहुत यंग है। आगे फ्यूचर में आप कैसे एम रख के चलेंगी आगे ओलंपिक में गोल लाने के लिए, और कैसे प्रिपरेशन करेगा? और अभी जो आपने ओलंपिक खेला है उसमें आपने मेन मिस्टेक क्या हुआ, उस वजह से सेमीफाइनल में आपने हारना पड़ा उसके साथ जो आपका ओपोनेंट है उसके साथ, वो बता दें।
हाँ दीदी, पहले तो थैंक यू। और मेरा अभी नेक्स्ट जो मेरा एम है, मैंने बोला ही है कि मुझे ओलंपिक में गोल्ड जीतना था और मैं इस बार नहीं जीत पाई और मेरा तो सपना था वो अधूरा रह गया और मुझे अभी इसके लिए ही तैयारी करना है और मैंने बोला ही है कि एक्सक्यूज नहीं दे रही हूँ, लेकिन पूरा साल मेरा बहुत अच्छा ट्रेनिंग नहीं गया था। अगर मतलब अच्छे से मैं प्रिपरेशन कर पाती तो मैं शायद गोल्ड ले पाती और जो मैं सेमीफाइनल बाउट में मैं लॉस किया, उसमें मुझे लगता है कि मुझे स्ट्रेंथ की थोड़ा सा कमी थी और जैसे ओलंपिक के लिए सिर्फ 3 महीना मैंने स्ट्रेंथ कंडीशनिंग के ऊपर ध्यान दिया। मुझे लगता है कि टेक्निक में इतना ज्यादा मुझे प्रॉब्लम नहीं था, लेकिन मैं इतना ज्यादा स्ट्रांग नहीं थी उस बाउट में, क्योंकि मैं लास्ट 2 जब बाउट खेल चुकी थी तो मुझे मेरा वेट कम होने लग गए थे और उस बाउट में वो लड़की सच में ही बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रांग थी, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं उसको नहीं मार पाऊंगी। मुझे अपने ऊपर काम करना है, एक प्रोसेस के साथ मुझे ट्रेनिंग करना है और मुझे जैसे कि हर एक एक टारगेट रख के काम करूंगी। मैं अभी एक एक कंपटीशन को टारगेट रख के और कैसे खुद को और ज्यादा इम्प्रूवमेंट करूं। मुझे कंपटीशन अपने ऊपर रखना है, अपने आप के ऊपर मेरा कंपटीशन है और मुझे लगता है कि मैं आने वाले टाइम में मैं और अच्छा कर पाऊंगी और पेरिस ओलंपिक में मैं पक्का गोल्ड ला पाऊंगी।
Okay, all the very best.
थैंक यू दीदी।
Lovlina, thank you so much for being here with us today. It's lovely to have you and hear from you. And I think what you have achieved has made all of us proud and very happy and inspire a lot of young girls in the country to take up boxing and sport and try to aim for gold. Do you have any message for the youngsters and young girls in the country to follow their dream and not to think about the consequences or anything else? Do you have any message for them?
मैं सबको इतना बोलना चाहूंगी जो यंगस्टर्स है, हाँ, कि ऐसे कि सभी सोचते एक सपना लेके बड़े होते हैं और उसको उस सपना को पूरा करने का कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन बहुत सारी मुश्किलें आ जाते हैं। उसके बीच उनको लगता है कि वो नहीं कर पाएंगे, लेकिन ये थॉट दिमाग से हटाना चाहिए कि हम नहीं कर पाएंगे और जब कोशिश करेंगे कि पॉसिबिलिटी ढूंढने की, तो फिर हमें अच्छा कर सकेंगे और अपने सपने को पूरा कर सकेंगे। और ऐसे कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि बच्चे सोचते हैं कि अभी मैंने बहुत ज्यादा हार्ड वर्क किया फिर भी मुझे नहीं मिला तो मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगी, लेकिन मैं ये भी बोलना चाहती हूँ कि कोई भी चीज बहुत जल्दी नहीं मिलते हैं, हमेशा पेशेंस रखना पड़ता है। अगर पेशेंस के साथ काम करेंगे, अपने काम के ऊपर फोकस करेंगे, रिजल्ट के बारे में नहीं सोचेंगे, तो अपने एम तक जरूर पहुंच पाएंगे और जरूर सक्सेस हो पाएंगे।
Thank you, Lovlina. Yes, I am too. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so
Ladies and
much.
gentlemen, it's not often that we have an Olympic medalist amidst us. One more round of applause, please. Yeah. Well done. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, you be here. Your next session is you be here. You and Amitabh. Yeah. Yeah. So you and Amitabh will anchor. Yeah. So we need to. Yeah. One more, no? Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the last segment of the day. The discussion will be on the traditional sports of Northeast. And the anchors would be Amitabh Sharma and YB Sarangi from the Hindu Kolkata. May I call onto the stage Sarita Devi, World Championship gold medalist, N. Ibingo Chobi, Executive Member, Manipur Olympic Association, Bamang Tago, Secretary, Arunachal Pradesh Badminton Association, and Tete Hamar, Secretary, Mizoram Football Association. Onto the stage. Yeah, enough mics, please. One more. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. We are in the last session of our discussions. The brainstorming that started in the afternoon, it has progressed till it's almost 6 now. So thanks for your patience. We will move ahead with our discussion on the traditional sports in Northeast and how to improve them, and what is their future aspect. So I'll ask my colleague YB Sarangi to begin the discussion.
So we'll start with Sarita. She is the most distinguished sports person among us. So Sarita, basically ये कि Northeast ने काफी सारा boxers दिया है, women boxers काफी सारा दिया है. एंड आप वो पहले बैच के बॉक्सर हो जिन्होंने मतलब वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में गोल्ड मेडल जीता है, तो अभी तक का जो जर्नी है आपको क्या लगता है कि हम अच्छा अचीव किए हैं या और भी कर सकते हैं?
अभी जो अचीवमेंट है हम लोग और भी ज्यादा कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि हमारा टाइम में जो हमने अचीव किया, हम लोग को कोई फैसिलिटी नहीं था। इन वुमेन बॉक्सिंग को हमारा इंडिया में कोई नहीं जानते थे, तो हम लोग ने बहुत स्ट्रगल किया है। उसके हिसाब से तो अभी जो यंग बच्चे हैं पूरा फैसिलिटी मिल रहा है, मंथली स्टाइपेंड वगैरह भी दे रहे हैं आपको डाइट खाने के लिए। हमारा टाइम में ऐसे बहुत मुश्किल था, बहुत मुश्किल था। हम मान लो हमारा स्टेट में भी हम नेशनल खेलने जाते हैं, तो उससे पहले हम बहुत पैसे के लिए मेहनत करना पड़ते थे, एक्स्ट्रा काम करना पड़ते थे। ओनली हमारा गोल जो है नेशनल में गोल लेना है, ये हम एक ही टारगेट हम नहीं ले रख सकते, क्योंकि हमारे पास पैसे नहीं। हमको कैसे खेलने जाना है, कैसे ट्रेन का फीस देना है, ये चीजें बहुत परेशान होते थे। तो फिर धीरे धीरे 2001 से बॉक्सिंग को थोड़ा थोड़ा रिकॉग्नाइज मिलने लगे। 2005 2010 तक तो उतना हम लोग को फैसिलिटी नहीं मिला था। खाली इंडिया गेम के लिए हम लोग को सम टाइम पटियाला में होता है, और आधा से टाइम तो हम हरियाणा में एक ही स्वतः जगह पे ना पंखा के बिना 45 गर्मी के टाइम में हम बिना पंखा के साथ रहा है, हमने स्ट्रगल किया है। और ट्रेनिंग हॉल ना एसी भी नहीं है, और पूरा गर्मी में बहुत पसीना कमाया हम लोग ने। तो तब जाके धीरे धीरे हम लोग ने परफॉर्मेंस किया, तब धीरे धीरे गवर्नमेंट भी रिकॉग्नाइज करने लगे वुमेन बॉक्सिंग इतना अच्छा करे, हम लोग उसको ध्यान देना चाहिए। 2011 में एशियन गेम्स इंक्लूड हुआ। उस टाइम से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट और भी फोकस हो गया वुमेन बॉक्सिंग में। और 2012 में जब ओलंपिक लंदन ओलंपिक जो हुआ है उसमें बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट करने लगे। उसके बाद जो अब तक जो उस दौरान हमने स्ट्रगल किए, जितने भी बॉक्सर उस 2001 से लेकर 2012 तक हम लोग ने जो स्ट्रगल किया है, उसके बाद जो अचीवमेंट मिला, उसके बाद गवर्नमेंट ने रिकॉग्नाइज किया। और 2012 से लेके अभी तक का जो सबसे मतलब ओलंपिक के बाद वुमेन बॉक्सिंग में इंडिया में ओलंपिक और भी ओलंपिक में मेडल ला सकता है, ओलंपिक में गोल्ड ला सकता है, उस फोकस को रख के हर तरीके का फैसिलिटी दिया है। तो मेरे ख्याल से जो अभी यंग बच्चे हैं और भी परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि फैसिलिटी देखो पहले गेम में भी हमारा इतना सप्लीमेंट दे रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट, स्पोर्ट अथॉरिटी भी गवर्नमेंट सप्लीमेंट दे रहे हैं। एनर्जी ड्रिंक क्या होता है हम पता नहीं था, बिना फैन का बिना एसी का हमने ट्रेनिंग किया, इतना पसीना लॉस होता है, इतना पसीना, एक भी मतलब एनर्जी ड्रिंक हम लोग ने पिया नहीं है। तो अभी एनर्जी ड्रिंक भी दे रहे हैं, और प्रॉपर न्यूट्रिशन भी अभी हमारा पूरा टाइम हमारा साथ रहता है अभी इंडिया गेम में। और डॉक्टर है, उस दौरान में इंजरी आता है तो कोई डॉक्टर नहीं था, टीम डॉक्टर नहीं था, ना फिजियोथेरेपी था। हम लोग ने बहुत स्ट्रगल किया। उसके हिसाब से अभी जो फैसिलिटी जो मिल रहा है फॉरेन कोर्स में, हम उस दौरान टाइम में एक साल में 1-2 कंपटीशन बहुत मुश्किल से मिलते थे, और अभी जो है साल में 5-6 कंपटीशन मिलता है। तो यंग बच्चे को ज्यादा एक्सपोजर मिल रहा है, बाहर में विदेश में ट्रेनिंग के लिए फैसिलिटी दे रहे हैं। तो उसके हिसाब से तो मुझे और भी ज्यादा परफॉर्मेंस आना चाहिए बॉक्सिंग में। तो मैं इस ओलंपिक में मेरा जो इतना स्पोर्ट्स गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट कर रहा है, तो उसके हिसाब से मैंने सोचा था, ऑलरेडी मैंने भी एक मीडिया में मैंने बोला था कम से कम 4 मेडल तो आना चाहिए हमारा बॉक्सिंग में, लेकिन इस बार हो नहीं पाया। मैं और भी अच्छा कर सकते थे, और हम लोग हमारा अभी कोई कमी नहीं है, गवर्नमेंट फुल सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। तो हमारा अंदर ही है, और कोचेस और खिलाड़ी की भी समटाइम कोचेस ऐसा ट्रेनिंग देगा भी, जो बच्चे हैं उसको कई बार माइंड डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो जाता है, तो उस वजह से भी हो सकता है। तो मैं यही बोलना चाहूंगी, अभी जो फैसिलिटी दे रहे हैं, हाँ उसके हिसाब से तो हम और भी परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं, ओलंपिक में और भी मेडल ला सकते हैं।
Mr. Ibungo Chobi, if I think I have pronounced it right. Uh, uh, we are talking about traditional sport. So in Manipur, what we have seen the growth of sport. Do you think the traditional sports have been nurtured properly, or do you think that much more needs to be done?
As far as the people are concerned in Manipur, the sporting culture somehow is part and parcel of our social activity. Whether it is a festival, whether it is a traditional ritual, sports becomes a component of our culture. Say, very fortunately, people say that the game of polo started from our own land. The history has it that for almost for 5,000 years, our ancestors have been playing this very game on the horseback. Besides which, there are some unique traditional games in Manipur. I was just talking to Rahul just before the session began. He was asking me to even mention our Mukna Kangje. There is one unique game in Manipur which we don't see in any part of the world, which is called Mukna, means wrestling, Kangje means hockey. As you wrestle, you play the game, also part of the hockey. You can wrestle at the same time, you have to play the game. At the same time, you have to rest. You have to run to win the goal. Let me just describe the game, how we build our own natural strength among the youth. The first thing is when you have 7 players, you have to wrestle, but there is a game, stick in your own hand. You can carry the ball. However, to score, you have to hit. That means in one game, wrestling is a part of it. Race is a part of it. At the same time, hockey is a part of it. It's a very popular game, and Yubi Lagpi is also a very popular game where there are no opponents. If there are 30 players, it is just the ball that you have to catch and put it. Your entire body is drenched in oil, and you carry a slippery ball, which is in the form of coconut. In fact, if there are 30 players, 29 are your opponent because you have to carry that ball and put it on the square to be a winner. And there are many, many other games, and wrestling is a part of it. In fact, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, and the entire our region has very significant traditional sports. In Manipur, I think we understand that people say that we are the powerhouse or the storehouse of the games, sports in the country. We have to look at it simply because every child, when he or she grows up, the sporting culture is a part of our society. How it has to be integrated or how it has to be brought in systematically to bring into modern games. I think there is a transitional phase, which I think the coaches, the institutions have got them very, very well. I was listening to our Vachung Bhutia in the earlier session, how many of the sports person in the entire region are also from the, say, low middle class or poor families. In today's context, if you look at the entire country, I think very few rich people take up the competitive sport and they take up fancy games. But it is good to see in different parts of the country that even people from rural backgrounds, and they are coming up in cricket too and hockey too. And in Manipur, I think Sarita is also here. I think the competitive spirit among the young people and in terms of sport begin right from the gully, right from the land, not in terms of a community, right from the streets. It starts with the Holi festival. Even during Yaukshang, we have hundreds and thousands of young children competing in different forms. I think that is how the traditional way has come about. And historically, if you look at Manipur being very small, we are just hardly, I think, less than 23,000 square kilometers. Yet there are panas. Panas would mean principalities in terms of districts in the modern context. Okay. So we have been having the pana competitions, the principalities in those days. There were competitions district-wise, even in terms of polo, in terms of wrestling, under the patronage of the royal king. I think it was a kind of a tradition.
And very fortunately, the modern games has come into in the right time. I think that was one blessing in disguise that our children, by blood and by the racial natures of the tough terrain, naturally built. But I think the talent is the same in all the districts, because when we were in school, I am from Manipur, but we used to be beaten in the football team by Nagaland. I do not know, once you cross the junior level, senior level, how come the Nagaland is not progressing? Because I remember in our school days, it was very difficult for us to defeat the Nagaland team in football. As Baichung was saying, that there are over 40 young football players in the Indian league today. I think inherently the region has talent in sports. It has to be groomed, it has to be nurtured, and yes, they have to be channelized. I think this is one way I think I can give an opening remark. I think we can catch up in the later part of the discourse.
Do you think that there is a kind of a conflict between the traditional sports and the so-called modern sports, the professional ones, where people are attracted more because of livelihood issues?
I would not look it that way, because traditional sports would be the premise on which our ethos will be built, our traditional values, which are very important. If you look at the wrestling styles in Nagaland today, I think they give their own traditional ethos, which is very important. And in Manipur, we have somehow, I think, young people, younger generations are being inculcated by the seniors to keep our traditions alive. I think we should take this as two parallel lines. It should go simultaneously. And then I think where the modern sports can jump into and pick up the talent. Yes, I think traditional sports should be kept into, keep as it is. We should keep in its own present form. I think I was reading the shooting the arrow competitions in Meghalaya. Okay, it's a very, very competitive sport in terms of every Sunday you have the archery. It's a kind of I won't say gambling, but it's a kind of a betting. How it transforms into modern archery would be important. I think from that perspective. And from Nagaland, if you look at the traditional wrestling, how Sports Authority of India or the modern science can get into that inherent competitive style can be brought into the modern technique. I think this is how we should be looking at.
Yeah, I have a question, Mr. Ovunjo. So basically, you spoke about traditional sports which are now being competed as different Olympic disciplines. And wrestling is one such sport which is present everywhere in some form or the other. So, but there are certain pockets in India which produces world-class wrestlers. So, what should be done that you nurture and spot the talent from grassroots in every state, and so that we can have thousands of wrestlers at the grassroots level, and we can have more world-class wrestlers in Olympic and World Championships?
In fact, just a couple of months before the Tokyo Olympic Games, there was a huge, a prolonged debate in Manipur as to what kind of events, in fact, Manipur or Northeast should focus on. I mean, I cannot be a basketball player. I cannot be a volleyball player. So even if we have talent, there should be a specific target as to how we can excel in terms of Olympic Games. So for example, boxing, it is a weight category. In terms of weightlifting, it is a weight category. If volleyball was a height category, then we can try. If basketball was a height category, then we can try. So for example, in hockey, we have a lot of young talents. And recently, we are seeing into archery also. So there are some areas where we can field our own young boys and girls to be medal winners at the national and international arena. And from that perspective, whether it is a Sports Authority of India or the Youth Affairs and Sports Ministry, there should be a very scientific study as to how our young generation or the very race from this region can compete at the national level. And when I was in school, Arunachal Pradesh was very good for the middle distance, say 1500. 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 Arunachal Pradesh boys, I think at the regional level, they were very good in middle distance running. And even as a writer, I have seen how our teachers or how our school teachers could identify young boys from different regions. I am from a boarding school in Imphal, where I had friends from Arunachal, from Nagaland, from, the entire Northeast. So when I had my friends from Arunachal, they were the best middle distance runners. So I think from that perspective, the reason-wise, the terrain-wise, I wish the Sports Authority of India person who was there in the morning, they are good enough to understand the physiological aspect of the sports person of this region. There are some areas we should continue to play for the sake of playing, but in terms of winning at the national and international level in Olympics, we should be very specific. At the same time, you might call me old school of thought, but I think our traditional values should always be there. That is how the discipline continues. So we should encourage all the traditional sporting events, even culture, whatever it is. I think we should preserve it, and that is a root of our culture, and that is what I feel.
I would next like to go to Tete. He is one of the first to arrive in our conclave, and he had been a very patient listener to all the topics that we have discussed. So finally, I'm going to you, asking you that traditionally Mizoram is a football-loving state. Other states are also there, but Mizoram has been one of the latest emerging talent hotspots in Indian football. So what process did you follow to make it into a really professional, bring out professional players who would be becoming part of ISL teams in India? So what was the transition you ushered in as the secretary of Mizoram Football Association?
See, at the outset, I would like to say a big thank you to Sportstar for having me here. I do not mind speaking at the last because I know this is like I'm sitting in front of a studio where we have a press conference, where you are live before Sportstar, which was my favorite magazine, since my childhood.
Thank you.
Mizoram, yes, of course, traditionally is a football-loving state. But having said that, those days it was full of promises, but we could not deliver. The first time we won the national championships was in 2003, where you were present there, the only outside press, people coming to Mizoram. Under 16, that was the first time. Then after that, it was very difficult to consistently perform at the junior and the senior level. Sub-junior, we could. But there were so many challenges. So, there was a time in which I was trying, personally, I said that it's time that I quit football and, I'm into my own business and doing this stuff and all this. But 2011 was the year in which I was invited. In fact, I was pressurized to become the secretary of the Mizoram Football Association. I was a reluctant secretary. I did not want to stand for the post because I know it was, this is like a voluntary for me. I decided to run away, but from all corners, from the players, from the coaches, from the football clubs, and from the districts, they asked me to stand for the election, which I decided at the last moment. And there was no election because the old secretary did not stand for the post. So I became the secretary unopposed. So when I became the secretary and with a new colleague, we decided there are 3 areas in which we need to work. One is coach education. Number 2 is refereeing education, where we still do not have a single national referee, men's football. And of course, to start a football league of our own. Because, when I saw some Mizo players who graduated from the Tata Football Academy, which I shared with some of the colleagues in the morning, who played at the highest level of Indian football. Some of them played for East Bengal and Mohun Bagan, but Indian football only selected the players who graduated from Tata Football Academy and the other academy from outside. I felt that we had equally good players back home in Mizoram, if not better, but who did not get that opportunity to play or to be there for the selection because we did not provide them the platform. So we started the Mizoram Premier League in 2012, which very much is a game changer for us, and maybe for, Mizoram football, because, 2017 was the year when we finally won the I-League for the first time. And till now, the first ever team, the only football club from the Northeast to win the National Football Club Championship I-League is Aizawl FC. In the morning, we had our very own president, who is also our sports minister at present. The reason why I'm saying all this is that because going back to 2017, I still remember we had 58 I-League players from Mizoram, a small state, 10 lakhs population. That time it was, if I remember it correctly, we produced around about 20% of the Indian players at the, at the highest level of Indian football. That was I-League then. Because ISL, even though it was there, but it was never considered to be the top. So 2017, we had some 5 to 6 Indian national team players from Mizoram. That was around about 14% of the whole national team setup. But now there's a change now, a big change now. Those days, my good friend Renadi Singh and all this from Manipur, they speak about the football structure in Mizoram and the way we are, bringing things forward. They say that Mizoram is doing a good job, but slowly things are changing. If you look at the Indian national team, we have 7, sometimes 8 from Manipur playing, and we only have 1 or 2 from Mizoram. The players go and, come and go, but we need to have the system. This is my point. If we have the good system, we will be producing players consistently for the national team. We as a Mizoram Football Association want to make this as a tradition. You start at the lower level of Mizoram football, climbing the ladder to the under 15, to the under 18, playing in the Mizoram Premier League. From there, our next stop, of course, now is the I-League through Aizawl FC or any other clubs. Manipur, they are fortunate to have 2, Neroka and Tau. From there, the ladder is, it's easier to climb for them. Now they have 4 to 1 players in the ISL now. Out of 312 ISL Indian players, out of 312 ISL players, 89 are from Northeast. We are talking about Northeast. Out of which 41 are from Manipur, 27 from Mizoram, 8 from Assam, 4 from Sikkim, and if I am not mistaken, Meghalaya has 2 or 3. So that sums up to around about 27.5% of the whole ISL. So, if you look at the population of India and the Northeast, comparatively speaking, the number of players which we produce from Northeast, in the morning, our minister was talking about the supply and demand. So, why you build so many stadiums? Because there is a demand. So, I don't know if I come to your question or not, but that is the whole thing. We want football, of course, is a tradition. Now we want to make it, traditionally producing consistently players for the national team setup.
Bringing the system. I'll have one question for Mr. Baban Tago. You have been one of the most enthusiastic people around who have been asking questions to all our panelists. So if I come to you asking that, what are the, and as the General Secretary of Arunachal Pradesh Olympic Association, what are the steps you have taken to make the traditionally strong sports in Arunachal Pradesh more popular?
See, first of all, before come to your question, I, on behalf of the sports patronship in Northeast region as a whole, and the people as a whole, really appreciate and congratulated to Hindu group, the Sportstar, for having this beautiful platform and first of its kind in the Northeast and happening. I think this will have a lot of impact. Now, coming to your point, as far as my concern, I think Government of India has notified 63 disciplines, which also include traditional indigenous sports. The Sun, Kabaddi, then Tug of War, many others. 3 games has this time included. But to my understanding, the indigenous sports is connecting to your identity, your old historical, livelihood identity. So that is important to preserve and practice and promote that traditional sports. But as far as the present scenario is concerned, what I would say is that we should much more focus on what the government of India has prioritized, what the national, international achievement can become. That sports or discipline has to be prioritized first. That is, while promoting the indigenous sports also. So that is one thing. Another, taking the opportunity of this occasion, what I want to make a comment is that there is, as I was asking the question to Anurag Thakurji also, the entire state in the country, I think I should say in the whole of the country, there is a gap between the stakeholders, the leading promoters and the policy makers, then the athletes, then coach. There is a gap, big gap. So this gap has to be connected first. And we have to identify what are these gaps we have to identify. That is why I have been asking, there is no uniformity approach in identifying the talent hunt. The way I'm saying, I don't know the experience of other, but so far I'm concerned, it's practicing in the same manner. See, the will making any policy, any budget, preparing a budget in the state or making a policy is not taking the consultation of the stakeholders. Means like there is sports department, then the government, then the state association, Olympic association. So there is no connectivity. So the state association is working their own style. Then the government is making planning their own style. Then the coach is there doing their own way. So there is no connectivity. Therefore, the time has come for all of us that all stakeholders, including the parents, elders, and senior citizens, promoters, sponsors, we have to come to find out the way where we can uniformity approach so that there is a talent. Otherwise, that is why I have been asking the Kelo India is a wrong direction. You are doing a north side, then the Indian Olympic is in the south, then the state association is the west, the government is the north. So how you can bring immediate aspect there? So we have to come together. That is why there is a so government of India investing in the Kelo India huge amount, and there are 12 articles, if I'm not wrong. So some of there are overlapping schemes are there. If they are funded to the National Sports Federation, then they would bring because our state association is connecting to the National Federation because we are followed by the National Sports Federation only. The only one issue, yes, I do also agree. There is also a challenges between the state National Federation also. The judiciary intervention is also one of the big challenges, and intervention means litigation among the promoters, means particularly the national federations. Why I'm saying this, the special case example last Olympic, the karate who won bronze in the Olympic is from Uzbekistan, and he was in the Asian Championship in the first round defeated by my student, Raja Yangfo. But because of the fighting among the National Federation, karate litigation, my boy cannot go in chance. That is why we are victim of that. That is why the time has come, all of us, even the National Federation, Indian Olympic and Ministry, we have to closely work together. And the approach should be, independent approach should be, to my understanding, it should be uniform. Because why I'm saying, like take the case of badminton. See, badminton, we have a BI guide calendar event. Then BI is following as for the BWF or Badminton World Federation guidelines. Though any player in the international without participating BI calendar, BWF you cannot get entry. But on the other side, Kelo India is conducting where my boys already participating, there are conflict. So there is no uniformity approach. That is what my point I was saying. So I think this taking this aspect of this kind of platform will have a message and have unifying all these issues. And I hope this will address in days to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, anyone can attempt this. I just want to know how our traditional sports and modern sports can coexist. Like in Japan, they have this sumo culture and they are also like a world power in modern wrestling. So what can be done so that both the traditional as well as modern sports can coexist? Anyone can.
Yeah, see, one thing we have to see, like in Japan, the sumo there, you have to see the kind of sponsorship. Tomorrow, if today, in case tomorrow, if North-East indigenous, if there is a championship North-East indigenous, I don't know how much company will come sponsor to us. That is a big challenges. So there in the Western, see here in the Indian side, we are, to be very honest, we are entirely different from government of India. But on the Europe side, if you see, they don't depend completely, don't depend on the government, but rather government depend them. So they have enough resources. So their sponsor, motivations, many supporters are coming. So I don't know tomorrow if even we are difficult to organize a North-East league also, badminton, as well, football, whatever maybe. Why this is happening? So you will difficult to organize. Even I am having one team in the badminton, North-East Warriors. I am the CEO there. It's difficult to find a sponsor. We have lost almost 11 crore, no return. So who will take the, organize that kind of big platform as it is in like a Sumo of Japan they conduct?
Anyone else has to? I'll just chip in. I guess the traditional or the indigenous games of the region or the country, it would also depend on the population, I think, and the area that depends. Say, for example, Kabaddi is played in the entire subcontinent in different way or the other, with little bit of rules. If we look at say Manipur or Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh or Assam, whatever it is, how to attract players who would be interested in that form is also one question. I think what is the purpose, the passion or the love? I think Sumo has an international acclaim. Sumo has an international acclaim of charm, the rituals. It has a different format where it has attracted even wrestlers from Africa. Even I think the last Sumo controversial winner was a Jamaican. I mean, it was one of the first things that Sumo wrestler from Japan lost to even Somalis. I think that was one of the most important aspects of how we will attract foreigners, or we will attract non-locals to be a part of that competition. I think it is
like in Kabaddi, Iranians challenging the Indians.
I think it is a difficult task. It is a difficult task. And then as I would also say that, I missed out in the opening remark. I should be grateful to Sportstar for opening this box. I wouldn't say Pandara's box. When I also started my career as a journalist, I began as a sports writer actually. My first job in I think in the National Delhi, after finishing my college in the mid-80s, I started as a sports writer. My teachers in Delhi used to tell me that, son, the only problem with the mainland media or the mainland politics is you have been clubbed in two words. I think that is the biggest tragedy. I mean, the very word that we see North-East is our own failure, because the entire country is yet to see the mosaic of people, the mosaic of the composition of different states. Manipur as a state, Assam as a state, Nagaland as a state, Arunachal as a state. I think we are all unique and distinct in our own traditional ways. So I think this is one step forward, that when you start the North-East Conclave for Sportstar, I think the second step should be a conclave in, say, you begin with Assam specific, then you can go to Nagaland specific. And we would be very happy if Sportstar land up in Imphal. We have a very strong sports writers community in Manipur. I think Manipur is the only state where every single newspaper has a separate beat and specialized reporting in sports. So we have, I think, about 30, 40 sports writers today, however small the state is. So I think you will get in-depth information of what Manipur is if we organize a conclave state-wise. I think we would be looking forward to that. And I suppose the sponsors, SBI, LIC, or the so-called the Sportstar would have a target as to how we can specifically look at different states and the talents hidden in every state. That would be one way how the magazine, the fraternity of writers, can push forward and even make the national sports policy change because of our needs. I think what Sarita has said in the beginning is that when she started, there was nothing. And today our children can perform better because there are better opportunities, right? From medicine to doctors to trainers. Now there are ample opportunities. And I just wanted to reflect when the Honourable Minister was speaking. I just slipped out because I wanted to add on something. People were saying that in Northeast, those who take up sports are from the poor families, very poor families. And if you look at the new education policy, I think the new education policy has a very specific term as to how sports will be a subject in schools. Sports will be a subject in schools. And the new education policy also has it that even in college, even if you are in science stream or arts stream or commerce stream, you can even pick up sports as one subject. I think that is a very important aspect. And how our states, how our sports organization can be a partner in schools to benefit those children who cannot afford certain trainings, because it will be a part of the education policy to help children who cannot afford those trainings. I think this is one aspect that I was requesting Sportstar, if you can add on this aspect, that how the new education policy is going to come into the sports chapter, because it is part of the policy there. It is not going to be a curricular activity. It is going to be a subject in school. So I think children who cannot afford certain things, they will be supplemented as a part of the syllabus. I think this is one aspect that we need to highlight and then incorporate before other states take up, say Assam, Manipur, Nagaland, because the national education policy already has it. So if we can bring in that part of it, then youth affairs and sports and education can really help our young children who cannot avail those facilities, because these are areas where I wanted to ask the sports minister that if he has somehow collaborated the philosophy of the education policy, which will be invoked in the coming years. I think this is one important aspect as writers and journalists. I think we need to highlight that also.
Thank you, sir. We will definitely take your suggestions to our editors about the conclave. I'd come back to Mr. Tete. Football, as you said, has gone into, you have put it into a system which is now started working, producing players. So what do you consider is the next step to make it more operational, more viable? Because I consider football as a traditional sport of Mizoram that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big challenge. It's a big challenge because, we have started on a big way. I mean, we had a sponsor who were willing to sponsor us for the first, 7 years of the football league. We talk about traditional sport. I would like to come back to that as well, because, in Mizoram, one of the biggest annual event is the title fight of a traditional heavyweight wrestling, which is very, very popular in Mizoram. But the problem is that I do not want to say bad thing about the other organization, but whoever is organizing the event, they do not market it well. They do not plan it properly. They could not sell it to the, maybe to the outside world. So it's very difficult for them to get sponsorship. So what we do in Mizoram is that we are knocking every possible doors. And I could see Indian Oil as one of our sponsors, but unfortunately, all the big guns, they ran away now. It's been late now. I go to different conclaves and conferences like this, and every possible opportunity I'm looking for it, because Mizoram is a small state where you have only 10 to 11 lakhs people, and it's a zero presence of multinationals. We do not get sponsor. So, we very much depend on the local, I would say, local business, business giant, however, size they may be, the local business people, we very much depend on them. And of course, I mean, we had some kind of a relationship with back then with some corporate outside Mizoram also, because now it's much easier to operate, because with the coming of the YouTube, with the Facebook, you can have you can make use of this platform as well. And yes, we are very fortunate to have our Mizoram Premier League on the Sony Leaf as well, which is beyond our dream, because Sony Leaf's OTT platform is a big thing for us. A small state. So, and through that, and through our connections with some people sitting in Delhi and Mumbai or whatever, we are trying to get all possible source of income and help, in not only in terms of money, in terms of training, proper way of giving us some management skill, because this is where we are lacking behind. These are the areas in which we are working on. Yes, of course, it's a big challenge for us to sustain. I do not want to, start any other new, competitions or tournaments as of now. The biggest challenge now is to sustain on whatever we have started some 10 years back.
Mr. Tete, I just want to ask a question regarding this. Like you said about traditional sports not being able to attract sponsorship. So do you think we need a very organized approach, I mean, not just in Mizoram, everywhere, so that our traditional sports can become stronger?
Of course. I mean, in Mizoram recently, if I'm not mistaken, some 2 years back, there's a new sports association called Mizoram Indigenous Sports Association being formed. They are able to get some fundings. I don't know if it is through Ministry of Tribal Affairs or something, or Ministry of Culture. There is a way from which they could generate some kind of a funding from outside. So yeah, these are the kind of things which we can do. Otherwise, if we are to compete with the already existing modern day sports like football, boxing, or whatever, it is very difficult for the traditional sports to survive. But having said that, they do have their own, their fan following, however big or small may be, but at least there is a way out through some channels where you can have some kind of funding. This is a different sport altogether, because traditional sports is like you can't compare with the modern day sports. So as I said, going back to the planning and marketing, if you can crack that, then you have a very good chance of survival.
Do you think Kabaddi is a good example?
Oh yes, of course. And he was mentioning about an Iranian playing a Kabaddi. Now the stars are coming from the Koreans. Kabaddi is a very, very good example. It's been marketed very well. Of course, it beats our sport, football, when it comes to marketing. Yeah, it's next to cricket, and it's getting even bigger now. So yeah, of course, Kabaddi is a very, very good example.
तो सरिता, मैं आपके पास आना चाह रहा हूँ. तो बेसिकली क्या है कि ट्रेडिशनल स्पोर्ट्स मैं जितना समझता हूँ दो तरीके के हैं. एक तो हंड्रेड्स ऑफ ईयर्स से चला आ रहा है, और कुछ जैसे आप लोगों ने बनाया, खुद आपने बोला कि आपने इतना पसीना बहाया, तो पसीना सिर्फ आपके लिए नहीं था, वो वुमेन्स बॉक्सिंग के लिए था, जिसकी वजह से वुमेन्स बॉक्सिंग आज इस मुकाम पे है. तो आपने दोनों साइड देखा हुआ है. आप एज एन एथलीट, अभी आपकी कोचिंग का जो चल रहा है एकेडमी, तो अभी उस टाइम जो चैलेंजेस थे आपने बताए, तो अभी के क्या चैलेंजेस हैं एक लड़की जो शुरू करती है बॉक्सिंग, उसके लिए?
अभी जो चैलेंजिंग है, जितने भी जो इंडिया में छोटा एकेडमी जो खोल रहे, लाइक मेरा एकेडमी है, तो बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं, और ऊपर से मतलब गवर्नमेंट से जो हेल्प, हम टाइम टू टाइम हम हेल्प चाहिए, समटाइम्स हम लोग को नहीं मिलता है. उस वजह से कई बार जो बच्चे हैं, जैसे हम 50 बॉक्सर को ट्रेनिंग देना है, उसको प्रॉपर हम 50 बॉक्सर को दे नहीं पाती प्रॉपर फैसिलिटी। तो उस वजह से थोड़ा हम लोग को स्ट्रगल करना पड़ा। जैसे मेरा एकेडमी है, मैंने 2012 ओलंपिक क्वालिफाई नहीं हुआ था, मुझे ओलंपिक खेलना मेरा एक ड्रीम था, वो टूट गया था। तो उसके बाद मैं घर पे वापस आया, तो उस दौरान में हमेशा मैं बाहर में रहती, इलाके में रहते हैं, तो घर पे बहुत कम रहते हैं। तो जो वहाँ का जो हमारा माहौल ले में जो कल्चर है, मतलब पूरा टोटली में दूर हो गया, ओनली बॉक्सिंग बॉक्सिंग फोकस में। तो उस दौरान हम घर पे थे, तो मैंने एक देखा, महसूस किया, जो यंग जो बॉक्सर है, स्टूडेंट है, कुछ बच्चे ड्रग में चले गए, कुछ बच्चे नशे करके 7, 8, 9 का बच्चे। तो वो देखने के बाद मेरे को बहुत दुख लगा, दिल में एकदम छू गया। जैसे लाइक मेरा जो मैंने शुरुआत में जो स्ट्रगल किया, मैं याद किया कि उस दौरान मैंने जो बॉक्सिंग आने से पहले एक मेरा जो एक छोटा सा गाँव था, वो एक उस दौरान मणिपुर में इंसर्जेंसी का बहुत प्रॉब्लम था। तो वहाँ पे मैं एक छोटा सा गाँव के है, तो हर दिन 50 लोग आते हैं, खाना खाते हैं। तो उसमें उस एरिया में मैं पाला हूँ। तो लाइक मैं भी उस जैसा बनना है, जैसा हमेशा मैं सोचते थे। लेकिन मेरा अंदर स्पोर्ट्स का टैलेंट तो है, लेकिन मैं प्रॉपर वे, मतलब प्रॉपर एक्सपोजर का टाइम नहीं मिला, रास्ता नहीं मिला, मुझे कोई बताने वाला नहीं है। गांव में जितने भी अभी भी है, कुछ कुछ गांव में तो वैसे खिलाड़ी बहुत है, तो वो लोग को टैलेंट हन करके, जैसे मैं चाहती हूँ हर गांव में जाके, कोने कोने में जाके मैं टैलेंट हन करना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे पास फैसिलिटी कम है। जाना चाहती हूँ लेकिन कर नहीं पाता है। टाइम टू टाइम गवर्नमेंट, अभी जो मेरा एकेडमी है, मैं ऑन पॉकेट से मैंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप किया है, मैंने खुद बनाया है, क्योंकि मैं जानती हूँ मैं कैसे स्ट्रगल करके मैं यहाँ तक पहुंचा है। और मेरा लाइफ जो है, बॉक्सिंग ने मेरा लाइफ सेव किया है। तो मैं चाहती हूँ मैं स्पोर्ट्स में और भी अच्छा, मैं अभी खिलाड़ी तो मैं खेलना तो छोड़ दिया, मैंने रिटायर कर चुकी हूँ। मैं यंग जो बॉक्सर है, यंग जो स्पोर्ट्स खेलना चाहता है, उसको मैं टैलेंट हंट करके और भी अच्छा परफॉर्म देना चाहती हूँ। वो फैसिलिटी गवर्नमेंट बहुत टाइम लगता है जल्दी, मतलब हेल्प करने में, उसमें बहुत दिक्कत आते हैं, बहुत स्ट्रगल उसमें मैं कर रही हूँ अभी भी। लाइक आपको विश्वास नहीं होगा, मैं अभी तक मैंने जो जितने भी खिलाड़ी, मैं ऑन पॉकेट से, मैं एक पुलिस बार में मैं जॉब करती हूँ, मैं ऑन पॉकेट से मैं बच्चे लोग को खर्च देती हूँ। तो 10-12 बॉक्सर इंटरनेशनल अभी जस्ट रिसेंटली यूथ में एक बच्चे सब 7 साल के बाद एशिया में 7 साल तक एशिया में गोल्ड नहीं ले पा रहे थे, वो बच्चे ने, हमारा एक आदमी का एक बच्चे ने गोल लिया है। तो मुझे भी बहुत प्राउड फील होता है। कई बार दिल के अंदर में कई बार भी दुख भी लगता है, क्यों मैं इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, कोई इतना मतलब हेल्प भी नहीं मिल रहा है। समटाइम्स ऐसे सोचते हैं, देख करते हैं, मेरा जो एम है, मेरा जो टारगेट है। तो स्पेशली मैं गवर्नमेंट भी यही रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहती हूँ, कौन कौन सा एकेडमी अच्छा कर रहा है, सिंसियरिटी से काम कर रहा है, उसको और भी ध्यान दीजिए और उसको हेल्प कीजिए। हेल्प करेगा तो और भी यंग खिलाड़ी है तो आगे, जैसे मान लो हम 100 बॉक्सर ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं बॉक्सिंग, लेकिन 100 तो हम ओलंपिक में पहुंचा नहीं सकते, क्योंकि कम से कम नॉर्थ ईस्ट में इतना भी मतलब क्राइम प्रॉब्लम चल रहा है, ड्रग का इशू चल रहा है। ये सबसे हमारा जो जेनरेशन है, जो यंग बच्चे हैं, टैलेंट बच्चे हैं, उसको हम सेव कर सकता है। तो मेरा एम भी यही है। मैं जितने भी खिलाड़ी जो आते हैं, मैं सब उसको ट्रेनिंग दे रही हूँ, और जो बॉक्सर एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी है, ओलंपिक तक जा सकता है, वो ओलंपिक तक मेरा पहुंचाना मेरा ड्रीम है। और जो बच्चे है टैलेंट का थोड़ा कम है, वो भी फिटनेस रहेगा, और फिट रहेगा तो मेंटली स्ट्रांग होगा, मेंटली स्ट्रांग होगा तो देश के लिए अच्छा सोच पाएगा। यही मेरा मानना है। तो उसमें बहुत सारे दिक्कत आते हैं, लेकिन लाइफ एक स्ट्रगल है, तो आगे भी स्ट्रगल करते रहेंगे और मंजिल भी मिलेंगे, यही है मेरा aim।
I had a question first, Sarita. आपने बोला 7 साल के बाद जूनियर एशियन गेम्स में गोल्ड मेडल मिला है,
हाँ।
लेकिन हम लोग देखते हैं इंडियन स्पोर्ट्स में एक प्रॉब्लम है। जूनियर लेवल में हम लोग बहुत अच्छे करते हैं, लेकिन वो ट्रांजिशन जूनियर से जब सीनियर में करना पड़ता है,
हाँ।
बहुत सारे अच्छे खिलाड़ी खो जाते हैं। ये क्यों होता है? आपने तो खुद भी खेला है इंटरनेशनल सर्किट में।
ये इसलिए होता है, जो एकदम यूथ में कंट्रोल में रखता है। यूथ में मान लो अभी यंग बच्चे, यूथ में जितने भी हमारा बॉक्सर है, इंडिया के में भी है, उसको फोन अलाउड नहीं है, फोन पकड़ने नहीं देते हैं, और उसमें पॉलिटिक्स भी कम है। जैसे पॉलिटिक्स, गंदा पॉलिटिक्स बोलती हूँ मैं, तो वो यूथ लेवल में इतना नहीं है। तो सीनियर लेवल पहुंचने के बाद बहुत गंदा पॉलिटिक्स होता है। समटाइम्स ट्रायल में बहुत गलत तरीके से होता है। तो उस दौरान जो एकदम यूथ से सेना में एंट्री किया, वो बच्चे का मेंटली एकदम डिस्टर्ब हो जाता है, कई बार डिमोरलाइज हो जाता है। तो उस दौरान इस वजह से है ना, कई बार बच्चे को अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाता है, प्रॉपर गाइड नहीं मिलता। जैसे घर पे हम पकड़ के रखते हैं तो एकदम खुलता है, तो उसका सोचना और रहना, खाना पीना, ध्यान, कई बार इसमें हमारा जो अच्छा बॉक्सर है उसमें खराब बन जाता है। तो उसको हम जो जितने भी हमारा सीनियर कोचेस है जो इंडिया के में हैं, उसको महसूस करना चाहिए खिलाड़ी क्या चाहता है। जैसे मान लो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के खिलाड़ी, तो हमने बहुत स्ट्रगल किया है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट खिलाड़ी टोटली डिफरेंट देखता है, और नॉर्थ इंडियन टोटली डिफरेंट देखता है। ऐसे है ना, अलग अलग करके देखने लगेगा ना, तो एकदम डिस्टर्ब होता है बहुत। उससे है ना, हम कोशिश को यही सोचना चाहिए, एक ही मतलब टारगेट रखना चाहिए, सब बराबर, सभी खिलाड़ियों को बराबर ध्यान देना चाहिए। और जैसे ट्रायल आते हैं तो इंडिया का बेस्ट चुनना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये हरियाणा का है, ये दिल्ली का है, ये पंजाब का है, ये मणिपुर का है, कभी नहीं सोचना चाहिए। वो रहेगा तो और भी अच्छा मोटिवेट होगी, जो यंग बच्चे जो सीनियर में इंटर कर रहे हैं, तो अच्छा परफॉर्म दे पाएंगे।
आपने अभी ट्रायल के बारे में बात किया, अगर हम लोग देखते हैं, आप जमाइका के बारे में बात करो, वो उन लोगों का उसेन बोल्ट लगातार 3 ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड मेडल मिला, लेकिन फिर भी उसको जमाइकन ट्रायल में दौड़ना पड़ता है ओलंपिक टीम में सिलेक्शन होने के लिए।
हाँ।
लेकिन में इंडिया में बॉक्सिंग में होता है कि एक बार जिसको वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में या ओलंपिक में मेडल मिल गया, उसको ट्रायल में नहीं जाना पड़ता है। इसके बारे में आपका क्या ख्याल है?
ये बहुत मैं उसके अगेंस्ट में हूँ, ये गलत है। उसको ट्रायल देना चाहिए। जितने भी ओलंपियन है और ओलंपिक में मेडल है, मैंने कभी मेरा करियर में मैंने कभी मैं वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनने में ट्रायल देने में कभी मैंने कहीं मना नहीं किया है। तो जो ओलंपियन है, जो बच्चे यंग बच्चे जो उसको कम्पीट करना चाहता है, उसके साथ फाइट करना चाहता है, उसको भी एक एक्सपोजर मिल जाएगा, एक मौका मिल जाएगा उसको, और भी मेहनत करेंगे। कि हम लोग जाने के बाद जो यंग बच्चे जो हमारा जगह पे लेने वाला है, उसको तो के हम ओलंपिक है, ओलंपिक में मेडल आए, हमको हर साल हम वो कंपटीशन खेलना है, ये बहुत गलत बात है। मैं एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन, एक स्पोर्ट्स वुमेन, मैं यही बोलना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि हमारे भी फर्ज बनता है, हम अच्छा है तो अच्छा लेवल हमको मेंटेन करने के लिए आप मेहनत करना चाहिए। और जो यंग बच्चे आ रहे हैं उसको ही साथ फाइट करो, नो प्रॉब्लम। मैं अच्छा है तो सिलेक्ट करेगी, वही तो मैं हमेशा मैं यही बोलती हूँ, मैं ऐसा है तो मैं सिलेक्ट करो, अच्छा नहीं तो मत सिलेक्ट करो। ये कल्चर है इंडिया में, थोड़ा रहता है, उसको चेंज करना चाहिए।
Thank you. And this is a question for all of you. I mean, we heard the Honourable Minister earlier say that each district in the country should adopt 1 sport and each state should adopt 3 sport. So if you have to go back to your own state, आपका खुद का district, so is there a sport that you would want your district and 3 sport that you would want your state to adopt? Each one of you could answer that.
See, to me, I think this is a communist kind of approach policy. So like a Chinese, Why should there should be board-based? There are many, as Bachung was saying, as I don't know, Racing and Abu was saying. Notice all the disciplines, there is excellence. All the sports, only all the sports there is so how if you adopt only 2-3 discipline, the many will deprive. There are many potentials there. So this approach I am not agree to this. But this number one. Number two. Sarita, for your information, you have an academy. I also run academy, not my personal state badminton association academy only. There are indeed 12 vertical kilo and there one of the vertical 5. I think it is private academy also. You can apply to the or kilo entire. So they will support coach and nutrition and basic, immunities, they will support. So those who have already academies, they support. But very unfortunately from North-East, when tender was floated, I applied from my academy in Manipur. From North-East, only 3 states has applied. I have seen. Nobody has applied. From the side, everybody has recommended. But we have, till now, we have not get. But where is other academies? They like, I'm sorry to mention, I don't want to mention, but like Gopichen, Prakash Padukan, they are already started, but all their coach, everything they again they have given. So I think there is a discrimination, and the Kilo India, one of the vertical academy supporter. So this is please take this point. I want to say Anurag Thakur also. There is discrimination too, supporting through academies, state and national state academies means government or private, yeah, whatever. Finally, I want to question to all of you and to government of India, including myself. See, one thing I have seen, state government, central government, association, whoever, only the time of Olympic, at the huge Indian, everybody was celebrated and motivated, chance for Olympic. And after the Olympic, after just medal, the still momentum is going on. I don't know this moment will continue to in the years to come or not. Maybe after a gap of 3-4 years. This has been always a practice. Only time they will motivate, rest they will forget.
I think we will be back for the next North-East Conclave again next year, and we will see whether the buzz is still there or not. But do all of you agree with him that the vision of one district adopting a sport and one state adopting 3 sports, does it work, or does it, I mean, do you guys would want to weigh in there?
I think it is a very romantic philosophy. I think it is not a realistic approach. I mean, that's how I feel. I would like to add on to what Sarita was saying in terms of looking at private institutes or initiatives taken up by sportsperson of the country. I'm not looking at the government support, or I'm not. I am not telling them to go with the begging ball to the government. There are certain ways how talents should be hunted. There should be a process how we look at people who are genuinely working and who are genuinely working at the grassroots level. We are at a very bureaucratic level in terms of sending out forms to apply. I think this is the most outdated and ridiculous approach of how we send out forms to apply. I always say that you go to a football match. I would say that, suppose now I am one of the selectors for the polo teams in Manipur. I never conduct a program to select players. I look at all the polo matches in Imphal, right from day one till the end. This is how I bring about a committee. There are about 7 polo tournaments in Manipur every year during a season, from which we have to select 6 players. I do not have a specific program to select players. I look at all the matches and then I have a committee, and I say that these 6 players are enough to be selected because we have a committee, and we have only 4 players, 1, 2, 3, 4. And from that perspective, what I'm saying is in support of Sarita's initiatives, I have seen her academy. It's a kind of a story maker for journalists who come from outside. What I'm saying is there are many channels who would come and interview her, do their stories, and that's the end of it. And in fact, I feel very guilty because many of my journalist friends who come from outside, they would like to visit do a story, and that's it. You know, I mean, sometimes I feel guilty. From that perspective, if at all there are companies or establishments or multinational companies, or to some extent public sectors, Manipur is a very small state. India is a very small country. A few representatives coming to Manipur, 1 week's stay in Manipur, and do a small recce, you will know where things are happening. Things are already happening. You go to 5 boxing institutes or a couple of private institutes, you know where things are happening. And you don't need to send a form to apply, because it's very irritating when you have to apply, because the very form itself is a failure, because it's a process to fail somebody. So if you are genuinely looking at sports to be initiated, and people who are encouraging, in fact, our Honourable Minister was saying that you have more responsibility. Once you are retired, you should create more sports person. I mean, when everyone knows that she has a good team doing at her own job, it is a platter where you have to come and just put the food on the table. I mean, this is how we should be looking at, rather than sending out forms to fill up to corporate sectors looking for CSR. Because there are certain ways you have to fill the form for CSR. And if the public sectors or the corporate sectors are genuinely thinking of supporting, 1 trip is enough to look at where things are happening. I think this is what I wanted to add on, actually.
Sure. Thank you.
I don't really, I mean, I don't really support the view of the minister, but I do believe in prioritizing sports. Because, you know, take an example of Mizoram, where I feel that there are certain sports in which we may not achieve the highest standard, even though we tried our level best. So, you know, if we are really looking for the end product, that is maybe an Asian Games or, you know, maybe Olympics or whatever, we need to prioritize the sports in which we are good at. At least to that extent, I will support the minister, but not in selecting, you know, 1, 2, 3 sports that will be very, very, you know, difficult. And on the other hand, it's depriving, you know, the youngsters of their dream. Because if from my district, I selected ABC sports, and if one is interested in CDE, then, you know, depriving the youngsters of the opportunity. So I do not really, you know, support his idea, but I always believe in prioritizing sports if you want to end up being a professional.
सरिता, आपका क्या ख्याल है?
अभी तक का मैं यही कहना चाहती हूँ, अभी तक जैसे अभी काफी मतलब गवर्नमेंट अभी देख रहे हैं हर स्पोर्ट्स में, अभी खेलो इंडिया स्कीम शुरू किया है। कुछ बच्चे यंग टैलेंट बच्चे मंथली पैसे भी मिलता है और उससे काफी मतलब अच्छा भी कर रहे हैं। अभी इस बार ओलंपिक में भी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है। तो मैं यही कहना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स जो है हमेशा एक सिटी में ज्यादा मतलब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वगैरह हो गया, सिटी में ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट है, लेकिन गांव में बहुत कम है। हर गांव में हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में स्पोर्ट्स एक एरिना होना चाहिए हर गेम का, स्पेसिफिक स्पोर्ट्स नहीं, हर गेम का हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होना बहुत जरूरी है। क्योंकि जो बच्चे सिटी तक आ नहीं पाते हैं वो उसके लिए एक जगह मिलना चाहिए, उसको प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग देने के। मैं बाय लकीली मैं मेरा जो गांव है, मैं थौबाल डिस्ट्रिक्ट से 3 किलोमीटर पैदल जाके मेरा जो एक छोटा सा गांव है हिल के पास में, बहुत कम लोग रहते थे वहां पे, अभी तो काफी बढ़ गया। तो उस दौरान में मुझे कोई स्पोर्ट्स क्या है मुझे मालूम नहीं था, स्पोर्ट्स से क्या मिलेगा मालूम नहीं। अभी भी है इंडिया के अंदर कोने कोने में है। स्पोर्ट्स में क्या मिलता है, स्पोर्ट्स से क्या बेनिफिट मिलेगा, स्पोर्ट्स से क्या मिलेगा और नाम कमा सकता है नहीं है, ये चीजें उसको नॉलेज नहीं है। तो हम यही कहना चाहती हूँ हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप हो जाए और जो बच्चे हैं, टैलेंट बच्चे हैं, उसको एक मौका मिल जाए। जैसे गांव में जो बच्चे रहता है उसको आगे खेल पाए। और अभी मेरा भी एक यही बोलना है, हम सबका एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, हम कुछ न कुछ अपना देश के लिए काम करते रहे। और फिलहाल मैं अभी मैंने बोला है, मैं अकादमी में अभी तक कोई गवर्नमेंट का हेल्प नहीं मिला है, फिर भी मैं लास्ट 7-8 ईयर से मैं अकादमी में काम कर रही हूँ। मैं ओन पॉकेट से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप कर रहे हैं। ऐसे ऐसे मतलब यहाँ पे मणिपुर में तो बहुत कम है फैक्ट्री वगैरह, असम में और खास करके असम में तो काफी कंपनी है। तो ये लोग भी आके छोटा छोटा मतलब गांव में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप हेल्प करेगा तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। और आगे जो स्पोर्ट्स है और भी अपना आगे जाने में हेल्प मिलेगा।
Thank you.
So this is very fruitful discussion. I believe a lot of new points came out, and thank you all the panelists, because you provided a lot of insight into different traditional sports of Northeast, and hopefully this will go forward, and maybe people will try to take clues from it and try to solve the issues that are there surrounding Northeast sports and including the traditional sports of the region. So thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot.
If I may one sec, just one sec.
Yeah.
So I have a suggestion to the Hindu group, I mean to the Sportstar. If you were to continue the North-East Sports Conclave in maybe the second year, or the third year, or maybe the fourth year, could you please hold it outside Northeast? You know, I would suggest if we can have the same thing in Delhi, where we can have the media personnel from Delhi coming all together, because, you know, wherever comes today, most of them are from the Northeast Pacific. Wherever it gets out, it's the same media who are going to publish this. Oh,
I
yes.
think, Mr. Ahmad, that's a very good suggestion. I can, sitting here today, I can promise all of you next year's conclave, North-East Conclave, I think I'm taking your suggestion and we will do it in Delhi, where you think that more people can hear all of your voices and actually make a difference how sports is being run and governed in this country. I also take his suggestion where he said that we should look at doing these conclaves at individual states as well, where we get probably the state sports ministers as well, the chief ministers and all, and formulate an overall policy of sports governance and sports administration in the states. We will try to do that also in the long run. But next year, we would definitely would love to see all of you in Delhi. Of course.
And I'll let you know a secret. In fact, even this year, this could have happened in Delhi, but there was a logistical issue. But next year for sure.
We are here for the long haul. We don't want to want this conclave to be just a one-off. We believe this is a first of many, and we will take it to, as you said, to different cities as well as to the national capital to have maximum leverage.
Thank you, everyone.
A big thank you to the panelists. And you live and you learn, and today we got to know, I mean, most of us in this room, that there's a sport which involves wrestling and hockey. I mean, for the life of me, I don't understand how you do it, but, you know, to have a sport that combines wrestling and hockey, it's pretty unique. I mean, we learned about it. Absolutely. Yeah, and there'll be a small ceremony. Amitabh to do the honors. Yeah. No, I love them. I thought just, yeah.
Sargit, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an extremely long day and a fruitful afternoon session. It's time to, thank you, sir. It's time to wind up. On behalf of the Sportstar and the Hindu, a big thank you to all of you for having found the time to be here. I know there is, it's a pandemic time and there are issues surrounding that. But despite all the constraints, we have pulled this off. And it's the fairness of things that we thank all the stakeholders involved with this event. Primarily, our gratitude to the Assam Chief Minister, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, and the Union Minister for Sport, Mr. Anurag Thakur, all the delegates who are present here, athletes, champions, Olympic medalists, administrators. Thank you very much. And where would we be without our sponsors? A big thank you to Indian Oil, SBI, LIC, and the Directorate of Information and Public Relations, Assam. Thank you very much. This is KC Vijay Kumar signing off on a Friday night. Happy weekend.